So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Iconic Universe. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Deku was got large harem with Tsuyu, momo movie. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. I know that no one is born equal, muttered a 4-year-old Izuku Midoriya shakily as he stood in front of the injured boy that was being bullied before he intervened. His small body trembled as he held up his shaking fists, green eyes wide in terror as he stood his ground. But that doesn't give you the right to use your quirk to harm others, Kachan. He shouted vehemently, his body language betraying his fear. Oi, Deku, said an ash-blonde-haired kid with red eyes as he started to grin evilly. Who the hell do you think you are telling me what I can or can't do, huh? He smacked one first into his other palm and the sound of a small firework resounded in the curiously deserted park as a small explosion resulted from the actions of the red-eyed kid. Izuku shook his head in disbelief as he stared at his former friend. While Katsuki Bakugo had never been what you would call a nice kid, he never used to go out of his way to hurt and belittle others before his quirk manifested. After that happened a few months ago, Katsuki changed for the worst and now he never let any chance to bully anyone with a weaker quirk than him or with no quirk at all. And while Izuku fell on the second category, as his own quirk has yet to manifest, he was not about to stand aside and do nothing while Katsuki used his gift to hurt others. If there was one thing Izuku hated above all was when those with power preyed on those weaker than him. Being so young, he couldn't put into words, but Izuku knew that with certainty. Those with the gifts of a quirk should only use them to help others or humanity progress in general. That was the reason why he stood in front of the defenseless kid, even though he was defenseless himself. Intellectually, Izuku knew that he didn't have a chance standing up to Katsuki and attempting to stop him from doing what he wanted to do. His heart and his sense of what was wrong and right, however, prevented him from listening to the recommendations of his brain to just run away and leave the situation be, since it had nothing to do with him. His morals told his heart to help the kid and his ear responded in the affirmative, forcing his brain to move his body in order to do what was right. You are worthless, yelled the chubby kid from his position on the air, his red bat wings being the reason why he could fly. Actually, he is quirkless. But it's basically the same, shouted the other kid, whose fingers on the left hand were stretched until they were longer than he was tall many times over. Izuku grit his teeth as he shakily stood his ground. My quirk has yet to manifest, that's true. But if you use your quirks to harm others then you don't deserve them. The two boys flanking Katsuki glared at him and the ashen blonde-haired boy twitched, and his face contorted into an ugly scowl of anger and scorn. You are overreaching, Deku, he shouted before he shot himself forward, followed by his lackeys, and they began to hit Deku all over his body, making him cry in pain as tears leaked from the corner of his eyes. While this happened, the kid that Izuku was trying to protect quickly stood up and ran away without looking back. Izuku saw this, and while it saddened him that the kid ran away without hesitating to see if he could help him, he was still glad that he managed to help him. In the end, that was what mattered the most to him. To be able to help others. That was why he couldn't help for his quirk to manifest so he could become a hero. Even though he was the only kid his age in town whose quirk has yet to manifest, he was still hopeful. Izuku suddenly covered his face and he shouted in pain as his arms were burned due to the small explosion caused by Katsuki's fist smacking against his forearms instead of his face, which apparently was what he had been intending. Through the pain and his tears, Izuku lowered his arms a bit and he glared at Katsuki in defiance. Now that he was hurting too much to be afraid, Izuku could find the courage to consciously stand up to Katsuki. For a moment, Katsuki faltered as he felt something that made the hairs of the back of his neck stand up as a shiver went down the length of his spine. He looked down at Izuku to see him glaring up at him from behind burned arms, his green eyes like steel as he grunted and cried due to the pain caused by the continuing strikes of the other two kids. A particularly nasty shot to Izuku's flank, however, made Izuku close his eyes as he shouted in pain. Katsuki shook his head before he glared at Izuku down at Izuku before he cocked his fist back, grinning evilly. Now in a world of pain after being hit in the liver, Izuku wished for it to go away. As much as he wanted to help, like any other sane kid his age he disliked pain of any kind, and when pain that was above of what could be endured the first instinct was to stop interacting with the cause of that pain. Since Izuku was being pinned down from all sides as he was punched all over, he couldn't get up and escape. Unknown to him, however, to escape from the pain he didn't need to escape. As the desire for the pain to stop grew stronger the more he was hit, unknown to anyone there Izuku's skin began to slowly harden and darken beneath his clothes. That was unnoticed by everyone but Izuku as it was covered by his burnt and ruffled clothes. Izuku, however, distinctly felt how each hit became less painful and easier to endure. I can barely feel their strikes, and Kachan's explosions feel like a normal punch, albeit warmer. Is this my quirk? Izuku wondered in delight, only to shout in pain as he was once again hit with the same amount of strength as before. What? No. Come back. His plight went unanswered as he wished for his quirk to come back, and he once again had to endure a beating in the hands of Katsuki and his lackeys. His attacker continued to pummel him without apparently noticing anything strange happening. And, as he was finally losing consciousness due to the amount of hits and the pain, Izuku Midoriya felt certain that for a moment there he felt his quirk activating. He passed out and a pained smile appeared on his face, believing that he finally stopped being quirkless. A few seconds later, Katsuki and his friends stopped pummeling the unconscious form of Izuku. With a derisive scoff and spitting next to the unmoving body of the one he saw not even worth the air he was breathing, someone that was a waste of space, he turned around and walked away. His two lackeys laughing as they bragged to each other about the beating they just gave to Izuku.
XXXXXXXXXX, you better give up. It is impossible for you to develop a quirk, said the doctor almost uncaringly as he stared, seemingly bored, at the young kid and his mother. Inko Midoriya's eyebrow twitched in irritation at the way the doctor had so crassly said something that could possibly crush her dear son's spirit. Her eye flicked towards him and she gave a sigh of relief when she saw that he was more confused than anything else, though he was also speechless. She had taken him to the doctor to treat the injuries he sustained at the park for falling to the ground, that was, he told her, at least, while he was playing, and they had taken the opportunity to check why his quirk has yet to manifest. Is there something wrong with him, doctor? Other kids his age have already manifested their quirks and my Izuku is the only one in his kindergarten that hasn't yet, she said, her voice sharp when she asked the question but turning worried as she continued speaking. The doctor med in though for a second. You are a fourth generation, if I'm not mistaken, right madam? I am, of course, speaking in terms of quirk. Inko nodded and she wiggled her fingers and the All Might figurine that had been resting in her son's lap came floating towards her.
Yes, I can attract small objects to me and manipulate them a bit, she explained. Her countenance darkened a bit and her eyebrow twitched in irritation again. And my dear husband can breathe fire. As much as she loved Hisashi, Izuku's father, his penchant for getting jobs abroad and only being home for a total of maybe 2 months per year was a source of anger for Inko. The doctor nodded, and he motioned towards an X-ray of Izuku's left foot. The norm for a quirk to manifest is 4 years old at the most. Your son has already reached that age a few months ago and he has yet to manifest his quirk. If you take a look at this, you can see that your son has 2 joints on his pinky toe. As quirks began to manifest in people, the presence of a second joint in the pinky toe has been proven to be absent in those who have developed quirks. This means that the chance for your son to develop a quirk even as a late bloomer, of which there have been a few cases throughout history, is less than 0, he explained bluntly. Inko resisted the urge to hurl the All Might figurine at him and she settled for glaring at him for the ungentle manner in which he was crushing her son's dreams. She turned towards her Izuku to assure him that everything was going to be all right and that she loved him with all her heart despite him not having a quirk. Her eyes widened, however, when saw her gentle and polite son glaring heatedly at the doctor too. It seemed like he had inherited something more than her looks from her. You are lying, he shouted with vehemence she had not witnessing from him. He hesitated for a moment and Inko's eyes widened further when she saw the guilty expression on his face before he turned towards the doctor. These injuries weren't the result of me falling while I was playing. A kid that had no quirk like me was being bullied by other kids with quirks. When I stepped up to help him they focused on me and beat me up. When that was happening I for a moment felt their hits weakening. Even Kachan's explosive punches only felt warm against my skin for that moment. That had to be my quirk. The doctor stared at him for a moment before he shook his head. That's impossible. You were just imagining things, I assure you, he said uncaringly. Already fed up with his attitude, Inko sharply stood up before she grabbed Izuku's hand and gently pulled him off his own chair. That's quite enough, doctor. Thank you for time. I will leave your payment with your secretary at the front door, she said stiffly before bowing slightly. Pulling her son along with her, she left the doctor's office. As he was being dragged away, Izuku turned around and glared at the doctor. Said doctor locked eyes with Izuku for a moment and he shuddered as he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Everything went back to normal when the mother and son duo disappeared behind the door that was closed with more strength that was strictly necessary. Shaking his head at the odd occurrence, the doctor turned back to his work. In his haste to be done with them, the doctor never noticed that the X-ray images were just a tad darker than what they were normally supposed to be.
XXXXXXXXXX Izuku. Why did you lie to me about how you got hurt in the park? Asked Inko not unkindly but with a certain sternness that told Izuku that should he lie to her again he was going to regret it the moment they got home.
Izuku faltered for a second before he looked down to his feet. I didn't want for Kachan and the other to get in trouble, said Izuku honestly. As much as he hated what Katsuki Bakugo had turned into after getting his quirk, he was still friends with the Katsuki Bakugo that didn't have a quirk. It was because of those fond memories that he didn't want to get his former friend in trouble.
Seeing the conflict in her son's eyes and knowing that kind of relationship he used to have with Katsuki, Inko sighed with fond exasperation as she knelt down in front of him and wrapped her arms around him.
Being so noble is something worth admiring, Izuku, but if you don't let Bakugo-kun learn that his bad actions have bad consequences then he is never going to learn that what he is doing is wrong. And if he doesn't learn that soon then he will eventually mess with someone that is not going to take his bullying, someone that will strike back harder than even he could handle.
Izuku looked up at his mother as she told him this and as he analyzed her words he nodded in understanding and acceptance.
Izuku was smart enough, even at his age, to understand what she was saying. For a moment, he wished he could be the one to teach Katsuki the wrongness of his ways, but the fact that he couldn't control his own quirk and his surprising lack of interest of renewing his friendship with him lead up to his decision of just letting him be. If his mother was right, Katsuki would learn eventually. He just hoped that when that time came it wouldn't be with dire and permanent consequences for him. Seeing that she managed to make her son understand, Inko smiled, though if one looked closely enough one could see how strained it was. While Izuku was unwilling to let Katsuki be punished for his bullying, Inko had a very different opinion on the matter. It seemed like she was going to have a talk with Mitsuku very soon. She made a mental note of that for the near future and instead focused on the other thing she wanted to speak with her son. Earlier on you insisted on your quirk having developed despite the esteemed doctor claiming otherwise using the results of your test as proof. She prompted him to elaborate without actually asking him to do so. And Inko wholeheartedly believed her son when he said that he finally developed his quirk. Izuku was not a liar and foremost and secondly, if there was something she knew her son dared not to joke about was about quirks and being a hero. So, there was no way in hell that her son was lying when he said that his quirk developed. What did it matter what an asshole doctor said? When quirks started to appear in humans they had 2 joints in their pinky toe, so who was he to assure with 100% certainty that her Izuku couldn't develop a quirk when he had 2 joints on his pinky toes too? To her, Izuku developing a quirk despite everything pointing to the impossibility of it was more plausible than it not happening simply because he said so. Izuku's eyes brightened and he smiled in excitement as he made tiny fists with his hands. I don't really know what my quirk can do, but I definitely felt it. When Kachan and the others were hitting me, I felt their punches starting to lose power, and in Kachan's case his explosive punches only felt warm, just a bit stronger than the others. He paused for a second before smiling sheepishly. The weird thing is that it only lasted for a few seconds before it went away and it didn't come back no matter I wished for it to so. Inko nodded in understanding before she stood up and smiled kindly at him. That's because you went about it the wrong way. Wishing for your quirk to work is not going to make it work. To use your quirk, you must recreate both what you were feeling and what you were thinking the moment it activated. For example, when I use my quirk I don't think, attract it to me, but rather, I want it here. Your quirk is a part of you, and as such, you must use it as if it was your legs when you are walking, instead of how you use your fingers when deliberately want to grab something. Did you get that? Izuku nodded. Yeah, he said before he closed his eyes and thought back to what he was feeling the moment he felt his quirk activating. He remembered vividly, Katsuki and his friends pummeling him to the ground, hurting him beyond everything he had felt. He remembered feeling glad that it was him who was being attacked and not the other defenseless kid and feeling satisfaction at doing what was right. He remembered block Kachan's punch and glaring at him defiance, feeling and seeing how uncomfortable Kachan looked when they locked eyes. Then he recalled the shot to his kidney and how much it had hurt and how much he wanted the pain to stop. That was exactly when the punches that were being rained upon him started to hurt less and less. With this in his mind and knowing what he had to do thanks to his mother's explanation, Izuku focused on remembering how much he was hurting and how much he had wanted for the pain to go away and to not reach him. Izuku, hearing the ecstatic tone in his mother's voice, he opened his eyes to see that she was grinning from ear to ear and that she was excitedly pointing at his hands. He looked down to where they were at chest level and he gasped in happiness when he saw that they were covered in a black substance that had a shine to it. It went from the tip of his fingers to just past his wrist. As he lost focus he saw the black substance starting to recede, but now that he knew how it felt he managed quickly regain it again and it stopped receding into his fingertips. "Whoa," he exclaimed as he looked at his hands. He opened and closed them, expecting to meet some kind of resistance when he did so because the black substance that now covered them looked extremely sturdy. His eyes widened when he felt nothing like that. As a matter of fact, he felt just like he normally did except for the energy, for a lack of a better word, that he felt going from everywhere on his body to the substance that now covered his hands. "It looks like some kind of armament," mused Inko as she looked at the shiny blackness that were his son's hands. She tried to ignore the feeling of the hairs of her arms and nape of the neck standing up to attention the moment Izuku began to use his quirk. It seemed like there was something more to it than the very cool and sleek-looking black substance that was covering his hands. Izuku nodded his head slowly as he continued to flex his hands in wonder. "Yeah, but I can feel this energy going from all over my body in order to maintain this armament. I think that rather than my quirk being this black thing covering my heads, it's rather the energy used to maintain them. I wonder," he trailed off when he suddenly gasped as the energy cut off abruptly. He fell to the ground in exhaustion and he panted as he watched the blackness receding back into his fingertips and disappearing entirely. It looks like if you use it for too long you will tire, and you won't be able to use it until the energy you spoke off replenishes again," she mused aloud as she looked at her exaggeratedly panting son with an amused, but happy and proud, smile on her face. Still, Izuku nodded his head, and he took a few seconds to gather back his breath. He slowly began to stand up. It feels like I was running away from Kachan and the others," he muttered a bit dazedly as he wobbled a bit in place. He shook his head and managed to focus again. He perked up as he looked at his hands. "I can feel the energy used to call up the armament beginning to fill back up slowly. I wonder what I can do to increase the amount I have and how fast it replenishes. Also, what else can I do with this energy?" Inko made another mental note, this one about getting Izuku out of his habit of muttering aloud since she knew it could be annoying to others. Gods knew how annoying it was to her when his father started to do it. "When you used your armament, I felt tense like when I was watching a horror movie and knew that something bad was about to happen, so maybe you can project the energy to intimidate others or something similar," she suggested, and when Izuku nodded at her in understanding she continued. "However, since we know you can create some kind of armor, I believe the best thing for now will be for you to learn how to fight and increase your physical abilities in general. You will learn more about your quirk as you grow." With a wide smile on his face, Izuku gave an enthusiastic nod of his head. Yes. Due to the times they were living in, neither Izuku nor his mother thought that his mysterious power could be something other than a quirk. Even though Izuku's power could be trained as such because at the end of the day it was still a power that affected the physical world, which meant that its growth could be affected by mundane physical and mental methods of training. In spite of this, Izuku's power was not a quirk. It was something much, much more. And its miraculous appearance was due to nothing more than the genuine and pure desire of a child to gain power in order to become a hero that defended others. For as that famous saying goes, it only takes the will of a single man to change the world. XXXXXXXXXXX. The next 10 years for Izuku Midoriya were both informative and exciting. Learning everything he could about his quirk had been the best thing ever on his opinion. His quirk, which in a burst of sudden inspiration he had called Haki Ambition because of how it worked, its effects and properties, was very powerful. Haki allowed him to do 3 things: coat his body in a black substance that increased his strength exponentially and also worked like armor, sense everything around him within his available range as long as he was focusing on his 5 senses at the same time while channeling the power that coursed through his body, and when he projected his power outside of his body he could impose his will upon others to either intimidate, terrify or just render others unconscious. The reason why he had named his quirk that way was because in order to use it he had to wish it with all his might to do whatever he wanted to do. For example, in order to use the first aspect of his quirk that was described above, which he simply referred to as armament, he needed to think with all his might that he was not going to get hurt no matter what and that his physical strength was going to increase at the same time. It was a bit tricky to do so at the beginning, but after years of practice it was second nature for him to do so. Also, armament was not just a substance that covered his skin, but rather everything that was seemingly covered with armament became armament. It was the reason why it increased both his strength and defensive capabilities at the same time. To sense everything around him, which he called mantra, he had to focus on his senses of sight, hearing, smell, touch and even taste for some reason while channeling energy continuously through his body. When he was focusing solely on it he could detect everything in a radius of a whooping 1,000 feet. He had a passive range of 100 feet that he couldn't increase as much as he trained. In any case, the only time he was not aware of everything around him was when he was sleeping. Channeling his energy through his body constantly was something he did subconsciously after 10 years of experimenting with and improving the usage of his quirk. To actively use mantra while doing anything else that involved conscious thoughts was beyond him no matter how much he trained too. And finally, to project his energy outside of his body in order to intimidate, scare or knock someone unconscious, which he called King's Will, he needed to almost forcefully pull out his energy outside of his body while focusing on his intent. The only drawbacks of this aspect of his quirk were the fact that the stronger the will of the recipient the more energy he had to put for it to have the effect he wanted, and the fact that the more he used it the less powerful and efficient his other two aspects would be until he replenished the amount of energy he lost when he used King's Will. After he consciously managed to manifest his quirk, his mother enrolled him in a dojo that taught a number of martial arts of which Izuku had been able to choose from to better complement his quirk. Due to the properties of armament, the best styles of martial arts he could learn Muay Thai, Judo and Tae Kwon Do. Thankfully, since the dojo was a mixed martial arts one he was able to learn the three of them technically at the same time. After 10 years thanks to his dedication, work ethic and surprising natural talent for the martial arts he was a black belt on the three of them and he could seamlessly mix techniques of the three arts when fighting. To train mantra up and get used to the number of things he could perceive he took up meditation at the suggestion of the masters at the dojo when he explained to them what he could do. That led to the discovery that the amount of energy had at his disposal increased faster when he trained both his mind and his body. This resulted in Izuku also focusing with the same dedication on his studies, much to the delight of his mother, who had feared that his formal education was going to fall on the back burner due to the focus Izuku put in developing his quirk. And finally, to train King's Will he employed the unwilling help of random animals at the park and the willing help of the other members of the dojo. It was thanks to this that he learned about the amount of power he needed for King's Will to be effective in proportion to the strength of the will of the target. It was easier to knock out, intimidate or scare a cat or a dog than it was to do the same thing to a kid his age. The same thing applied when doing it to a full-grown adult when compared to a kid his age. Thanks to now having a quirk, and one extremely powerful as his, Izuku changed a lot in his demeanor. Unlike Katsuki, however, Izuku changed for the better. He still had the desire to be a hero and defend anyone that couldn't do it themselves. He was still that noble kid that couldn't hold a serious grudge and wanted to help everyone to be the best versions of themselves, no matter it took. Instead, what had changed in him was his attitude and temperament. He was very confident in himself and what he was capable of thanks to what he achieved academically and in terms of martial arts and his quirk. He no longer was prone to nervous breakdowns, and it took a lot, emphasis on that, to intimidate him or scare him, likely a side effect of using King's Will so much. Also, due to the nature of his quirk and what he had to do in order to train it, he sometimes could come up as headstrong and stubborn if he wasn't careful. Because of how his quirk worked and the fact that Izuku didn't brag about it, everyone else at first thought that he didn't possess one. Heck, even now people thought that he doesn't have one. At the dojo, Izuku adapted rules which dictated how and when he used his quirk. 1. Fighting for the sake of fighting is strictly forbidden except when is for the purpose of sparring in order to practice techniques or to defend himself from unprovoked harm. 2. Never use the techniques you learned against those who can't defend themselves. 3. Be the shield for those that can't protect themselves. And 4. If it was necessary, become the sword that strikes down the wicked with extreme prejudice. This resulted in Izuku being extremely subtle when using his quirk. He used armament beneath his clothes to protect himself from those that attempted to hit them, only for them to harm themselves when they struck something that felt like steel. Thanks to his passive use of mantra, he was never caught off guard, and when anyone tried to bully someone weaker than them when Izuku was in the vicinity, they suddenly found themselves terrified of their shadow. Because of this, they knew that Izuku had a quirk of some kind, they just didn't know just its nature. The only one who refused to believe this was Katsuki, who vehemently claimed that he would only believe it the moment Izuku showed it to everyone. And since that went directly against his code of conduct regarding his abilities, Izuku refused to do so. That never failed to anger Katsuki, who still, though Izuku was a worthless, quirkless, delusional kid who was trying to compensate for something he was simply not destined for by learning martial arts. His anger and hatred for Izuku was such that even despite his admittedly observant and intelligent nature, he just couldn't see everything that pointed to Izuku having a quirk. That, or he just refused to admit it. Izuku didn't really care about what Katsuki thought. The explosion quirk user was just someone that Izuku couldn't stand because of his aggressive, aggravating, unpleasant and rude attitude. That, and the fact that Katsuki was not afraid of using his quirk to harm others in a whim just rubbed him the wrong way. Yet, while he couldn't stand him, Izuku didn't hate him, so he just did his way to stay out of his way, but he refused to take any of his bullshit and back down when a confrontation was imminent. Truthfully, the only negative thing that happened to Izuku in the past 10 years was when his mother and father got a divorce. His mother got sick of his father being more out of the house than in it, and she decided to make it official and permanent. Inko had gotten used to it only being her and Izuku, and since the thought of her ex-husband filled her with irritation, the less said about the fights they had whenever he was home. In the end, the best course of action was to end things before they said or did anything they would regret. That didn't affect Izuku too much since he barely knew his father. He just felt relieved that the man that aggravated his mother so much was out of their lives for good. Now, Izuku was 14 years old, and the expectation and excitement in him grew more and more as there was less than a year left before he could apply for UA. High school. This was the years he was going to focus the most in his studies and martial arts in order to increase the strength and effectiveness of his quirk, as after 10 years of experimenting and using it he has essentially mastered using it. Truthfully, Izuku thought that this year's was going to be like all the previous one, albeit with him studying and exercising more exponentially, but that couldn't be farther from the truth, since something that will change his life even more. Something that will send him in the path of becoming the greatest and strongest hero in history. XXXXXXXXXX. Alright, listen up. Since you are all in 3rd grade now, it's right time for you to think about your future, said the teacher with a flourish as he held a stack of papers in his hand. He was grinning from ear to ear. I will now distribute your career aspiration documents, but at least, for the most part, you all have the ambition of being heroes, right? He asked with his grin turning dreamy as he threw the stacks of paper into the air. The response of his class was a roar of approval as everyone gave a demonstration of their quirks. The notable exception was of a boy with spiky and curly black hair that had green highlights which curiously enough matched the color of his eyes. This was Izuku Midoriya, the one with the highest grades in class and someone over whom there were still debates on whether he had a quirk or not. He was calmly writing on his notebook as he ignored the ruckus around him with seemingly practiced ease. Izuku was tall for his age, only lacking a few inches to reach 6 feet, and that was thanks to both the amount of exercise he did on a nearly daily basis and good genes. And it was thanks to only the former that he didn't look like a twig. While his uniform covered it for the most part, it was obvious to anyone that looked at him that Izuku was very muscular without being overly so. He was a fair bit bulkier than an Olympic swimmer, but was far from being a bulging and lumbering mass of muscles. He was the perfect mix of power and speed. Think of Scott Adkins in the Undisputed movies. Due to having just the minimum amount of fat in his body to be healthy, Izuku's face was narrow. The freckles on his cheeks were a bit more pronounced on his cheekbones because of this. When he was relaxed, just like now, his eyes would stay in that normally roundish shape, but when he was angered or focused they would narrow to the point it seemed the changed shape. Izuku didn't have the face of a male model, but he was far from being plain. As many would say, he was on this side of attractive. Well, I know that most of you have good quirks, but bear in mind that using them outside of sanctioned establishments when you are a minor and don't have a hero license, reminded the teacher kindly. Sir, don't believe for a second that I am the same as the others here, barked Katsuki Bakugo with a derisive laugh from where he was sitting with his feet propped up on his desk. It isn't my intention to be seen as the same as those with weak quirks. Izuku's eyes flicked towards him for a second before he shook his head with a frown and went back to writing on his notebook. The only thing about Katsuki that had basically changed was everything that made him Katsuki was enhanced tenfold. He had inevitably and thankfully outgrown his more nasty habits, thankfully, but he was still a very unpleasant person. What do you mean by that, Katsuki? Shut up, fodder, behave as such. The teacher perked up. Ah, yes, Bakugo-kun, you are going to apply to UA high school, yes. Izuku stopped writing, setting his pen next to his notebook as he did so, and he focused his attention on Katsuki. What? The best school for heroes in all Japan. It takes a total score of 79 to enter this year, right? And if that isn't enough, the entrance examination is the most difficult one too. Bakugo smirked when he saw that everyone else stopped glaring at him for his comment about them being fodder and were now looking at him with wide eyes full of awe and fear. I'm not surprised that fodder such as yourself are quaking in their boots at the mere mention of UA high school. I will ace the entrance exams. I am the only one here that deserves to go there, he proclaimed, standing up and sending his desk and chair to the floor in a heap. With a savage grin on his face he continued his shouting. I will even surpass All Might, and then, I will become the highest ranked hero of all. I'll leave my name forever in the annual ranking of the richest people in the world. While everyone there stared at Katsuki with wide eyes due to his declaration, Izuku merely raised an unimpressed eyebrow before he sighed in exasperation with a shake of his head. He reached for his pencil to start writing again. He was planning the routine he was going to follow for the next 10 months in preparation for the UA entrance examination. Since today was Friday, he had 2 other days to do so while just exercising as he had done always before he could start a more strict and demanding routine on Monday. Now that we are talking about it, I believe that Midoriya-kun also wishes to enter UA. Izuku stilled at the words of the teacher and the sudden silence. He looked up and he was not surprised to see the conflicted expressions on the faces of his classmates. While everyone there, bar a few notable exceptions, knew that Izuku had a quirk of some kind, no one there knew if it was strong enough to deserve a place at UA. There was also the fact that Izuku placed number 1 in the academic and physical aspects of the school's evaluations, so everyone there was unsure on how to react to that piece of news. Well, everyone but Deku, bellowed Katsuki as he turned towards his desk with his brightly glowing palm raised above his head to make Izuku's desk explode along with that notebook of his in which he had been writing this whole time. You good for no? Katsuki was rudely interrupted when Izuku suddenly grabbed his wrist before it could go lower than the height of the top of his head when he was sitting. In his surprise, Katsuki released the explosion from his palm and the ball of fire and smoke resounded harmlessly on top of everyone's head. Katsuki gritted his teeth in discomfort when Izuku tightened the hold he had around his wrist while he pinned him down with his disapproving glare. As the teacher pointed out just a minute ago, we are not allowed to use our quirks outside of sanctioned establishments. That goes double for you, Bakugo, considering how volatile your quirk is, he admonished strongly as he released Katsuki's wrist from his grip. Katsuki glared at Izuku as he gritted his teeth. Quirks. You don't even have a quirk, you stupid nerd. Martial arts is the only thing you've got and that ain't gonna make the cut, and yet you are insulting me by trying to compete in the same league as me, huh? Izuku shook his head. I do have a quirk. Whether you feel insulted or not about me applying for you is none of my concern, nor the fact that I am applying should be of yours for that matter, he replied calmly. Katsuki's fists began to smoke as he glared at Izuku with hatred. What do you mean by that? That you shouldn't use your more powerful quirk to try to intimidate others into not attempting to reach further than you out of fear having your massive and frail pride wounded when you eventually discover that there are those who have a vastly stronger quirk than yours, he replied, his tone calm but there was a hint of amusement in it too. An artery pulsed in Katsuki's forehead as he snarled at Izuku. What are you implying, you shitstain? The bell that indicated the end of that period and the start of the morning recess chose that moment to make its appearance. Izuku sighed and with a shake of his head he stood up, deftly collecting his utensils and grabbing his notebook which he held in his hands. It was in that moment when he noticed that his classmates and teacher had pressed themselves to the furthest wall of the classroom, so they could stay away of the argument, knowing that collateral damage could befall to those that strayed too close to them when they argued. He snorted in amusement and began to walk in the direction of the door. I'm implying nothing, he said simply before he grabbed the handle of the door, slid it open, stepped outside and closed it behind him without looking back. A few steps later he sighed in tired exasperation when he heard an explosion and a bellow of rage. Knowing that there was nothing he could do about it now, he just continued walking towards the cafeteria. He was a bit hungry and he still had 3/4 of a routine to plan out. XXXXXXXXXX. No, stop that thief. Everyone turned towards the noise to see a vaguely humanoid-shaped pile of mud with eyes and sharp teeth running away with a purse somehow held in his hand. Catch me if you can. He laughed, his voice sounding as disgusting as he looked. A blonde-haired man with a skeletal and sunken appearance walked out of a nearby supermarket and started to take in the situation. Someone is coming to deal with that dude, right? He is just taking advantage of how busy mornings are to get away with what he wants. People who abuse their quirks are everywhere. The overly skinny man's height and muscle mass suddenly increased as he transformed, and a grin appeared on his face. No need to worry. Why, you ask? Because I am here. Everyone turned around to the sound of that bellowing voice only for their eyes to widen in disbelief and awe. Holy shit, now fucking way, it's XXXXXXXXXX. The incident this morning with that sludge villain happened across the route I normally take home. Since it's been a few hours since it happened, it should be clear by now. I don't miss my daily run, thought Izuku as he idly looked at his smartphone. With a nod of his head he locked his screen and slipped it into his pocket. He then stood up from his chair, picked up his backpack which he strapped to his back and began to walk towards the door of the classroom. Oi, Deku, where the fuck do you think you are going, huh? I have unfinished business with you. Izuku paused and he turned towards Katsuki to see him stalking aggressively towards him. Those who have no let for their homes and were still in the classroom started to back away as they looked at them warily. Izuku huffed in annoyance and he used that to power up a mild king's will with the intent to intimidate and put an annoyed glare on his face. And I don't have to waste on those business of yours.
Katsuki took a step back, paled and shuddered before he caught himself.
What the fuck? Why am I backing away from Deku off all fucking people? He shouted to himself on his mind as he looked on with disbelief. As was the norm with him, anger started to build up. He refused to believe that he actually had a quirk. He never used it to his benefit. Never showed it off no matter the many chances he got to do so. Someone that didn't use their quirk, in Katsuki's mind, was either lying about it or was ashamed about how useless it was. Not wanting to waste the opportunity to get away without wasting any more time, Izuku nodded at his former friend tightly. Good day, he said simply before he hurried out of the room before Katsuki could waste more of his time. He smiled in amusement when he heard the angered shout and explosion a few seconds after he crossed the school's gate. As he made his way towards his head, Izuku thought about what he had accomplished on planning his training routine. His goal for the next 10 months was to increase the amount of energy he had at his disposal to use the three aspects of his quirk more effectively and for longer periods of time and to increase the speed and strength of his body without using his quirk, which would result in them increasing more when he used armament. Thankfully, he could accomplish all that by increasing the intensity of his training and the amount of time he spent at it along with increasing the amount of time he spent studying concepts new to him in meditation. Sadly, he was going to stop reading comics and playing video games if he was going to have time to accomplish something worthwhile in the next 10 months, but sacrifices must be made if one wanted to accomplish one's goals and Izuku was more than ready and willing to make those sacrifices. Izuku arrived at his home, which was located at the top of a building that functioned as an apartment complex, and he went into his modest house using his own set of keys. I'm home, he announced as he took off his shoes and made his way to his room. Welcome back, honey, I'm in the kitchen, he heard the voice of his mother yell from the direction she told him she was. He yelled back an acknowledgement to her just before he went into his room and closed the door behind him. His room wasn't big nor small and due to the discipline of conduct that was instilled in him by both his mother and his martial arts masters it was very neat and organized. Not even the number of posters of his favorite heroes that littered the room gave his room a disorganized feel. Izuku left his backpack on top of his desk, right next to his laptop, and put his phone to charge since he was going to need the extra power in it for the next few hours. He then striped off his uniform and put in the basin that would indicate his mother that it needed washing. Not pausing for a second, Izuku went into his closet and pulled out one of the many sets of workout clothes he owned. Since it was the summer, he went with a sleeveless zip-up shirt that had a hoodie, running shorts and sneakers that went above his ankles. Izuku then exited his room and went to the kitchen where he found his mother typing on her own laptop while sitting in the kitchen table, documents arranged around her. After she got a considerable amount of money from her divorce, she looked into many investments plans she could follow in order to be able to provide for herself and her son without the aid of her ex-husband. It was even to that point that she didn't want him on their lives anymore. Following those plans she had been very successful and she had enough money that she was never going to worry about it in the future and she could spend a considerable amount of it on a whim without too much thought. And in any case, neither she or Izuku desired fancy things or a lavish lifestyle and merely settled for buying things they needed and for their hobbies, which were collecting anything hero-related, video games and a membership at the local gym for Izuku, and watching movies, reading books and getting the latest clothes for Inko. Even though Inko was far from vain, she was still a woman and she liked to feel attractive even though she didn't have a partner nor interest in having one. It was the reason why she also had a membership at the local gym to which she frequented regularly. Because of that, Inko had hardly changed in the past 10 years. Hell, if one asked someone that knew her from back there they would say she had gotten even more beautiful with the years. Hey mom, he greeted casually as he made a beeline for the fridge, where he procured a special drink that had the electrolytes necessary for him to get the most of his exercises. As he prepared his drink he nodded upwards in the direction of her laptop. What are you working on over there? Inko waved one hand airily over her head. Nothing much, I'm just comparing the income of Mitsuki's clothing shop from this year with the one from last year. I also need to check the current income and predictions of future incomes of the companies and business I have actions in, and that is going to take me what's rest of the afternoon, so that means we are probably going to have to order something for dinner. Izuku's eyes lit up. Can we get katsudon from Murayama's? He asked hopefully. That was his favorite food and Murayama's had the best by far in the entire town. Also, it has been almost 2 weeks since he had any. He needed his fix ASAP. Inko rolled her eyes with a snort of amusement. Of course, we can, Izuku, she agreed easily. While she preferred curry, they had that a few days ago and she had to admit that Murayama's katsudon was divine. She peered at her son with curious eyes as he downed red drink that he claimed helped him with his exercises. How was your day at school? Izuku finished his drink and he smacked his lips, enjoying the light flavor of strawberry of the drink he just drank. You know, same old, same old. Had to spend the entire day switching from meditating and listening to the teachers drone about things I already know, he said with some annoyance, and her lips twitched when one of the muscle on his cheek and forehead twitched in irritation as he continued. And Bakugo was being his usual charming self today too. Man, it's getting harder and harder to not use my quirk to beat some sense into him. That would be going against his code after all. I have spoken to Mitsuki about it, but she isn't too worried. Bakugo-kun may act like that at school, but she actually has a tight leash on him at home. He no longer picks on others with anything other than words, and no one can deny that he has a genuine desire to be a hero. It might be for entirely selfish reasons, yes, but that's better than becoming villain. Gods forbid, she said, actually shuddering at the thought of someone like Katsuki Bakugo becoming a villain with a quirk as powerful as his. Izuku nodded easily in agreement. He could concede that point. He is still annoying though. That temper and mouth of his are going to get him in trouble eventually, he said with certainty. The only reason why Izuku had not delivered the mother of all beatdown on Katsuki himself was because of his rules of conduct. Otherwise, he would have put the explosive blonde on his place a long time ago. That's because of the ridiculous number of hormones going through his body right now, she said offhandedly. When her answer was silence, she looked up to see the raised eyebrow that Izuku was giving him, and she snorted. Don't even think of you comparing yourself to him on that matter. While you are the same age, the number of mental and control exercises you put yourself through every day make it only so your body is affected by those hormones. And don't let me get started on the effects of you working out. And Inko meant that. She might be his mother, but she wasn't afraid to admit that her son was attractive. Her friends never failed to mention it whenever they got together. She knew that he was going to have to beat off girls with a stick in the very near future. Izuku blushed at the pointed and appreciative look his mother gave him, and he coughed uncomfortably into his fist. Yeah, okay. Speaking of working out, next morning I'm going to up the intensity of my routine. I only have 10 months before I can apply for UA, and I need to prepare as much as I can. So. Inko chuckled and nodded in understanding. I'll make sure that all of your meals from Monday onwards complement your new routine. Knowing you are going to work in speed and strength, right? She asked, focusing back on her computer so she could make a reminder in effect to that. Yep, nodded Izuku. Thanks Mom, you are the best. I'll see you when I come back from my run, he said before wrapping an arm around his mother's head and bringing it into his hard stomach for a hug. She laughed as he did so, and she med in happiness when he bent down to give her a kiss on the top of her head. Izuku walked back into his room in order to get his smartphone and customized breathing mask. He strapped his phone to his right bicep and then did the same with his mask, which went around his head and covered his lower face and ears. He loved this mask because it also had speakers that connected to his phone via Bluetooth, meaning that he could hear his favorite songs while he exercised. He then stepped out of his house, stretched for a bit the moment he reached the streets, and started a slow jog after pulling the hood of his zip-up shirt over his head. XXXXXXXXXXX. Izuku had been running for about 40 minutes now, and despite the fact that he was sweating buckets, he wasn't tired, nor breathing harshly, nor were his muscles aching. While that was mainly due to his incredible stamina, which he has been cultivating in the past 10 years, it was also due to his breathing mask that allowed him to take in a larger concentration oxygen with each breath and the drink he had while he was speaking with his mother. And if you included that he was currently listening to Eminem, Till I Collapse, he was actually having a really good time running as he thought about what other things he could include into his training routine and his quirk. For example, he currently was thinking on why whenever he listened to music using his headsets of the speakers of his breathing mask, his passive range with mantra was automatically reduced to 80 feet. It was likely that since that aspect of his quirk used all 5 of his senses, cutting one of them off from the environment resulted the immediate loss of 20% of its effectiveness. It was the logical thing to assume. He was going to have to experiment further with that in the future. Perhaps that was the start on going on the right path on increasing the passive range of mantra. While being aware of everything around you in a radius of even 10 feet, and Izuku was capable of that 10 times over, was enough to not get caught off war. The larger his range, the more time Izuku had to respond to what he was perceiving. Izuku was currently going through a tunnel and he just passed a sealed sewer entrance when he abruptly stopped as he felt something moving very fast entering his reduced field of perception right below him. Not 5 seconds passed when suddenly, from the gaps in the lid of the entrance of the sewer, a disgustingly brownish-green sludge began to rise. "What the?" he muttered, his voice muffled due to his mask. The sludge coalesced into a disgusting mass that almost reached the ceiling of the tunnel and Izuku could make out a set of yellow eyes and a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. A medium-sized invisibility cloak was enough to give him the slip, muttered the thing with a voice as disgusting as it looked. It finally caught sight of Izuku and its yellow eyes perked up with glee as it grinned evilly. "Oh, what a wonderful body you have," it declared creepily before tentacles of sludge shot forward with clear intent of grabbing him. Izuku ducked under the first one and he jumped back to avoid being grabbed by the second one, his hood slipping off his head with the sudden motion. He glared at the disgusting thing in front of him as he slipped into his fighting stance. Since he was right-handed, his left flank was facing his opponent with his right arm cocked back and bent at the elbow, his right fist at the same height as his head. His left arm was extended forward with his palm loose ready to block, parry or grab any attack. And finally, his legs were spread a bit wider than his shoulders with his knees slightly bent, ready to move at a moment's notice. This was the opening stance for his personal style that mixed Muay Thai, Taekwondo and Judo. Judging by his appearance, this is probably the petty thief that caused this morning's incident, thought Izuku as he took in his opponent. I know he can move really fast but he is remaining stationary, likely meaning that his moving speed can only be achieved in short bursts. Also, I'm fast enough to comfortably avoid his tentacle attacks. If I keep my distance I can probably stay out of harm's way until a pro hero arrives to deal with him. Something in its tone tell me that he's not going to let me run away freely. Dawn tried to resist. "Kid, I'm just going to take over your body. I promise you that it's only going to hurt for about 45 seconds before you can't feel anything else," the sludge villain said with a note of irritation in his voice before sending numerous tentacles in Izuku's way with the intention of wrapping them around him so he could bring him closer to him to initiate the process of taking over his body. With luck, the boy had a quirk powerful enough to face him. Izuku had other plans, however. With liberal use of the almost absolute awareness that mantra gave him, Izuku knew where each tentacle was, the angle from which it was going to come from, their intended target on his body and the speed in which they were going to come. While knowing that wasn't enough to counter them, since his body needed to be fast enough to react to what his mind was processing, in this case that didn't matter because Izuku was fast enough to do that with almost insulting ease. So, Toshinori Yagi, or as he was considerably better known as, All Might, was understandably impressed and a bit shocked when he climbed out of the sewers to see a teen that couldn't be older than 15 evading the attacks of a villain that had managed to escape him, the currently #1 hero, with a grace and control of movement that he had seldom seen before. He noticed that the lad's green eyes were focused solely on main body of the sludge villain. He is not looking at the tentacles, yet he is evading them all without failing, thought All Might as he watched the teen flip over tentacle that attempted to strike his legs under him only to fall into a handstand, in which he flexed his elbows and tucked his knees into his stomach to avoid another sludge tentacle that reached for his feet. Then he used his arms to shoot into the air and went into a barrel roll to evade 2 other tentacles without possibly looking at them. Some kind of perception quirk, perhaps. That would also explain why his body looks more prepared than even mine when I received one for all. That means that this kid is smart enough to think of ways in which he could better complement his quirk. It took him less than 10 seconds to realize all that and he cursed himself for getting caught up in admiring new, promising talent when he still had a job to do. So, All Might, not wanting to risk the well-being of a civilian, decided to announce his presence and finish the job that he started this morning. "I am here," he declared and gave a mental sigh of relief when the sludge villain immediately stopped focusing on the boy and turned to him. "You," shouted the sludge villain with hatred before it sent a tentacle of sludge with a bit more power and speed when compared to the ones that he had been using against Izuku, who by the way was just standing there staring with wide eyes at All Might while his arms hung limply at his sides. All Might quickly ducked under the attack, ignoring the small debris that fell on his back from it colliding against the concrete of the tunnel. Cocking his fist back, he made the necessary adjustments, so his next action didn't affect the boy he had just saved. Texas, he shot his fist forward, generating enough wind pressure for it to be visible to the naked eye. Smash! Izuku braced himself as the strong winds generated by All Might's attack buffeted him, and he couldn't take his eyes away as he watched the wind pressure that was directed slightly upwards so it won't reach him and harm him, essentially disintegrating the sludge villain like it was nothing. Soon it was over and he still couldn't move a muscle as he watched with awe as the number one hero, and his idol, All Might, used an empty bottle to collect the remains of the sludge villain that housed his consciousness, which was the bit that held the eyes and mouth. "Hey, young man, are you all right?" Izuku snapped out of his reverie the moment All Might addressed him directly. He looked up at him, admiring his famous and fearless grin for a moment before he managed to formulate a response. Yes. I'm perfectly fine, All Might. You arrived right in time, just like you always do." The praise and worship came out naturally and without him thinking it as he got stars in his eyes. All Might laughed loudly. Izuku gushed. "If that's the case, then I'm glad. I'm sorry I got you involved with that villain. I don't usually make rookie mistakes like that. But, in any case, you were a very big help." "Thank you. I managed to capture him safely," he declared, making a pose while holding the bottles containing the sludge villain and grinning, his teeth sparkling by reflecting the light of the sun since they were now outside of the tunnel. "It doesn't matter that he looks so different in person, he is still very cool," thought Izuku admiringly, with stars still in his eyes. "Shit, I'm only a few seconds away from reaching my limit. I have to go now," thought Toshinori as he slipped the 2 bottles containing the defeated villain into the pockets of his cargo pants. "Well, I must take this guy to the authorities. Keep practicing with your quirk and you will become a great hero one day. Perhaps one day you will return the favor from today. I will be counting with your support." With that said, All Might flexed his knees and shot into the air, sending everything not firmly adhered to the ground flying because of the winds generated by the force of his jump. He was going to stop at one of the rooftops to rest for a bit and regain some strength before delivering the villain. In his haste, All Might forgot to secure the bottles, and they fell to the ground below a few moments before he reached the rooftop. He was not going to realize this until later. Back in with Izuku, he was shaking in excitement with a huge grin that was being concealed by his mask, but its presence was betrayed by his almost crinkled closed eyes. "I just met All Might and he told me I could become a great hero in the future. Forget Monday. I'm starting my new routine right now," he shouted gleefully in his mind as he started to sprint at his top speed, which was considerably faster than what could be achieved by someone without a quirk that could be used to augment one's moving speed. "Today is the best day ever," he declared with a happy laugh. "Oh, poor Izuku, you don't even know the first thing of it. XXXXXXXXXXX. That motherfucker, Deku, I'll show him the next time I see him," snarled Bakugo as he crushed an empty can of soda which he threw away in his rage. "You need to calm down, Katsuki. Aren't you childhood friends with him?" asked one of his lackeys as he took a drag from his cigarette. "You are not going to like it if you push Midoriya too far. That guy's mysterious quirk is quite scary after all," said the other one, the one that could extend the length of his G-finger, which he did in order to reach for a cigarette without extending his entire arm. Katsuki turned his glare towards the one with long fingers. "What the fuck are you talking about? That worthless piece of shit Deku doesn't have a quirk," he bellowed, kicking a set of bottles that had disgusting content in them. His other friend exhaled some smoke. "He does have a quirk, Katsuki. We don't just know the nature of it. When Matsuda tried to punch him once in the stomach, all the bones in his hand broke along with dislocating his wrist, and Matsuda is made of stone. And with how many times to interact with each other, I would have thought you would notice how easy it is for him to intimidate others with just a look, and how he always seems to know where everyone and anything is." Katsuki growled before scoffing in derision. "Yeah, right, as if. Matsuda is an idiot who probably made the story up to not embarrass himself. I'm sure he injured himself somehow. And for the other things it must have been coincidences or something to do with his martial arts," he said, refusing to acknowledge that someone with a quirk would not show it off. Besides, Deku didn't develop a quirk when they were 4 years old, and the rumors about him having one started only 2 years ago. It was impossible for a quirk to manifest at that age after all. Instead, Katsuki focused on another thing, sick of being angry at someone who in his mind was worthless. "And what have I told you about smoking when I'm around? That's going to reflect badly on me, so fucking stop it, you moron." As he turned around, he didn't see the terrifying mass of sludge that suddenly rose from the ground. Invisibility cloak, with a powerful quirk. His friends, however, did. What the fuck, Katsuki, look out, huh, xxxxxxxxxxxx. Toshinori Yagi sighed as he leaned his back against the railing of the rooftop of the building he had chosen to rest in order to get few more minutes to use one for all, so he could deliver the villain he just defeated without revealing his secret. Finding a successor to pass the torch of his power was becoming a top priority, so much that it was becoming a very major distraction. Proof of this was how that third-rate villain managed to somehow give him the slip for hours. And to be honest, you couldn't really blame Toshinori for it. Ever since his fight with that man 5 years ago, the need to pass on his power to someone that wasn't as limited as he was now became something that he must do before that man recovered from his injuries and attempted to regain control he used to have of Japan. Weakened and limited as he was now, a fight with that man right now was something he couldn't afford to have without sacrificing something that he could easily come to regret later. It was the reason why he had come to Japan, in order to find a successor for his power. It didn't matter to him if they already had a quirk or not. Japan, along with the United States of America, China, India were the countries with the biggest concentration of quirk users because of the amount of people that lived there. So, it was in those places that All Might felt he had the best chances at finding a successor. Even more so as he was going to be teaching at UA starting the next year. He hoped to find someone worthy of his power there. Because if he didn't, they were all doomed. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion and Toshinori shot to his feet and looked in the direction of the explosion. It was then when he noticed the lack of a substantial weight in his pockets and he looked down only for his eyes to widen when he saw that the bottle containing the sludge villain was not there. This can't be happening. XXXXXXXXXXX. Izuku was almost reaching the point where he needed to turn around in order to go back to his home for the second part of his run when heard the explosion even over the sound of the music he was hearing. Perking up, he changed directions and began to run in the direction from which the sound of the explosion had come from. While he managed to catch a glimpse of the pro-heroes that were in patrol today earlier in the morning, he was not going to pass up the opportunity to do so again. It only took him a few minutes, in which a few more explosions resounded, to reach the site of the disaster and his eyes widened when he saw the amount of people there looking on into the street that was littered with destroyed property and burning asphalt. Still, even with the big crowd of people watching on, he managed to make out the heroes that were trying to deal with the situation and just like he expected, they were the same ones from this morning. They weren't easy to miss. Death Arms was holding back the crowd from approaching the danger zone from one end of the street and MT. Lady was doing the same from the other end. Backdraft was doing his best to control the fires that were threatening to increase in intensity and Shinrin Kamui was using his wood powers to reduce the amount of destruction that was being caused. It was then when noticed the villain and his eyes widened when he saw that it was the sludge villain from half an hour ago. He managed to escape All Might again. This guy must be very good, he thought as he noticed that none of the heroes were trying to fight him. It took him a few seconds to realize why. His sludge form likely gives him a resistance against physical blows, which means that Death Arms can't do much to him. Since Shinrin Kamui's powers are based off wood, with the explosions the villain is causing a fight between them would result in Kamui's quick defeat. Backdraft isn't fighter, so the only thing he can do is control the fires as best as he can. And finally, it seems like MT. Lady isn't able to control how much she grows and she can't step in due to the size of the street. Hey, why are the heroes not fighting the villain? A schoolboy got caught. The villain is using his quirk to cause the explosions and the heroes cannot act in fear of harming him. Izuku's eyes widened when he heard this and he focused his eyes more on the form of the villain only to gasp when he saw the sludge of the villain covering the form of one Katsuki Bakugo, the person whom he disliked the most in the entire world, some whose eyes were normally filled with arrogance and contempt but now were filled with despair and pain, as he pleaded for someone to help him. Izuku didn't even think about it. Toshinori arrived at the scene only for his sunken eyes to widen when he saw the boy from earlier frantically running towards the villain, ignoring the shouts of everyone else calling him to stop. That idiot, what the hell is he thinking? A perception quirk such as his is not going to be of any help in a situation like this. He is going to get himself killed and there is nothing I can do right now. I'm so pathetic, he thought to himself in anger as he looked on helplessly. Those feelings, however, weren't going to last for much longer. Play hero by Skillet, Bakugo, shouted Izuku as he ran towards them faster than he had ever done before. He ignored the blistering heat of the flames and the debris littering the street, evading them without losing speed. As a matter of fact, he was steadily going faster, shocking those that were observant enough to notice it. You, shouted the sludge villain with a growl as he cocked a brightly glowing fist back. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Izuku of all people running towards him with worried expression on his face. Expression contorting into a glare, Izuku focused his king's will with the intent to intimidate on the sludge villain, making him falter seemingly out of nowhere as he hesitated, and his fist stopped glowing with the power of his hostage's quirk. Only the pro-heroes there noticed this and quickly deduced that whatever had happened to make the villain stop his attack was obviously done by the reckless boy running towards him. Then, shocking everyone there further, Izuku activated armament on his legs, covering them with the black substance as he bent his right knee when his right foot touched the ground as he continued to run, out of the sudden sending himself forward at easily 10 times the speed he had before, leaving a 10 feet wide and 2 feet deep crater in the place where he had stepped with his right foot and creating a shockwave that misplaced the air at the sudden increase of his speed. He was also carving a trench of destroyed concrete in his path forward. What the hell? Screamed All Might in his mind when he saw this. That amount of power can easily match One for All at 25%. Just what in the hell is the nature of this kid's quirk? Izuku covered the remaining distance between him and the sludge villain in the blink of an eye and he latched onto the villain, glaring heatedly into his eyes. "I'm not going to let you harm him anymore," he shouted in defiance, his voice being heard clearly despite it being muffled by his mask. He cocked his left arm back and lashed out forwards with it, burying it up to his forearm into the form of the villain and grasping Bakugo by his clothes. Katsuki glared at Izuku as he felt him grab his clothes. "Why are you doing this, Deku?" Izuku turned his glare towards Katsuki. "Shut up you idiot," he said, and he activated armament on his left arm, noticing how Katsuki's eyes widened in shock as he saw this. Not wasting any second, Izuku tucked his knees into his body and pressed the sole of his feet into the villain before he kicked out with both of his legs, separating himself and pulling out Bakugo from the villain, who was sent flying backwards a few dozen feet away, yelling in pain. Izuku flipped backwards to gain control of his airborne body and he landed on his feet, skidding backwards and destroying more concrete as his feet dug into the ground. He dropped Bakugo unceremoniously on the ground as he glared at the villain that was rubbing at the place where he had kicked him, where he could see the indents of his boot, healing, as they were covered with more sludge. "I thought he was impervious to physical attacks, but I managed to hurt him. Was it because of armament?" The pro-heroes there were thinking the same, unknown to him. "Deku," growled Katsuki as he looked up at him from his place on the floor. Izuku's eyes flickered towards him as he slowly slipped into the opening stance of his fighting style. "We might hate each other, Bakugo, but let me remind you that my dream is to become a hero," said Izuku, his muffled voice being heard loud and clear as his right arm was covered by the black substance of armament. "It's a hero's duty to put his life in the line to defend those that can't do it for themselves. That, and because your eyes were honestly calling for help." All Might felt as if his predecessor had just smacked him with all her strength back when she was training him to inherit One for All. The boy's words struck a chord within him and a happy grin appeared on his face as he watched the boy shot himself forward again without hesitation and with even more speed and power than the first time he did so. He watched as the kid almost negligently parried the attacks of the sludge villain without slowing down, shooting himself up in the air, evading even more tentacles of sludge and appearing right above the villain with his fist cocked back. Armament hockey. Hammer arm. The boy then proceeded to punch the villain with enough strength that his fist created a shockwave of displaced air and a crater as wide of the street and as deep as All Might was tall when he was using One for All as the villain was knocked unconscious and sludge was plastered all over the place. All Might's grin couldn't get any wider as he saw the boy standing over the defeated form of the villain, his right arm smoking due to the power of his punch. Toshinori Yagi ignored the cheers of the crowd as they rushed forward. He stood there, legs frozen as his entire body shook in excitement and happiness. "I've found him. I've finally found him. Prepare yourself Izuku Midoriya, for unknown to you the real start of the rest of your life begun now." With a blank expression on his face, which was entirely visible because his breathing mask was hanging loosely from his neck, Izuku made his way back walking almost mechanically. The reason for this was that his happiness and excitement were so much that they went beyond what his body and face could express, and that was entirely due to what happened a few minutes again when he saved Katsuki from the sludge villain. He had been entirely truthful when he'd told him that it didn't matter whether they got along or not. If Izuku saw facing troubles they couldn't solve on their own, he was going to do his damnedest to help because that was what a hero did, and if Izuku wanted to become a great one, he needed to get on that mindset, something which he did long ago. His mindset has been such since even before he got his quirk. Thinking of his quirk made him recall how he had been able to hit the sludge villain with one of his armament-enhanced punches. Amidst the praises and scolding the pro-heroes had given him, they had confirmed that the sludge villain was basically immune to blunt force trauma. It had thrown everyone for a loop when Izuku had defeated him using such, which made everyone wonder if there was more to his quirk than just strength enhancement. Izuku of course knew that there was certainly more than that to his quirk, but he had not elaborated because at the time he had thought that the armament aspect was exactly that. A very powerful enhancement to all his physical capabilities, but seeing that with it he was capable of damaging quirk users that were immune to those methods of attack made him realize that there was even more to it than that. It wasn't very surprising, since armament was the product of the still unknown energy that coursed through his body, but it was still unexpected. It seemed like he was going to have to do more research into his quirk. After everyone was done praising him and, curiously enough, Katsuki for their powerful quirks, they and the crowd of civilians were ushered away so the heroes and the repair crews could quickly start dealing with the aftermath of the sludge villain's attack and the destruction caused by the fight respectively.
When they left, Katsuki had shouted at him about him not needing his help and that his quirk was still stronger than his. Izuku had just waved him off before walking away without looking at him.
Izuku's eyebrow twitched as he recalled that. Man, I can't wait until we start formal hero training at UA. So I can have a legitimate reason that doesn't go against my code of conduct to smack some sense and manners into that ungrateful son of a. I am here. Izuku had only a second to wonder just how fast was All Might that it only took 2 rapid blinks of his eyes before he reached him after entering the edge of complete mantra field. That speed is ridiculous, he thought with a gulp. That was when the rest of his mind caught up with what he was seeing and analyzing, and his eyes widened in shock. All Might, what are you doing here? All Might laughed boomingly as he put his fist on his hips. I wanted to speak with you, young Midoriya-kun, he said as he looked down at him, smile widening as he noticed that Izuku's surprise was due to his presence rather than his abrupt appearance. It seemed like the perception aspect of his quirk was strong enough to detect him when he was moving at 70% speed. It was extremely impressive to say the very least. If it was possible, Izuku's eyes widened even further. You wanted to speak with me. What about? He almost squeaked his question as he gushed, staring up at the number 1 hero with stars in his eyes. Izuku felt like he was going to pass out. This was the second time he saw his idol on the same day. And now that idol had apparently looked for him specifically in order to speak with him. It was official. Best day ever. He somehow even knew his name. Please, someone pinch him for this must be a dream. Earlier, when you ran to face the sludge villain to save that kid, Izuku's eyes widened at the seriousness in his voice, even though his fearless grin was still on his face. Your legs moved on their own, right? You saw the pleading expression on his face, his eyes filled with despair, and you ran to help him even though you saw that professional heroes with more experience than you couldn't do anything. Am I correct? The further All Might spoke, the wider Izuku's eyes got. When he finished, Izuku stammered for a second before he hurriedly nodded his head. Yes. That was exactly what happened. He got surer of himself as he spoke. His eyes got that glint of determination that showed All Might his conviction. I will never stand by idly and watching if I know I am able to do something to help, no matter how little or insignificant it is. Ah, yes, I saw that in the way you moved without hesitation and heard it in your words you said to that boy whom you saved even though there was bad blood between you two. You moved in to save him because he needed help and it was the right thing to do, he said that with an impressed voice full of pride. It made Izuku blush in embarrassment as a huge grin appeared on his face. Earlier I told you that you could become a great hero if you continued training your body and quirk as you have been obviously doing. But now I know that you can become the greatest hero in history. Even greater than I.
Izuku froze as he looked up at All Might. What are you talking about, All Might? He asked, his voice smile and strained. He started to laugh in disbelief.
There's no way I can become greater than you. That's simply impossible. Izuku was sure of that. Haki was an extremely powerful quirk, yes, but it was limited by how much his body, mind and spirit could grow, and Izuku wasn't delusional enough to think that there was threshold he wasn't going to be able to overcome because of that natural limitations of his body. As far as he knew, All Might's had no limits to what he could do, unlike him. All Might grinned knowingly. That's where you are wrong, young Midoriya. Why, you ask, for I have seen that you already have the best mindset a hero could have. One of selfness and willingness to put your life in the line for the sake of others. And if that wasn't enough, you have a very powerful and peculiar quirk that not only allows you to sense everything around you, but it also lets you make others hesitate and enhance your physical strength exponentially. Izuku's entire body was red and he resembled a tomato as he stared at everything but All Might, who was looking at him earnestly. He was so touched, happy and excited that he lost his ability to form words. All Might continued speaking. It's because of this that I deem you worthy to inherit my quirk and become the next symbol of peace. The one whose name and presence strikes fear on the wicked and evil doers. Izuku Midoriya, you will be next torchbearer of One for All. Izuku blinked and cocked his head to the side. Say what now? XXXXXXXXXX. Inko blinked slowly as she looked at her son. Okay, so let me get this straight. After you intervened and defeated the villain that kidnapped Bakugo-kun, something which I am still conflicted about how to feel by the way, you impressed All Might of all heroes and he offered you a chance to train with him every day for the next 10 months because he doesn't want your potential to be wasted. Did I get that right? Izuku nodded his head slowly. Yes, he confirmed unsurely as he shifted his weight from one feet to another. He hated lying to his mother, but the true circumstances of what his training with All Might were too delicate for those not directly involved and affected to know. Still, he refused to not tell his mother some measure of the truth and thankfully, All Might understood and even agreed with his reasoning. Izuku thought that All Might was just happy that he had agreed to his offer. While Izuku was not someone that craved power, he knew that he had limits that could very well mean that he couldn't become the hero that he wanted to be. All Might's quirk, One for All, was the answer to that issue, a quirk that stockpiled power from previous bearers that could be passed down to a new one in order to stockpile more of it and make the quirk stronger than it was before. And according to All Might, he would be 9th bearer of the power. That means that when I accept the power, I will be able to be as strong as All Might with the possibility of becoming stronger by stockpiling even more power through the course of my life. And that is without counting the enhancement of armament and the effect it could possibly have on Mantra and King's Will. Still, holy fucking crap, this can't be real. Inko narrowed her eyes at her son in suspicion and it didn't help that his eyes stared to wander as he began to sweat buckets. She knew that Izuku was telling her the truth about training with All Might but there was something else he was not telling her. Izuku knew that lying to her was out of the question as he knew the consequences of doing such a thing would be dire for him, so that meant that whatever he was not telling her was because he couldn't, rather than he didn't want to do it. That didn't make her feel better about allowing her son to partake in what could possibly a very dangerous training regime but. Inko sighed and smiled at him. I think that's a great, 1 in a million opportunities that you shouldn't waste, Izuku. I will allow you to train with All Might as long it doesn't involve anything too dangerous and you keep your #1 spot at Ordera. You might want to become a hero, but that doesn't mean you should slack off on your other current responsibilities to prioritize the other, she said sternly, but her proud and encouraging smile was still in place. Izuku beamed at his mother and picked her up in a bear hug, the two of them laughing as he twirled her around. Thanks, Mom, you don't know how much this means to me, he said after he put her down when she told him to do so by smacking him on the arm. Of course I do, you big oaf, she told him matter-of-factly using the voice she used to use with him as a baby as she pulled on his cheek with her index finger and thumb. You still have all of those All Might posters, figurines, comics and videos in your room. I think I know how much being offered training by your idol means to you, she said dryly, releasing his cheek with a sharp tug that had him protesting in pain. Izuku blushed in embarrassment as his mother mentioned his almost unhealthy obsession with the #1 hero. Yeah, I guess you are right, he said with a nervous laugh as he scratched the back of his head. Inko smirked haughtily. I'm always right, Izuku. You better remember that. A bead of sweat trailed down Izuku's temple as all of a sudden his mother started cackling manically. It never went through Izuku's mind that Inko, his sweet and beautiful mother that while scary sometimes when she worried about him, was already formulating plans on how she was going to use his unquestionable future popularity as hero when he became a professional. That he managed to impress All Might enough that the #1 hero wanted to train him was enough proof for Inko that Izuku was going to be someone great in the future, someone worth making a few investments on. For Inko, the past 10 years, had turned into a businesswoman. And as such, Inko had to make investments to get the things she wanted. And Inko only truly wanted 3 things. 1. She wanted to see her son accomplish his dreams of becoming a hero. 2. He wanted to have enough money to always live comfortably and without worrying about indulging on her hobbies. And 3. She wanted lots of grandbabies to spoil. She knew that Izuku was well on his way on reaching his dreams and she has already accomplished her second goal. Her third goal was dependent entirely on Izuku, but knowing his personality and how girls were about powerful, caring and handsome guys like Izuku, she was not too worried about it. That night Izuku went to sleep amidst thought of what his training with All Might was going to entail and the sudden and unexpectedly creepy giggles that would randomly originate from his mother's room. Every time he heard them, he would shudder in terror, wondering if his mother's quirk had evolved somehow into causing defenseless and innocent sons to be afraid. XXXXXXXXXX. Katsuki Bakugo glared at the ceiling of his room as he laid on his bed, his hand resting behind his head. His lips were curled into a snarl as he growled in anger, and it was only because of the threat of his mother that he wasn't blowing everything in his rage. That fucking nerd, thought Katsuki in anger as he recalled everything that happened that day. How he was easily kidnapped by that sludge villain, and how that same villain had somehow managed to take control of his body and used his quirk to wreak havoc. While Katsuki wasn't necessarily concerned about the latter, it was the former that angered him. That, and the fact that it was Izuku Midoriya of all people that saved him. And his quirk, that black substance that covered his arms and legs and gave him enough strength to knock out a villain that had a quirk that essentially immune to physical attacks with one single punch. Smoke started to trail up behind Katsuki's head as his hands heated up in response to his anger. That asshole also dared to hide something as powerful as that for so long. It was the fact that Izuku had been successful in doing so that angered him so much. While Katsuki had heard the rumors of the things Izuku did that pointed to the fact that he had a quirk, Katsuki never saw it with his own eyes, which meant that he just chalked it up to the school blowing things out of proportion and Izuku himself telling that to everyone to trick them into treating him as if he was worth the air he breathed. However, now seeing it with his own two eyes, Katsuki came to a realization that had him cursing up a storm. At the moment, Izuku was easily stronger than him. What happened today showed that without a doubt, and in Katsuki's mind the existence of someone his age stronger than him was something that he just couldn't accept. Much less if that someone got his quirk much later than him and refused to use it out of a stupid sense of honor that only helped to limit him. It just angered Katsuki to the point he wanted to explode. The fact that Izuku had ignored him entirely when he confronted him after the professional heroes urged them to get away, so they could deal with the aftermath of the sludge villain's attack, wasn't helping matters at all. Don't you dare think you are better than me now, bastard. Katsuki scowled. Just you wait, Deku. I'll show you who's got the best fucking quirk between us and crush you until you die. XXXXXXXXXX. Why are we here again? Asked Izuku, covering his nose by applying pressure with his index finger and thumb. He was currently at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. There were tons of trash accumulated, and needless to say, the smell of waste combined with the salty air of the ocean made for a disgusting combination that Izuku could barely stand. Still, All Might had set this place as the one in which they would meet. Speaking of the number one hero. Because we are going to clean it and restore it to its previous glory as we train you to use One for All, said Toshinori Yagi, or as Izuku still knew him as, All Might, in his true form of an overly skinny man with a sunken face and eyes and wearing baggy clothes to compensate for his transformation when he used One for All and buffed up to the point he even became taller. Since Izuku knew about One for All, there was no need to hide the fact that he had two forms and even his current limitations due to his injuries. It made easier to explain the haste in which why he wanted to pass down his power and get the new torchbearer to a point in which said power could be used effectively and indefinitely. Ah, that makes sense then, said Izuku with a nod. He knew that this place was supposed to be extremely beautiful in the past, and truth to be told, seeing it in such a sorry and disgusting state made him want to do something about it. And besides, there was more on being a hero than having flashy powers and fighting villains. Helping with plot and tasks such as this were the jobs of heroes too. Am I going to get One for All right away, or must I train before I am able to use it? Asked Izuku seriously. He had experience with quirks that enhanced the user's physical abilities, the armament aspect of hockey being a prime example of this, and he knew that if his body was unable to handle the strain of enhancement, then two things could happen. 1. His body will get destroyed under the strain of using that amount of power, or 2. He won't be able to use the power at all. The latter happened in his case, as he couldn't go beyond a level of enhancement with armament until he trained his body enough to handle it. Toshinori shook his head in the negative. Normally, that would be the case, but he started speaking as he turned to look at Izuku, giving his body an inspecting look. The boy was wearing workout clothes suited for the warm weather, and they showed his musculature. All Might could see that those muscles were not meant for show, rather they were meant to be used. Not like he needed to confirm this, since he had already seen what the kid was capable of 2 days ago. Considering that you have been training your body to handle the stress of your own quirk, I'd say that right now you are ready to receive One for All to start getting used to the amount of power it gives you. Stockpiling more power will come after you have managed to successfully handle 100% of One for All's current output. Izuku nodded. I understand. Even though my body is ready to handle the power, that doesn't mean that it is going to be used to it. Meaning that I will have to gradually increase the percentage of power I use in order to not be harmed by the stress using it causes. Unlike my quirk, I doubt One for All makes you aware of when too much power is too much power before you end up with bones broken and muscles tore, I suppose, mused Izuku thoughtfully as he grasped his chin, now able to ignore the foul odor surrounding him since he had better and more important things to focus on. Toshinori grinned, blood trailing down the corners of his mouth. Exactly. We don't want you injuring yourself too much outside of base strength, speed, durability and stamina training after all. He paused before he turned look at Izuku. He suddenly buffed up and stroked a pose as he flexed his muscles. Okay, let us waste time no more, young Midoriya. It's the moment for you to inherit One for All. Izuku stiffened and squared his shoulders tightly as he looked up at All Might, the man's words a distraction enough for him to ignore the bizarre transformation he just went through. I'm ready to do whatever it takes, All Might. I will do my best to not let you down. All Might chose him, out of millions, to bear the torch of his power and to become the next symbol of peace, and like everything he did, Izuku was going to give it his all to accomplish this task to the best of his abilities. All Might seemed to get pumped up by Izuku's answer as he flexed his muscles even more and laughed his loudest laugh yet. That's the spirit. Now, he trailed off and reached upwards, using his index and thumb to pull a string of hair from his head. He presented it to Izuku with an overdramatic and honestly unnecessary flourish. Eat this.
Izuku blinked. What? In order to gain One for All you must ingest the current's bearer DNA, and hair is the least disgusting part of my body that you could eat, he explained, practically shoving the string of hair into Izuku's hand. Izuku blinked once again before slowly nodding. Bizarrely enough, that makes a surprising amount of sense, said Izuku with a bit of hesitation as he looked at the blonde hair he was holding between his finger.
After a few moments he sighed and with reluctance he put it in his mouth, accumulating saliva in order to swallow it without issues. Even though he barely felt it because of this, he still gagged at the knowledge that he had willingly swallowed All Might's hair. It didn't matter if it had come from his idol, it was still disgusting. Now, it's going to take a few hours for your body to metabolize my hair and give you access to One for All. So, in the meantime, All Might suddenly turned into his true form as he trailed off, coughing blood. Let's talk about your own quirk. I know that you can use it to sense things around you, enhance your body and somehow distract your foes by. I want you to tell me everything you know about your quirk, so we can start hypothesizing on how it will affect it by One for All. Well, I named my quirk Hockey Ambition because of how it works. What it does is that it gives me this energy, which grows by increasing both my physical and mental capabilities, that allows me to. Izuku explained mantra, armament and kings will as best as he could to All Might, leaving nothing out about what he had managed to glean from his quirk in the past 10 years. All Might listened attentively and didn't interrupt Izuku throughout his explanation, only occasionally nodding his head in understanding and humming in thought. When Izuku finished after almost 30 minutes, Toshinori nodded sharply. All right, I believe I have a good grasp of your quirk going by what you have told me, said All Might, hiding his shudder with the ease due to him being who he was. Izuku's potential had been enormous with only taking hockey and its 3 aspects into account. With that alone Izuku would have been able to reach the top 10 in the heroes ranking easily. With One for All added to the sum, it honestly terrified him.
It's necessary, thought Yagi grimly. The world needed someone even more powerful than All Might to face the upcoming threats, of that he was sure.
And while it was going to take Izuku many years to reach a point where his name and presence alone would become a deterrent for villains and evildoers, Toshinori was 100% sure that the day will come when an era of absolute peace and prosperity for humanity will be reached, with Izuku as the catalyst that started it and the pillar that held it together. Also, All Might wasn't worried about making Izuku overwhelmingly powerful and him turning into a villain. Why, you ask? Because there was no way in hell that someone that jumped in to save someone they didn't like just because they looked like they needed help had it in them to use their quirk to hurt others or in an entirely selfish manner. Toshinori had not even a speck of worry on that front. With a bloody grin on his face, All Might addressed Izuku. Since One for All stockpiles physical power, I doubt it will affect mantra and kings will at all, but those aspects of your quirk are extremely powerful as they are and on their own. The armament aspect, however, he trailed off, thinking for a moment before he continued. When you used it to save young Bakugo 2 days ago, was that the limit to how much you could enhance yourself with it? Izuku pondered for a minute, rubbing his chin in thought as he recalled the event as he could. Truthfully, everything had been so fast and instinctual that there wasn't a whole lot he could recall, but thankfully it was enough to answer All Might's question. He made a so-so gesture with his hand. I would say I could go about 1/10 further enhancement, give it or take it.
Toshinori nodded in understanding and grinned, more blood leaking out of the corners of his mouth.
That means that you will be able to use 35%, at the most, of One for All's maximum output right off the bat when no enhanced by armament hockey. With that in mind, our best bet would be to increase your base physical capabilities while training you to get used to how One for All feels and slowly increasing how much you can use. Since the strength of hockey grows as you do, we will be also training that as we go. After that we can look into using armament hockey and One for All at the same time. That was when Izuku finally realized that while All Might was impossibly powerful, his intelligence was also off the charts, which made him even more incredible and terrifying in his eyes. Izuku was glad that there wasn't a villain as powerful and intelligent as All Might. Someone as powerful as All Might but without his morals and views. Merely thinking about the possibility gave him the chills. Izuku and Toshinori continued talking with each other, theorizing about the different things Izuku would be capable of once he trained with One for All and exchanging training ideas and concepts in order to come up with the most efficient program for Izuku, making sure to include a time dedicated for cleaning the beach, which they were going to use as training for control for One for All. They also had to include the time Izuku was going to spend in school and studying and meditating, since in order for hockey to grow he needed to train his brain too. This was the end result. Mondays, Saturdays, sleeping time 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. Weighted running 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. Strength, speed, stamina training 5 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. School 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. One for All control training 3:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Studying, homework, meditation time 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Sundays, recovery day. The plan was even more intense than the one he was planning to follow before he met All Might, and Izuku felt excited and ready for it. He knew that it wasn't going to be easy and the desire to quit was going to increase each day that passed, but Izuku knew the importance of him accomplishing what he himself and All Might had set him to do. He was responsible of reaching a level of strength that made him worthy of being All Might's successor. This is the basic version of the program we are going to follow. We are going to make it more detailed as we go along, with including more things as we reach our goals on the go. You will also have to speak with your mother for the perfect diet to make the most out of this program. I know you can easily deal with it, Toshinori was saying as he held the sheet of paper in which they had written the program. The most important part of the program is getting you used to One for All, controlling it and increasing your output, which is the reason why we are going to dedicate more. He trailed off when he noticed Izuku stiffening suddenly from the corner of his eyes. Young Midoriya. Izuku looked up at him with wide eyes as he held up his hands. I think my body has assimilated One for All. It feels a lot like the energy hockey gives me, but while hockey energy feels like water flowing through my whole body in steady and powerful, but controlled manner, this energy feels like tightly coiled lightning centered in my core, content to stay like that but ready, happy and excited at the prospect of being released. All Might rose an eyebrow at this. Truly, to me, One for All feels like I have to clench my buttocks and scream in my heart, smash. When the time comes to use it, I know that One for All manifests differently from user to user, but the effects and how it feels is always the same. Perhaps it has to do with the mindset you have acquired due to the effects your quirk has on your psyche, pondered Toshinori as he scratched his chin. He shrugged and grinned in excitement as he buffed up again. No matter, let's see what you've got. Izuku shared his grin, and with his experience on manipulating energy he began to tentatively tap into the coiled lightning that was on his core and slowly bringing it out. The smell of burnt ozone began to slowly overpower the foul smell of the ruined beach as greenish-blue arcs of lightning began to originate from all over Izuku's body. As the visible skin of his body began to turn an orangish hue with many glowing red veins of power appearing over the skin, the grains of sand below them began to rise and swirl around Izuku as strong winds began to originate around him. Izuku could only look at his hands in wonder as All Might grinned and bellowed with happy laughter. The next 10 months were going to be the most interesting and exciting he's had in a long time, that's for sure. XXXXXXXXXX. 10 months later, Toshinori looked around the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, comparing it to how it looked 10 months ago. It honestly seemed like a completely different place, and with the sun setting over the horizon, with half of it already hidden and the sky already alternating from daytime and nighttime, he could see the appeal of which used to be spoken so fondly that this place used to have. An appeal that it regained thanks to his efforts and that of the young man that was looking at the sunset from further into the beach, the salty water reaching his calves. After 10 months of arduous and continuous training, Izuku had changed noticeably. For instance, he had reached 6 feet in height and his hair had grown a bit in length and turned spikier. Another thing of note was that despite his muscles growing noticeably more defined, he wasn't as buff as he used to be. This was because his muscles had grown denser instead of bigger, which was fine by him. While he wouldn't have minded becoming as muscular as All Might, he felt as if he wouldn't be as comfortable. He preferred a lither build, which would help on making villains underestimate his actual strength. When Izuku had explained this to him, Toshinori had agreed with his logic.
There was proud and pleased grin on Toshinori's face as he continued to look at Izuku's back.
He had been blown away by the teen's dedication and discipline, following the program to the letter and not even complaining about not getting enough sleep nor when the harshness, intensity and difficulty of the workouts increased. He did it all with a determined look in his eyes and a grin on his face that All Might suspected he had adopted after seeing him do the same so many times in the past 10 months. People tended to imitate those around them, even more so when they admired that person. Because of Izuku's perfect following of the plan and putting it his all to his training, he had managed to reach a level way beyond what All Might had expected, but had secretly hoped for, along with managing to clean up the entire beach 1 week before the UA entrance examination day. He could still hear the trucks issued by the government of the city taking away the last of the trash to get rid of it or recycle it. Suddenly, Izuku cocked his head back, tightened his hands into fists and flexed his biceps and roared with everything he got. Greenish-blue lightning arched from his body and patches of black armament hockey appeared all over his body as what was not covered by it turned to an orangish hue with red vein of power appearing all over his body. The water and wet sand around him exploded outwards as an expanding shockwave originated from Izuku with the resounding sound of air being suddenly displaced.
Oh my, oh my. Toshinori got pumped up by the display he was witnessing, and he suddenly buffed up into his All Might form as he grinned and flexed his muscles.
Goodness, he bellowed, drops of sweat trailing down his temple as he could also feel Izuku's king's will leaking from him. All Might knew that at the moment, Izuku would need all the energy he had at his disposal in order to effectively use that aspect of hockey against him, but the oppressive feeling of Izuku's will was both awe-inspiring to feel and a worthy challenge to shrug off, even to him. After a few seconds Izuku settled down and he turned around and began to walk back towards All Might, the oppressive feeling of King's will disappearing first and that was followed by the trails of armament hockey and Izuku's one for all. The sea water also slowly settled down and turned back to normal as Izuku finally approached All Might, looking up at him with a grin, panting slightly as he was still high on adrenaline.
I did it, All Might, he said with a grin as he raised his fist towards Toshinori.
That you did, young Midoriya, he answered, doing the same and fist bumped Izuku solidly, smirking as his successor didn't even budge, showing that even his unenhanced form was nothing to scoff at. You performed almost impossibly beyond my expectations and surpassed our set goals even before the time limit. I can say without a single sliver of doubt no one is worthier of bearing the torch of one for all. At the earnest praise from his idol, tears slowly started leak from the corners of Izuku's eyes as he did his best to not let mucus leak from his nose too. It also went unsaid that in the 10 months that have passed Toshinori also got to know Izuku very well. He learned what made him tick, his character and what motivated him, and that, even more than his out-of-the-charts potential, was what made him worthy in his eyes. Izuku knew that this was what All Might was referring and that was the reason why he got emotional. Eventually, Izuku regained his composure and he pulled his fist back and he let it fall at his side as his body visibly slumped and muscles relaxing with him sighing in relief as the adrenaline left him, leaving him feeling a bit groggy but he still had enough energy to keep going. He smiled up at his idol. Thanks for everything, All Might. I will try my damn hardest to live up to your expectations and to never stray away from my path and the path you have given me the opportunity to walk on. That, I promise you, said Izuku with fervor as he smacked his right fist in his chest. I know you are going to do so and more, my boy. Why? Because I chose you and you have proven it time and time again. I know you are not going to let me down, he said with epically but with an almost dismissive wave of his hand. For now, you have earned yourself a well-needed prolonged rest. I know that not training for a single day for you is impossible, but do your best to take it easy and get some R&R time. Use this period of time to let your body heal fully so you can be at your 100% for the UA entrance examination. Will do, said Izuku with an understanding nod before he dried his body using a towel that he pulled out from his backpack, which had been resting next to All Might's foot the entire time. Then he unstrapped his breathing mask from around his neck and put it away. He pulled out a loose sleeveless shirt that reached his thighs which he put on and then he pulled out a flask filled with water. Izuku finally strapped his on his backpack and smiled at All Might again. Thanks again. I'll see you around, I guess. Toshinori watched Izuku walking away with an amused smile on his face. Even though he had shared almost everything with Izuku, key exceptions being the true origins of One for All, the fate of his sensei and the threat he was inevitably going to have to face in the future, another thing he had not shared with Izuku was the fact that he was going to be teaching at UA from now on. Even though he still had the embers of One for All within him thanks to only using it actively a few times in the past 10 months, the time he could spend on his buffed-up form was slowly but steadily decreasing, meaning that One for All was truly no longer his, but entirely Izuku's. That meant that he could no longer work as a pro-hero actively if he wanted to conserve One for All for enough time to be of help when that man eventually emerged again. The fact that it would give him the chance to keep an eye on his successor and help the next generation was icing on the cake. Thankfully, the UA staff heeded his warning about the upcoming threats and they had agreed on harshening and increasing the intensity of the hero program, subtly tweaking it to focus more on combat than other aspects of being a hero. It was something that needed to be done in light of the storm that was coming. Anyways, the reason why he had not told Izuku about this was because he knew that black-haired boy with green highlights would think that he used his influence to get him accepted into the school. And while All Might was above doing such things, that wasn't even the reason why Izuku shouldn't be worried about the possibility of that happening. The real reason was, his phone rang. Toshinori reached into his pocket and pulled it out. He stared at the screen for a few seconds before a nervous look appeared on his face, his entire body trembling in sudden terror.
With a shaky sigh, he answered the call. Hello?
And elderly came from the other side. Oi, Toshinori-kun. What is this I hear that you will be teaching at UA? Finally decided to pass on One for All and settle down for once. You should have done that years ago, if you ask me, you dumb kid. Cringing, but somehow till grinning, All Might stammered a response. Yes, Gran Torino-sensei, sir. I will be working for UA. High school as the foundational hero studies teacher for Class 1A. And, yes. I have already passed on One for All. I did so 10 months ago. As a matter of fact, I have just finished training him to an acceptable level, you could say. There was a moment of silence from the other end before the elderly voice spoke again, this time far calmer. I see. Good for you, Toshinori-kun. It was about damn time. You were even older than even she when you were made her successor, said Gran Torino, and the both stayed silent for almost a minute in respect of the memory of Toshinori's mentor and Gran Torino's closest friend. When the moment was over, Gran Torino continued. So, is the brat you chose any good? All Might started to laugh happily as he threw his head back.
Oi, don't go around losing your mind before even I do.
All Might calmed down, but a few stray chuckles left him as he answered. Good, you ask. If there is one thing I am 100% sure of, Gran Torino-sensei, is that Izuku Midoriya, the ninth bearer of One for All, is easily stronger than I was when I graduated from you. And he is only 15 years old. There was a pregnant pause on the other end for almost 30 seconds, and when Gran Torino spoke, only one word was uttered. Damn. XXXXXXXXXX. Momo Yaoyorozu knew that coming to Musudafu in order to be close to UA was her only course of action if she wanted to attend the best hero school there was, considering that she lived with her family in the Aichi prefecture. She had gotten accepted by the school thanks to the recommendation she got from her family, and while she had aced the written test, she had been hoping to test her might against the infamous practical exam of the prodigious school. What she was regretting now, however, was insisting on her coming alone on her trip. She loved her parents with all her heart, yes, but they could be so overbearing that at times she got annoyed by them. The only reason that was her only reaction was because she knew that they did it out of love and worry for her, not because they wanted to control who she was and what she wanted to do. They had even gotten the recommendation because of an offhand comment from her during dinner about wanting to apply for the UA. They told her what they did for her as a birthday gift. It had possibly been the best day of her life so far. When they had wanted to come with her in order to help her settle down, explore the city and make sure she had everything she needed at the freaking penthouse they had arranged for her to live at. She had put her foot down immediately, claiming that she wanted to start learning to fend for herself and that she couldn't do that if they accompanied her. Thankfully, her parents were intelligent enough to see that she was right, and they needed to give her the freedom she needed to grow and become a woman, since she was aiming to become a pro-heroine and all that. Mom, I blame you and your dominant genes for this, she screamed in her mind as she backed away from the three shady-looking men that were leering at her with lecherous eyes and sick grins. One of them had tentacles instead of arms, the other had a shark-like face with matching teeth, and the last one looked normal except for the fur that covered his face and the sharp-looking claws on his hands. "Stay back," she shouted at them as she put her suitcases in between them as a shield. Though outwardly she appeared quite calm, on the inside she was panicking. She could use her quirk, creation, to deal with them, but she didn't want to get in trouble on her first day in the city and jeopardize her already assured entrance to UA. Instead, she was waiting for them to get close enough to smack them around using the hand-to-hand techniques her father taught her to precisely deal with situations like this one. "Come on, Missy, show us a good time and we might make it worthwhile for you," said the one with the fur and claws, the other two nodding in agreement as they approached. But thankfully, just when she was about to drop her suitcases and ram her knees into the crotch of the man with tentacles, a flask of water that still had some judging that some of it jumped out when it suddenly smacked into the temple of the man with the shark-like features so fast that she barely managed to see it. The flask was thrown with so much strength that it sent the man flying, already unconscious and with a nasty cut that was already bleeding. Momo didn't even have time to turn in the direction from which the flask had come flying from when a teen her age, or maybe older, came almost flying and rammed his knee into the face of the man with tentacles. She watched with wide eyes as he then brought his elbow down to strike him on the top of the head while still airborne. Then, with a swiftness that had her almost gasping, he grabbed the man by his tentacles, turned around, pivoted and slammed him into the ground with enough strength to leave an indent on the concrete of the alley in the shape of the man, who was unconscious. Momo's eyes widened when she saw the man with fur and claws approach the teen from behind at speeds she knew would be difficult for even her to deal with, brandishing his wicked claws ready to impale him through his back with them. Watch out! Still, she knew that it was too late for him to look back, assess the threat and respond accordingly.
So, it was to her shock, and that of his attacker more than likely, when he tilted his body to the side without looking his head and let the claw pass by him harmlessly with only a few centimeters to spare. Without turning his head, his arm sharply came up and he caught the attacker on the nose with his elbow, breaking it and stunning him as his head snapped back due to the force of the attack. The teen then spun once with a hop. He caught the temple of the man with the back of his foot after performing a perfectly executed reverse roundhouse kick. The man promptly dropped like a sack of potatoes. Still wide-eyed, Momo stared at the teen as he breathed out slowly, something she recognized to be done when one wanted to calm down from a moment of sudden excitement. She blushed prettily when she saw how handsome he was and the definition of his perfect musculature, something she could appreciate thanks to the sleeveless shirt and shorts he was wearing. She shook her head and averted her eyes when he bent down to pick up his flask. "Hey, are you all right?" When she heard his voice, which was very pleasant to her ears might she add, she turned towards him only to blush again when she saw his concerned green eyes. She also noticed a bit of a blush across his slightly freckled cheeks and the way his spiky and curly hair complemented nicely his angular face. Coming here to live alone might not be so bad after all, she thought to herself almost giddily before she answered. "Oh, yes, I am, thanks to you," she said, bowing deeply. Seeing this, Izuku blushed as he started to wave his hands almost frantically. "There's no need to thank me, it wasn't a big deal, really. I was just passing through and saw your predicament. I just had to help," he said, speaking truthfully. Since he was just walking home, and it was getting late, he decided to take a shortcut through the shadier bit of the city. No sooner had he realized what was going on thanks to the passive mantra of his haki, he had come running to help. He chuckled nervously. "Besides, to me it looked like you were about to do the same to them." As he looked her up and down, Izuku told himself that he was giving her the inspection of a martial artist. He was certainly not appreciating how good her mature body looked in her blouse, short jean skirt and knee-high boots. Catching him checking her out, Momo felt embarrassed but strangely thrilling to see that he liked what he saw. She smiled at him humbly as she rubbed her right forearm with her left hand. "Well, yeah, I couldn't use my quirk to deal with them since it is against the law to do so without a license, but I know enough to hand to get by. But seeing the speed at which the man with the fur and claws moved, I doubt it would have been as easy for me as it was for you. It didn't even take you 15 seconds to knock the three of them out," she complimented him, also enjoying how he blushed at her praise. I have practiced martial for more than a decade now, so dealing with men like them is easy for me since I am used to fighting others that are way better than me," he said, which was the truth. While he was stronger and more powerful than his masters at the dojo even before his training with All Might, they could still kick his ass easily because of their experience and having already mastered the many techniques of their art. And the less said about his biweekly spars with All Might the better. Instead, he focused on another thing she said. "So,
What can you do with your quirk? Momo raised an eyebrow at the way he worded the question but shrugged her shoulders, making Izuku blush as the motion resulted in her prominent assets doing interesting things. She of course noticed this, but instead of being annoyed, she was embarrassed that he noticed, amused at the fact that he looked away, looking even more embarrassed that she felt, and strangely happy that she had that effect on him. I can create anything using my body's fatty tissue as long as I am familiar with the components of what I am creating, she explained, and raised her hand to conspicuously create a pair of dices that seemingly emerged from the back of her hand. Whoa, the way said it and the way he was looking at her hand made Momo feel somewhat self-conscious. Wait, are you telling me that if you know the components of an atomic you can just make it using your quirk? He exclaimed, looking at her in awe. Blushing under his stare, she averted her eyes shyly. Theoretically speaking I could, yes. But since I have to use my fat cells to create something, there is a limit to just how much, and how powerful, the creation would be. I would have to eat constantly for a long period of time while creating the parts of the bomb. And then I would have to assemble it, which would take more time. Izuku nodded in understanding. That makes a lot of sense. But still, holy crap. With enough time and food in your hand to can do literally anything. The world is lucky that someone with a quirk like yours isn't a villain. He trailed off and he raised an eyebrow at her. You are not going to be a villain, are you? He asked, narrowing his eyes at her. Momo rolled her eyes, seeing the playful glint in them, and scoffed in good humor and feeling oddly flattered that he would consider someone like her a very serious threat if she turned a villain. For your information, no, I'm not planning on becoming a villain. Quite the contrary actually, I will be attending UA high school when the new school term starts, she said with a proud tilt of her voice. Izuku's eyes lit up. That means that we will be seeing each other next week during the examination, he said with excitement and happily. When she failed to respond, he noticed that she was averting her eyes and her feet were shuffling in nervousness. What's the matter? I kinda got a recommendation and because of it I don't have to take the practical exam, which means that technically I have already been accepted even if the acceptance letter hasn't been sent yet, she said nervously. She expected for him yell at her and accuse her of cheating like her former friends at her old high school did when she told them. For some reason, the thought of this boy hating her made her chest feel almost painfully tight. Damn, you must be more awesome than what I already thought you were. You got a recommendation to enter UA and it got accepted. I can't wait to see what you are capable of. Sorry. I'm only realizing that I don't know your name. Mine's Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, he said. She blinked at him in shock for a few moments before her cheeks turned a healthy pink and she smiled her biggest smile in quite some time. She enjoyed how his cheeks colored as he looked at her. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Please call me Momo Midoriya-kun. Only if you call me Izuku, was his immediate and almost automatic response. Both of them blushed in embarrassment as they finally realized what they were requesting of the other despite having just met. A few seconds later they started to laugh. The merriment continued for few long moments and when they finally calmed down, Izuku presented his arm for her to take and with an exaggerated flourish he indicated towards the exit of the alleyway. Well, Momo, I will have to insist on escorting you to your abode seeing that this part of town is not the best place for a beautiful woman such as you. Blushing at the compliment, Momo accepted his offer, linked her arm with his, smiling when he took one of her suitcases from her with the hand of the arm that she wasn't holding. The kind offer is appreciated and very much accepted, good sir. You will be doing this lady a grand service with your actions, she said, following him on his game. Excellent, he exclaimed grandly before with a flourish, he pulled out his cell phone after settling her suitcases on the ground. But first, I believe the authorities should be notified of what this lot tried to do to you, yes. They should arrive here in a few minutes and taking our testimonies won't take more than 5 minutes. Momo nodded in agreement and she watched as he called the police and reported the incident. Knowing that they were going to be waiting in the alley for a few more moments, Momo asked him something that had been nagging at her since they talked about her quirk. So, what's your quirk? I noticed that you only used martial arts to deal with those guys. Izuku grinned at her and he raised the hand that had been holding his cell phone and had yet to reach to grab her suitcase again. Her eyes widened when she noticed that his hand was now covered by a black, shiny substance that looked sturdier than steel. My quirk is called Haki Ambition and what it does is. With their arms still linked, Momo and Izuku continued to speak about their quirks and experiences ever since discovering them, only being interrupted by the arrival of the police force a few minutes after Izuku started to speak about his quirk. Later, Izuku would find himself shocked at how easy it was to speak to Momo and how the only thing he didn't tell her was about One for All and his connection, the number one hero. That was something he was only going to share with his successor when he eventually had to choose one in the future. And finally, it was when they arrived at her apartment building that they noticed that have been linking arms since just after introducing themselves to each other. Both were embarrassed, and the amused looks everyone was shooting them had not helped at all. Still, they exchanged numbers and promised each other to stay in contact regularly through the time period it would take from today and the start of the term. For some strange reason, Izuku felt enough pride on himself to compare it to the feeling of having completed All Might's program to the letter. He dare say that the feeling was somehow better, but he couldn't quite tell why was that. When he arrived at his house later, Inko only had to take in his faraway look and flushed cheeks for a few seconds before her eyes widened. When Izuku slipped into his room and closed the door behind him, she blinked in shock. He has yet to be accepted and he has already met a girl that he likes. She asked herself quietly before suddenly fist-pumping the air aggressively. Yes, she hissed in delight. Grandbabies, here I come. Get ready to be spoilt to death by Inko Obakan. After making sure for the third time that he had everything in order, Izuku slipped his phone into the pockets of the black and green pants of his tracksuit. He adjusted the zipper of the matching jacket, only leaving it halfway up, showing the white shirt he was wearing underneath. With his customized breathing mask hanging loosely from his neck, he walked out of his room and headed towards the kitchen. Since it was early, he wasn't surprised to find his mom in her pajamas reading something from her tablet and drinking coffee. "Good morning, Mom," he said with a smile as he took a seat next to her, quickly thanking her for the breakfast of fruit salad, yogurt and sandwiches. "Good morning to you too, dear," she responded after finishing taking a sip from her caffeinated goodness. She raised an eyebrow as he saw him calmly eating his breakfast. "Are you really feeling as calm as you look? Today is the big day after all," she said with skeptic amusement. If Izuku wasn't smiling like a fool at his phone or running through the neighborhood, he was fretting in nervousness thinking about the upcoming exams. She couldn't really fault him. As brilliant as her son was, he was still a teenager that was about to take the first big step in accomplishing his dreams. He had every right to be nervous. "Not at all," replied Izuku promptly but calmly. "I feel like I am about to die, but I think I did all the fretting I could during the week. There is no point on showing how nervous I am at this point. The only thing that's left to do is go there and do my best to not disappoint myself and those who support me," he said with conviction, but his feelings were betrayed both by his words and the shaky smile on his face. Inko snorted and reached with her hand to pinch his cheek affectionately. "And as I have been telling you the entire week, you shouldn't worry. You know you are more than prepared for those exams, especially the practical one. It's obvious you will be using your quirks in some way, and you have been training with All Might for the past 10 months. You've got this on the bag," she said almost dismissively as she released his cheek with a snap. She then smiled slyly, ignoring her son rubbing his cheek. "What you should be nervous about is that girl you have been talking to lately. What's her name? Momo Yaoyorozu, In less than a second Izuku was resembling a tomato with how red his face was. He just looked away in embarrassment and said nothing. He regretted telling his mother about his encounter with the first person in a long time he could consider a friend his age. Since they have been in contact regularly through the week, which made him happy knowing that meant that she also thought of him as a friend, his mother was convinced they liked each other and were secretly dating. And while he would be a fool if he didn't admit that Momo was very beautiful and very sexy, what he really liked about her was that brain of hers and her genuine desire to prove she could be a formidable hero. With a quirk like hers, Izuku didn't doubt that she was capable of that and more, something that he had made sure to remind her whenever she attempted to downplay herself, something that he noticed she was prone to do on occasion. "We are just friends, Mom," he muttered as he finished his breakfast. He was about to take the plates to the sink to wash them himself when his mother shook her head, indicating that she would do it. Izuku shrugged and nodded at her, leaving the plates on the table. "I guess I'll be going now. Since I'm going to be running there to warm up and loosen up my body, I have to leave now if I want to be on time." With a nod of her head, Inko motioned with her hand for Izuku to move closer to her. When he stood before her, she reached with her arms and brought his head to kiss him on his forehead. He patted his arm and smiled up at him. "Good luck, honey. I want you to remember that no matter what happens, I am proud of you and I love you with all my heart." Izuku smiled down at his mother. "Thank you, Mom. I love you too," he said, hugging her head to his torso gently. They hugged each other until Inko pinched his flank and shooed him out of the house, telling him to hurry. Laughing, Izuku did as told. Stepping out his apartment and closing the door behind him, Izuku adjusted his mask so the lower half of his face was covered, and his ears were covered by the headphones that were integrated into the mask. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone to set it so he could hear some music on his way to UA. He only had time to do that before the phone vibrated on his hand as a message popped up. It read, Momo-chan. Good morning, Izuku-kun. I wish you the best of lucks today. I'll be rooting for you. Call me after you are done to tell me how it went. With a silly grin on his face he replied to the message with words of thanks and appreciation. After he did that he went to his music app, Spotify Premium FTW, and feeling on a hip-hop mood, he went to that playlist and hit the random bottom. Immediately an excited smirk appeared on his face as Beast Southpaw Remix, Rob Bailey and the Hustle Standard featuring Busta Rhymes, KXNG Crooked and Tech 9, began to blast on his ear. So big was the impact of the song that Izuku decided to not use the stairs. Instead, he ran towards the railing of the corridor that led to his apartment and using his arm to jump over it he began to free fall to the ground from the 5th floor. At the last second, he channeled armament to his ligaments and muscles as he reached the ground, bending his knees to reduce the impact of the fall and only leaving small indents of his feet on the concrete. With a smooth motion he pulled the hood of his undershirt over his head and barely pausing for a second he was on full throttle in direction of U Academy, his form almost a blur as he moved faster than what he could without completely enhancing his legs, which by the way was still far faster than the normal person that didn't have body enhancements for quirks. So far, so good, he thought to himself as he soared through the streets, easily avoiding pedestrians without slowing down thanks to passive mantra.
Today was shaping up to be a very good day and his only hope was that it stayed that way.
XXXXXXXXXX. It took Izuku about half an hour to arrive to the UA grounds and he was more than just a bit impressed at the sight of the gigantic fences, the imposing door and the very high buildings that were connected to one another. He knew that the grounds for the most prominent hero school in Japan was massive, able to hold many training grounds and facilities that extended for miles. He knew that what he was seeing was just the tip of the iceberg. He ignored the curious and amused looks being sent his way by other teams that were making their way into UA proper as he pulled back his hood and took off his breathing mask after pressing the button that stopped the music coming from the headphones. As he noticed that all of them were wearing their school uniforms, Izuku deduced that him wearing workout clothing was certainly odd to them. Izuku shrugged as it didn't matter to him. While it was expected to wear your uniform, it was not required. And since Izuku was planning on running his way here, wearing a stuffy uniform was out of the question.
Fuck off, Deku, snarled a familiar, albeit slightly deeper, voice.
Izuku turned around and he raised an eyebrow at the sight of Katsuki Bakugo walking towards him like a delinquent with a scowl of his face. Izuku noted that while Katsuki had not changed much, he was noticeably taller and more muscular than the last time he saw him at school almost 2 months ago. Get the fuck out of my way or die. Considering that you only need to change direction slightly to not bump into me, I find your request pointless, replied Izuku dully as he crossed his arms. Katsuki snarled and he seemed like he was about to use his quirk on Izuku but seemed to think better than to do that in front of UA on the day of the exam. So, with a grunt, he just adjusted his walk past by Izuku without another word. Izuku watched him go with a disappointed shake of his head. He isn't going to grow up anytime soon, is he? He asked himself rhetorically. After a few moments he shrugged his head and started to walk towards the building, following the other hopeful applicants. That was when he noticed a very pretty brown-haired girl with shoulder-length hair and 2 long bangs that framed her face. Her brown eyes looked at him with curiosity as she seemed to realize that she was also walking next him. She took notice of his attire and Izuku raised an eyebrow in amusement as she put a hand in front of her mouth as cheeks bulged, obviously trying not to laugh. No, I did not forget to wear my uniform if that's what you are thinking, he said, idly noticing the pads at the top of each finger that resembled those that could be found on animals. He blushed a bit, however, when he took notice of her slender, but well-endowed, frame that was clothed in a short skirt, long socks and a jacket. The girl seemed oblivious to this as she did her best to stop urge to laugh. So sorry, it's just seeing everyone in their uniform and suddenly seeing you wearing those clothes struck as funny for how random it was, she explained as she finally calmed down. Izuku smiled. Ah, yes, I also find random and sudden things that happen funny. He paused and hurried to add, of course, that's excluding when scary monsters and villains pop out in movies and such. That's not fun at all. I agree, chirped the girl with a smile before she turned a curious stare towards him. now really looking at Izuku and blushing when she caught a glimpse of his muscular and tall frame along with his kind green eyes and handsome face. So, hee, why are you wearing those clothes? I'm used to running first thing in the morning every day and didn't want to stop doing it even for one day or not sleep enough to get it done and then come here, so I decided to come here running from house as a compromise, he explained, feeling a bit embarrassed about it. The girl nodded her head once cutely in understanding. Ah, I get it. You didn't want to risk having bad luck by doing one of the things in your daily routine in a day as important as this one.
Izuku blinked at her before chuckling and smiling. You can say that, yes. Cool. She chirped again before she made a fist and bumped it into the air in excitement as she grinned. Let's do our best, Deku-kun. Izuku stopped abruptly, which resulted in her also stopping and looking back at him in confusion, and he looked at her with both eyebrows raised into his hairline. Where did you hear that? The girl rubbed the back of her head nervously as she blushed a bit. I kinda overheard what that blonde guy with a mean expression called you when I first noticed you and you two seemed to know each other, so I assumed that it was your name, she explained, feeling embarrassed by her daring. Izuku snorted in amusement and he shook his head. No, that's just how Katsuki Bakugo, that blonde guy with a mean expression's name, calls me ever since we were kids. It's another way you can read my actual name, Izuku, and it means worthless. He gave it to me after I failed to develop my quirk at roughly the same time as him. I eventually did develop my quirk a few months after him, so ignoring him now is quite easy. The girl seemed mortified now and she hurried on to make things better, the thought of insulting this teen, even unknowingly, leaving a bitter taste on her mouth. Oh, I'm so sorry, it didn't even cross my mind that it could be like that. To me, Deku, since it sounds a lot like Dekiru, gives off a feeling of, you can do it. So, she stammered, blushing and punching her temples slightly as she tilted her head cutely. The action, her words and the overall cuteness he was seeing had Izuku blushing as he looked at the girl once again with wide eyes. Slowly, he began to smile until he was grinning happily. Well, if that's the case, then I don't think I would mind if you called my Deku, he said, beaming at the girl. My full name is Izuku Midoriya. What's yours? She blushed prettily at the expression on his face and his words, especially at the way emphasized, you, when referring to her, and she also beamed at him happily. My name is Ochako Uraraka. You can call me Ochako, considering that you are allowing me to call you by a nickname, she said, feeling strangely giddy at the thought being able to refer to him in that manner. Then, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ochako-chan, he declared, extending his hand towards her. Ochako nodded her head happily and took his hand in hers. Likewise, Deku-kun. XXXXXXXXXX Izuku and Ochako walked towards an enormous amphitheater and they had to part ways, after exchanging numbers to keep in contact in case they didn't see each other during the rest of the day, for the moment since they were being sad by school. That meant, unfortunately for him, that he was going to sit next to Katsuki for an indeterminable amount of time. Even though he had enough practice to ignore Katsuki so easily, that didn't mean it wasn't annoying. They sat next to each other and for the moment they were content to ignore one another, but Izuku knew that it was only a matter of time before Katsuki opened his mouth to say something rude or insult him. With weary sigh, he leaned forward and rested on elbow on the desk in front of him and rested his chin on his palm, looked on in a bored fashion as the rest of those that were going to take the exam got into the room. When everyone was seated, Izuku perked as he saw a tall and thin man with spiky long hair and a small mustache walk towards the podium. He was wearing headphones, a pair of sunglasses, and there was a directional speaker device around his neck. He was wearing a black jacket with an upturned collar complete with studs. He sported tan, studded shoulder pads, black pants with a red studded belt, black boots, and black fingerless gloves. Izuku recognized this pro-hero immediately. That's Present Mike, he exclaimed in excitement. He was a pro-hero that also had a weekly radio program, which Izuku listened to almost religiously, and he was also one of the teachers at UA. Shut the fuck up, snarled Katsuki at him. Izuku glanced at him with exasperation. Look at me again and I'll make explode you until you die. Izuku looked at him flatly for a few moments before shaking his head and focusing on Present Mike, who looked ready to start speaking. Welcome one and all to my live show, he screamed out of nowhere, making a lot of the students there cover their ears and jump in fright. Izuku just looked on in excitement. Everybody say, he. He dramatically cupped an ear with a hand and turned it towards the crowd, an expectant smile on his face. Silence was his answer, and the only reason Izuku didn't respond was because he was too nervous and excited to do so. Seemingly uncaring about not getting the response he was expecting, Present Mike continued on smoothly. I've got shivers down my spine, too. Listeners, all right examinees, He trailed off and struck a dramatic pose, with his hand epically raised above his head. I'm gonna give you the lowdown on how this'll go down. Are you ready? Once again, no one answered his question. Someone coughed awkwardly, though, so that was something.
Now pay close attention, listeners. He continued again, not caring about the lack of response. We'll be testing your mettle by running a 10-minute practice run at our replica city district. You can take whatever you like. So, everybody gather your designated areas after the presentation, ya dig?
Katsuki glanced at the different areas that appeared on the big screen of amphitheater and glanced down to see that he was designated to battle location A while Izuku was designated to battle location B. When he saw this, Katsuki clicked his teeth in annoyance. They don't intend on letting friends or classmates to cooperate with each other, huh? It's probably a set so I don't get to kill you, he muttered, though it was loud enough for Izuku to hear. Izuku promptly ignored him. The screen suddenly changed and for some reason the black-colored silhouette of the Goomba, Koopa Troopa and Piranha Plant enemies from Mario Brothers appeared with the numbers 1, 2 and 3 next to a letter P in the center of each one respectively. They were surrounding a picture of what obviously was the representation of the urban setting in which they were going to have the test. Present Mike began to speak once again. We'll be sprinkling a large number of villains all over the battlefield. And they'll appear in 3 different varieties, with point values scaled according to difficulty. He motioned towards the screen with a dramatic and over-exaggerated flourish, and it now showed the silhouette of Mario killing each of the enemies and his points increasing accordingly with each enemy he killed. Using each of your individual quirks, dispatch as many villains as you can. Your goal, listeners, is to rack up a high score, and don't even think about attacking other competitors directly or any of that nasty anti-hero stuff because that's against the rules, capiche? Izuku wasn't surprised when Katsuki snorted in derision at the last bit. Ignoring that, Izuku focused on more important things, like, for example, the fact that there were only 3 enemies depicted in the screen and there were 4 of them in the pamphlet they were given, which showed that the actual enemies they were going to be fighting were robots. The one with the X0 next to it worried him some because it had the multiplying symbol instead of the equal symbol, unlike the other 3. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Izuku raised his eyes from the pamphlet and he focused on the student that stood up. He was tall and muscular. He had short black hair, a rectangular jaw, rectangular half-rimmed glasses and even his eyes were a bit rectangular too. For some reason, it didn't surprise Izuku that this guy was moving almost robotically. This guy needs to chill out. He's already surpassed me in stiffness when I get nervous, and that's saying something, he thought in astonishment. On the handout, there are clearly 4 types of villains listed. Such an error would be the height of embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of UA's caliber. The reason we are seated here today is because we seek guidance on the path to becoming model heroes, he declared without waiting for the permission to actually ask his question. This guy's intense. That was the general thought going through the heads of everyone there. Present Mike grinned, and Izuku couldn't help but think that the expression looked as mischievous as it was bloodthirsty, and spoke. Okay. Thanks for the segue. Much appreciated examinee 7111. The 4th type of villain you will encounter is special. You can say, let's call them arena traps. Have any of you played Super Mario Brothers before? I doubt it since it's rather retro. Izuku quietly thought that anyone who had not played Super Mario Brothers on this day and age was not worth helping if they found themselves in trouble, and that was saying something considering his solid stance on helping anyone. But remember folks that there is an exception to every rule. This one was it in Izuku's case. The students watched as the screen changed to show the outline of the 4th villain next to the outline of the thwomp enemy. Present Mike motioned towards the screen with a flourish. You remember those things that'd go thwomp on you when you went under them? The 4th villain is like that and its gimmick is that it'll start to rampage when there's a crowd near its area. And since we are basing our 4th villain like that particular ENEMIEINSMB, the penalty for facing it is that all the points you have earned will be deducted back to 0, so you better avoid it at all costs. Izuku's suspicions were confirmed and he sighed at exam becoming even more difficult than what it was already shaping up to be. He just hoped that avoiding the villain won't turn out to be too difficult while still facing the other villains. Thankfully, he had mantra at his beck and call at all times, which he was sure was going to assure him the avoidance of that villain type. When everyone settled down again after hearing that aspect of the exam, Present Mike spoke once again. Well, that's enough from me. I'll leave you all with a presentation on the school precepts of this academy of mine. As a certain hero, by the name of Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero never stops overcoming the misfortunes in life. He grinned at them all and leered at them with his swirling eyes from behind his sunglasses. Now let's move to the main event and may you all suffer gladly the trails to come. Plus Ultra. XXXXXXXXXX several minutes later and Izuku, along with the other examinees that were designated to battle location B, stood in front of a set of gates and fences that made the perimeter of a gigantic urban setting that had to at the very least house 30 blocks full of buildings and streets. Everyone was looking in awe at the training ground, acutely aware that this was one out of hundreds of training grounds UA boasted, some smaller, others easily twice the size of this one. Izuku for his part began to observe everyone, noticing all the supplementary customized equipment that complemented their quirks one way or another. Izuku wasn't worried about it since his quirks, both Hockey and One for All, had no need of supplementary equipment and or machinery, like for example that belt with a jewel that pretty blonde guy with sparkling eyes was wearing. Truthfully, Izuku only needed to consider for his hero costume that it wouldn't be restrictive and to somehow be able to increase the damage of his already ridiculously strong attacks, but that was something he could some thought into later. Instead, he noticed that Ochako was slightly sweating and was palming her chest as she obviously tried to calm down her nerves. Happy that she was designated to the same area as him and subconsciously admiring how good she looked in her tracksuit, Izuku started to walk in her direction. "I see what you are up to. You're planning to measure that girl's ability to concentrate, aren't you?" Izuku turned towards the accusing voice and he narrowed his eyes at the stiff-looking teen with glasses that had spoken before being given permission to speak after asking about it. "No, I am not. Has it occurred to you that we might know each other and that I just wanted to assure her that she was going to do great as long as she gave it her all?" He asked him rhetorically with a sharp tone of voice that carried on, bringing all others' conversation to a slow halt. "Hey, isn't that the kid that arrived here already ready for this?" He was probably nervous about this. "We are all, but if he is so absent-minded then there's nothing to worry about him." Izuku heard all the comments and ignored them easily. He would show them shortly what he was truly capable of. Instead he focused on the stiff boy, who turned from him towards Ochako, who was giving him a concerned look, before he nodded to himself and bowed sharply, somehow making a perfect 90 degrees angle with his body. "I'm deeply sorry, my friend. Being as stressed as I am right now, I assumed you wanted to obstruct our fellow test takers. I hope you find in your heart to forgive my transgression." Even though he spoke stiffly, Izuku could hear the sincerity and truthful remorse in his voice. Izuku sighed and shook his head with an amused smile on his face. "Don't sweat it, man. Just try to consider all possible scenarios and assume the best until the contrary has been proven in cases like this one," he advised, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder and giving him a friendly squeeze. The stiff boy nodded, stiffly and walked away almost robotically. Izuku shook his head in amusement again and he turned towards Ochako, who was smiling widely at him, giving him a double thumb up. He chuckled, nodded at her with his own smile and returned the gesture. Izuku then rolled his shoulders and gave little jumps on the balls of his feet as he adjusted his mask so it was covering the lower half of his face. He didn't dare to start any music as he was going to need all his senses to do his best. That was when Present Mike shouted suddenly, "A&D start. Play warrior." Disturbed Izuku only needed to hear that and see the gates open suddenly, showing the robotic villains already littering the streets. He exploded into a full-on sprint, his speed steadily increasing the longer he ran and the more enhanced his legs became. He felt the others still standing in apparently shocked confusion, but he smiled to himself when he felt Ochako hurrying not 2 seconds later after him. He heard Present Mike starting to say something to the others when he reached the first robotic villain, a one-pointer. Channeling armament Hockey into his right arm until it covered his arm until halfway up his biceps, Izuku smashed into the vaguely human-shaped robot elbow first, carving through it as if it wasn't even there. With his left he grabbed one of the arms that was about to go flying due to the force of the collision that just destroyed the robot and channeling armament up to the same level as his right arm and hurled the arm towards a two-pointer, destroying that one too. Barely pausing, Izuku moved forward and in an instant was in front of a three-pointer that looked vaguely like a tank, and he jumped over it, his right foot lashing out and smashing the body to metallic bits and its wheel too as he grabbed its two rocket launchers and ripped them off easily. Again, without pausing, and without even looking for that matter, Izuku twirled around and sent the two explosive devices in direct collision with another one-pointer and another two-pointer that stood on the street in front of him. He promptly went through the fires and smokes of the explosion, creating a shockwave that dispersed them because of the force generated by his moving speed, only for a one-pointer to shoot a spray of bullets to his face. Not pausing, Izuku merely brought his left arm up and covered his face and body with his forearm, mantra allowing him to perceive the trajectory of the bullets and where they were all aimed. The sleeve of the jacket of his tracksuit was destroyed up to about his elbow, revealing the shiny blackness of armament not even straining against the onslaught of bullets. When he reached the one-pointer, Izuku almost negligently backhanded it into a wall with his left arm, destroying it. Not a second later he raised his right arm and blocked the stinger of the scorpion-like tail of a two-pointer. He smirked behind his mask at the harsh sound of metal bending, and he quickly took a hold of the two-pointer's tail, and spinning twice in place he sent it flying in collision a three-pointer, resulting in a fiery explosion that caught two one-pointers that were nearby. Looking up, Izuku saw four one-pointers peeking over the edge of two buildings at each side of the street. Crouching a bit, Izuku shot forwards, creating a crater and generating another shockwave that dispersed the smoke of the third explosion he had caused yet. He smacked into the edge of the building right in front of the two one-pointers with concrete breaking force, and immediately they aimed at him. Izuku grabbed the arm of one of the one-pointer and tilted his head aside to evade the spray of bullets from the other one that passed by his ear harmlessly, and forced the arm he grabbed to aim at the one-pointer that was shooting at him. Bullets sprayed into the one-pointer that had yet to adjust its aiming to actually hit Izuku, and it was destroyed in a small explosion when the bullets Izuku forced the other one-pointer to shoot into it caught the energy core of the robot. Still hanging from the cracked edge of the building, Izuku firmed his hold around the one-pointer, used his legs as a springboard to shoot himself backwards in a straight line with direction towards the edge of the other building that had the other two one-pointers, dragging the one-pointer with him and destroying the edge of the first building in the process. He spun around while still in midair and hurled the one-pointer at the one to his right, destroying both of them. He then smacked into the edge of the second building with punishing force, cracking the concrete and breaking the nearby windows. He backhanded the arm that went to shoot him, sent it flying away, and grabbed the remaining one-pointer with both of his hands and leaned back until the robot's upper half was past the edge of the building and he was able to look upside down at the remaining robot villain on the street, a three-pointer that had already its rocket's launchers aimed at him. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku used his legs again like a springboard and launched himself towards the three-pointer, giving the edge of the other building the same treatment as the one he smacked into first. The three-pointer launched its rockets at Izuku, who promptly used the body of the one-pointer to protect himself. Izuku was momentarily obscured by the black smoke of the progressive explosions that smacked into his shield without stopping his momentum. It was when the three-pointer was reloading that Izuku flew out of the smokescreen, the one-pointer reduced to less than half of what it was with the metal burned black. Still in midair, Izuku hurled what was left of the one-pointer away and shifted his body smoothly to ram knee first into the three-pointer's body, carving through it like cake and skidding to a halt a few feet away from the building that forced the first street to have a sharp right curve, leaving deep trenches on the ground with his left hand, left foot and right knee, covering his face with right hand to stop the debris that his landing caused from hitting his face. Izuku stood up slowly and looked back to admire the path of destruction he created. His lips twitched in amusement when he saw the shocked and awestruck faces of the other competitors, Ochako included, as they too looked at the destruction caused by whom most of them categorized as a non-entity for his supposed nervousness. 9 one-pointers, 3 two-pointers and 3 three-pointers. That sums up 24 points. Hey, this is easier than I thought it would be, extremely fun too, he said to himself, his muffled voice still carrying on somehow, making the eyes of the other hopefuls widen in astonishment at the amount of points he had raked up already. It had been less than 30 seconds since President Mike called for the start of the test. When Izuku was moving again further into the city, the shell-shocked group apparently got their wits about them, and with newfound determination they moved further into the city, unwilling to be left behind. Tenya Iida, the stiff boy, cursed to himself as he used his quirk, Engine, to reach the villains faster than the others, but to his shock, he wasn't as fast as Izuku, who he could see carving a path of destruction through another street full of robots. Just who the hell is that kid, and more importantly, how strong is that quirk of his? He wondered, starting to destroy robotic villains as fast as he could. Ochako, for her part, quickly went to look for her own robots to dispose of, but the image of Izuku, slowly rising from the ground after easily defeating all those robotic villains, was burned into her head, causing a blush to appear across her cheeks. She rapidly shook her head and smacked her cheeks as a one-pointer suddenly appeared around the corner. Focus, girl. You can daydream about how cool Deku-kun is later, she thought furiously to herself as she tapped the robot with her hand, canceling its weight and sent it into a wall and destroying it. With a grin, she turned around to face more of those villains. XXXXXXXXXX. Meanwhile, inside the observation room, the current UA staff was looking at many screens that showed the most promising students that were taking the entrance exam. Right at the front, a short humanoid mouse-like being with dog-like paws and a bear-like face with a scar running across his right eye, and wearing a tuxedo, looked on with a pleased smile. A strict time limit, not knowing the amount of villains there are or where they are in a vast battleground, nothing quite like it to bring everyone's ardor into the open and uncover their skills, he said happily. The ability to grasp a situation quickly and accurately, said another voice, this one coming from a man wearing a white spacesuit. He was looking at the video of a boy with 6 arms that he was apparently using to somehow locate more villains to destroy. Insight. The ability to stick a dynamic entry without being late to the party, said another voice, this one obviously female with a husky and sultry tone to it. She looked on with interest as Tenya Ida drop-kicked a two-pointer and then using the engines of his calves to boost his speed, engaging a one-pointer not 3 seconds later. Agility. The ability to face any obstacle with coolness and composure, said another one, this one male, his voice coming slightly muffled because of his tan gas mask. He had the appearance of a cowboy, but his dreadlocks could still be seen despite the hat on his head. He was looking at the video of the blonde-haired boy with sparking eyes as he destroyed a robot using a laser that came from his navel. Judgment. And, of course, trailed off another voice, this one coming from a man with shoulder-length black hair wearing a black matching outfit and what appeared as very wide tape as a scarf. He was looking directly at the video of Katsuki surrounded by destroyed robots as his palms smoked and he panted with a savage grin, only to turn towards the video feed of Izuku, who was still destroying villains left and right with no signs of stopping, exhaustion or strain. Sheer fighting prowess, he finished. We can gauge their respective levels of those foundational skills by way of the points system, said the humanoid mouse as he looked on. Oh my, we raked up a promising crop this year, didn't we? We can't be sure of that yet, said the raspy voice of Toshinori Yagi in his real form as he smirked almost knowingly as he flipped up the protective barrier that prevented anyone from touching a red button accidentally. The real test, he trailed off as he pressed the button, begins now. They all watched as the gigantic form of the fourth villain rose from the ground in all of the battle areas, wasting no time to start wreaking havoc by merely moving and swinging its gigantic metal arms, easily making the examinees despair as they started to run away, both because of the almost immeasurable size of the villain and the fact that they could lose all their hard-earned points if they're as much as faced it. There's absolutely no merit in taking on that villain. As a matter of fact, there is a severe penalty if you do so. Someone's true character is revealed when they are faced with an impossible obstacle they cannot overcome, said All Might solemnly, feeling slightly disappointed when he saw absolutely everyone that was near where the fourth villain appeared frantically screaming and running away. He smirked victoriously, however, when he saw something that didn't surprise him at all in the screen he had been focusing on the most, but it creates an opportunity. XXXXXXXXXX. A few seconds earlier, and that's 95 points. Shouted Izuku happily as he punched the last two-pointer of that street to oblivion. Man, I don't know what I was feeling nervous earlier. This type of tests are my cup of tea, he said with laugh as he turned back to look for more villains. He still had about 2 minutes or less, but it might be enough to get more than 100 points, which had to be some kind of record, and Izuku felt like setting it. As he turned around a corner, he witnessed many of the other contestants more than 100 feet away fighting against robots and competing against each other for the right of destroying a robot without somehow using their quirks on one another. He had not managed to maintain the rate at which he gained points the moment the others joined the fray earnestly, which resulted in the villain robots for other, less dangerous individuals. Basically, Izuku had to go around destroying the robots that were moving through the streets and buildings in search of targets, using passive mantra to locate them. Since they weren't alive and had no true sense of self and will of their own, he couldn't use King's Wool on them to make them stagger, but thankfully, his enhanced speed was enough to make their mobility basically moot. It also worked to his advantage that the other contestants, for some reason, stayed in cluttered groups as they competed for robots to destroy. Play headstrong. Trapped. Well, nothing to do here. I'll go to another area. Izuku thought to himself about to turn around and do exactly that when the earth started to tremble. His eyes widened when he looked on as massive amounts of dust and debris rose from the ground about 50 feet away and in front of the group that Izuku had been looking at for the past seconds as the sound of metal cords snapping was heard. Obscured by the dust, a gigantic silhouette could be seen rising from the ground until it dwarfed the tallest skyscraper of the training ground by a wide margin. It swept its massive arms around and that action generated strong winds that cleared the dust, revealing the humongous form of the fourth villain as it grasped one of the building with its right hand and cocked its left one back as it stared blankly at the group of heroes in front of it. This one was the one that should you engage it would reduce all the points you have earned to 0. What in the actual fuck? Izuku screamed in his mind as he watched the gigantic robot throwing a punch into the ground, making the earth shake again as it kicked up more dust and debris. How are we supposed to avoid that and still fight the other robots at the same time? That's impossible, he thought furiously, sighing with relief when he saw that the group managed to escape from being flattened by the enormous fist of the robot. Better get out of here before that thing gets close, thought Izuku, throwing a last lingering glance in the direction where the crowd of students was coming from as they frantically ran away from the slowly advancing fourth-type robotic villain, and he froze. He looked past the incoming people and saw Ochako. grunting in pain as her legs were trapped underneath a slab of concrete in such a way that she couldn't use her quirk to make the concrete weightless, which would allow her to escape. The gigantic robot clearly made to reach for Ochako's injured form with its robotic hand opened wide in a threatening manner. Letting instincts take over, Izuku flooded his legs with armament and shot forward, everything behind him breaking apart and being sent flying back due to the speed of his takeoff as the sound of air being displaced forcefully was heard. Using mantra, he evaded the escaping students, only Tenya being able to see him as he passed by him. What is that idiot thinking? Does he have a death wish? Furthermore, doesn't he remember that facing that villain reduces your points back to 0? Doesn't he? He trailed off as he turned around only to see the trapped Ochako and the fourth villain reaching for her. Oh, shit. Forcefully stepping on the ground with his right foot a few dozen feet away from where Ochako was, Izuku bent his right leg and channeled one for all towards it before flexing his muscles and shooting himself upwards in a green, black and white blur, cracking the entire street and creating another shockwave that dispersed the dust generated by the attack of the fourth villain along with breaking what windows had not been broken yet. Ochako looked up in shock as she felt a block of ice falling in the pit of her stomach. Deku-kun. No. Putting his left hand in front of him, Izuku went cleanly through the incoming hand of the humongous villain, stopping its downward momentum and reversing it so now the entire arm was moving upwards with little explosions now going through its length. Izuku focused on the blank face of the villain and narrowed his eyes as he cocked his right fist and the entire right sleeve of his tracksuit was shredded, revealing to everyone watching how his entire arm was covered by the shiny black substance as red veins of power appeared running down its lengths and giving the shiny blackness a darker silvery hue. Tears gathered at the corner of Izuku's eyes. One for all armament. XXXXXXXXXX yes, an opportunity for it to shine brightly and rise to the surface. Spoke Yagi proudly as they all watched Izuku moving forward to face the villain the moment he caught sight of the incapacitated Ochako without hesitation. The entire staff began to grin in excitement when they saw him fearlessly rising to meet the villain head-on, going through his hand and destroying his arm. That's right. The most important quality of a true hero, he declared, resisting the urge to not turn into his all-might form as he saw Izuku's armament-covered arm becoming further enhanced with his manifestation of one for all. For there is nothing nobler, nothing purer, than self-sacrifice. XXXXXXXXXX with tears running down his cheek as he recalled the months spent training with All Might, his encouraging words and the prideful grin on his face as he looked on at him as he gave it his all to be worth of what his idol saw him, Izuku tightened his fist and lashed out, without pausing to even think about the repercussion of his actions, with his right arm. First gear. The blow caught the gigantic robot right in the face and it blew it off cleanly of its body, as yet another shockwave was created due to the speed and strength of Izuku's punch being enough to break the sound barrier. Those watching were further shocked and or impressed when the momentum possessed by the punch also affected the body of the gigantic robot, sending it harshly and alarmingly rapidly skidding through the ground as its parts began to blow up one by one. Everyone watched as the villain left path of destruction that was only halted by the massive fence, which had the head of the villain deeply embedded into it by the way, made of sterner stuff than the fourth villain, thought if everyone looked they would see that the walls were bent outwards by the momentum carried by the massive body of the villain, which went up in a gigantic fiery explosion a few seconds after it was stopped by the fence. No one dared to make a sound as Izuku fell to the ground nimbly, his right arm shaking slightly as he seemingly admired the destruction he just caused. Stop playing headstrong. Trapped shoulders visibly sagging and his form slouching a bit, Izuku turned around and with his hair obscuring his eyes and breathing mask obscuring the rest of his face, no one could determine what he was feeling right now. He walked towards the piece of debris that was covering Ochako. He kneeled and with his left arm turning black he easily pulled it off and away from her. Are you all right, Ochako-chan? He asked her, his muffled voice sounding dull to the ears of those that could hear him. Ochako tried to stand up but she cried in pain. A sharp throb from her left ankle made it impossible for her to do so. My ankle, she said with one eye closed in pain, but she focused on more important matters. Almost in tears, she focused on Izuku. I'm sorry, Deku-kun. I'm so sorry, she said despairingly as she looked up at him from her position on the ground. Izuku shook his head lightly, removed his breathing mask to let it hang loosely around his neck and he surprised everyone when he knelt down next to Ochako and gently scooped her up in a bridal carry. He raised his head and Ochako gasped when he saw the tears running down his cheeks, but he was smiling at her in relief. That's not important, Ochako-chan. What's important is that you are okay and no one else got hurt, he said softly, his tone sincere but it was still a bit dull. Incapable of speech, Ochako just nodded meekly and refused to meet his eyes. With Ochako in his arms, Izuku slowly walked towards the other students, all of them looking at him with wide eyes full of disbelief. Everyone there knew that he had likely raked up the most amount of points judging by his display at the very beginning of the test, so they also knew that he had willingly given all those points away to save Ochako. Shooting his chances of entering UA to the trash can, he did that willingly and without hesitation. "Time's up," came the sudden shout of Present Mike, but no one in battle location B was paying attention to that. Instead, they were focusing on Izuku and decision to save Ochako, resulting in him losing all his points. Of course, if it wouldn't have been a test with so much at play, I would have done the same, thought Tenya to himself, but it wouldn't be until later tonight that he would realize just how hollow and fake his thoughts had been. Izuku was just setting down Ochako on a piece of metal scrap that she could use to sit down without putting pressure on his ankle when he felt another presence slowly entering mantra range of perception, and he turned that way to see a short, elderly woman with gray hair styled into a bun that has a syringe looped through it. She was wearing a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow and red vest-like designs on either side, 2 yellow buttons, and a pink belt. She had pink boots on and a helmet on her head. In addition, she walked towards them with a cane designed like a syringe. "Go home, lads. I'll take it from here," she said kindly when she approached, reaching into one of the pockets of her pristine lab coat. "Just leave it to me, boys. Here, enjoy some Haribo candies, don't be shy now," she said as she handed everyone she passed by some candies. Eventually she reached Izuku and Ochako and she took a look at his still slightly shaking right arm and Ochako's limply hanging left foot. "Ah, I see that there have been some injuries. I swear, these tests are getting more reckless with each year," she grouched in annoyance. So she is recovery girl, he thought dully as he watched her lips extend impossibly as she planted a kiss on Ochako's leg. After a few moments Ochako sighed in relief as the painful throbbing slowly went away until there was no trace of it. Ochako turned towards recovery girl and smiled softly and gratefully at her. "Thank you," she said quietly. "No biggie, girlie," she said, handing Ochako some candies. She then turned towards Izuku and looked at him seriously. "Are you going to be alright, sonny boy?" Izuku looked down to his right arm to see that while it was still trembling, it was noticeably less intense than before. He nodded his head. "Yeah, don't worry about it. I just went a bit above the current limit of what my body can handle of my quirk. The nerves and ligaments of my arm should settle back in a few minutes." Recovery girl shook her head and used her quirk on his arm. "Not what I was asking." Izuku's lips twitched before he looked down at his completely healed arm. After a few moments he shrugged his shoulders. "What's done is done and I don't regret saving Ochako-chan. No matter what anyone says and no matter the consequences, I did the right thing. That's that matters," he said with a slightly thick voice as he struggled not to cry. He began to walk away, only pausing to look at a guilty-looking Ochako, who was failing at containing her tears. "It wasn't your fault, Ochako-chan. No one was expecting that, so stop blaming yourself. I just hope that we can be friends even though we aren't going to be attending UA in the future, okay?" Once again unable to speak, Ochako nodded her head deeply, her lower lip trembling. Izuku smiled softly. "Thank you." He nodded at recovery girl in thanks once again and reached with his right hand to put the hood of his undershirt over his head. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his tracksuit and he began to make his way out of the training ground, his form slouched, leaving quiet the somber atmosphere behind him. Looking at his retreating back, Ochako couldn't help but recall how he had jumped in to save her from being further harmed, perhaps even killed, without even thinking about the consequences of his actions. After everything that happened, Ochako thought that no one deserved being accepted in UA more than Izuku. So, with a very intense and determined look on her face that had others backing away, with the notable exception of recovery girl who smiled knowingly, she jumped down from her seat and began to purposely make her way towards the UA main buildings. She had a few people she needed to talk to, and they were going to listen to what she had to say or else. XXXXXXXXXXX Inko heard the door of their home opening and closing quietly and she hurried in with a big smile to greet her son. Ready to congratulate him for passing the exam and getting into UA. The smile immediately slipped from her face when she saw the utterly devastated expression on his face. Lips trembling as he squeezed his out shut, still trying to not let tears fall down. "Oh, Izuku. Come here honey," she cried and gently cradled his head into her bosom, holding him gently. I'm sorry," cried Izuku as he wrapped his arms around his mother, finally allowing the tears to fall freely as the comforting hug of his mother broke through his defenses as if they weren't even there. "Shush, honey. I'm here. Everything will be alright," she told him soothingly as they both fell to their knees. It wasn't long before Inko was crying alongside Izuku as she felt pained by her son's suffering. It was worse since she didn't know what happened and what she knew was that there was likely nothing that she could do, not that Izuku would let her even if there was. Instead, she just focused on being there for him, because as his mother, that was everything she could do and exactly what Izuku needed at the moment. XXXXXXXXXXX Momo was lounging on her couch, reading a book on advanced chemistry as she waited for Izuku to text her about how he had passed with flying colors. She had been fretting about it all day and she had busied herself by finishing arranging her bookshelves in her kitchen. After a week spent settling down on her suite, that was the last bit of chores she needed to do before she was finished. It was the reason why and Izuku had only been exchanging texts through the week, instead of meeting up and hanging out like they both wanted. Momo had to finish everything involved with moving to another city and Izuku had to focus entirely on passing his entrance exams. So, they decided that their outing, which was planned for tomorrow, was going to be in commemoration of Momo moving in and Izuku getting accepted into UA. And there was no doubt in Momo's mind that Izuku wasn't going to be accepted. Even if his quirk wasn't about enhancing his body to untold levels, making him basically omniscient within a certain range and allowing him to basically intimidate those weaker than him in spirit into submission with his presence alone, Izuku had the perfect mindset for becoming a hero, which he demonstrated to her when he jumped in to help her, dispatching those 3 disgusting men without even using his quirk. So yeah, she was sure that Izuku was going to pass his test. It was a given. Besides, the thought of some R&R in the company of Izuku, whom she liked very much, to a point that she was starting to get a bit suspicious, was very pleasant. So, no one could fault here when her eyes widened in joy when she heard her ringtone coming from her phone. And uncharacteristic, for those that only knew her public persona, and girlish squeal left throat as she saw Izuku-kun on the screen of her phone. Hello? Her voice trembled a bit as she answered. Is this Momo Yaoyorozu-san? The voice that came from the other end was not Izuku's. First off, it was the voice of a woman. And if that wasn't unsettling enough, it was the voice of a woman who had been recently crying. Yes, this her speaking. Who am I speaking with? She asked tentatively, having a bad feeling about this. This is Inko Midoriya. I'm Izuku's mother. Momo's eyes widened and she shot to her feet, her chemistry book falling to the ground. Midoriya-san. What happened? Is Izuku-kun alright? She asked frantically, fearing the roast. She knew that UA entrance exams were difficult and those taking them tended to get injured, but there was Recovery Girl to take care of their injuries right away before they became too severe. Still, she feared the worst. Don't worry, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku is alright, at least physically. The thing is, she trailed off as her voice trembled, obviously fighting back tears. Am an idiot, thought Izuku to himself as he stared blankly at the roof of his room as he rested his head on his mattress while he sat on the floor, the position being that uncomfortable because of the fluffy rug that covered the entire floor. At the moment, the only indication that Izuku was alive was the gentle up and down movement of his chest as he breathed and the occasional blink from his eyes. Just what was I thinking when I destroyed the damn thing? I could have just as easily grabbed Ochako-chan and got her out of harm's way and I still would have been accepted at UA, he sighed in sadness, knowing that once again he had let his body move on its own and trusted his instincts when the time to save someone in grave danger came. In hindsight, he knew that he was capable of handling the situation without jeopardizing his chances of being accepted at UA. But there were a few things to consider, all of them dealing with Izuku's very nature. The fact that had he only moved in to get Ochako out of the way would have left the other examinees defenseless against the overwhelming might of the times 0-pointer, which would have surely resulted in them getting grievous injuries and likely worse. Not only that, but merely being by the villain counted as facing it, so those that would have gotten hurt by the villain would have also gotten their points deducted to 0, denying them even the chance of getting in. When he moved in to intervene, Izuku had subconsciously known this and his body acted on what he thought was the best thing that could be done in order to help everyone. Sacrifice only his chances at getting into the school to make sure that Ochako and the others weren't seriously harmed, and they also kept their chances at getting in. At the end of the day, what was the fate of only one person compared to that of another 39s? And as much as Izuku wanted to be angry at the unfairness of it all, and even the other examinees, he just couldn't. They had all been warned about the consequences of facing the trap villain. Heck, they were even told that they would start to rampage if a crowd formed near where it was, and most of the other examinees went and did just that. Izuku truthfully had every right to be angry at whomever he wanted, but even the possibility of him feeling that was eclipsed by the deep sadness and disappointment in himself that he was currently feeling. And yet, a rueful smile appeared on his face as tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. I was still able to do the right thing even when that meant that the consequences were going to be bad for me. Knowing that, I can't help feeling somewhat glad that things turned out like that. Despite the sadness and the bitterness and the disappointment, Izuku was extremely glad that he was able to stay true to himself and his ideals, subconsciously or not, even when that meant that he was going to get the short end of the stick. At the end of the day, that was who he truly was. someone that just wanted to do everything in his power to help others. As long as I remain true to myself, I guess that I can't be too sad, huh? There are other hero schools I can still apply to after all. I really wanted to go with Momo-chan, and Ochako-chan too, but I guess that's not to be, he thought in resignation as he sighed and lifted his head from the bed and let it fall forward until his chin was resting against his upper chest as tears began to trail down his face. I know that, and I am aware of exactly what I am feeling and why, but still, why doesn't this painful tightness in my chest go away? Knock, knock, Izuku-kun? Huh? Izuku blinked in shock as he turned towards the door after someone knocked on it, and not a second later hearing Momo's muffled and hesitant voice coming from the other side. The hell? Was I so affected by what happened that I wasn't even paying attention to Mantra's passive feed of information? This has never happened before. What is wrong me? He thought to himself furiously, shaking his head and focusing. Yes. He answered back questioning. He would have wondered why she was here the very next day after failing the exams, but seeing that his mother was not 10 feet away from her and looking worried, his question was answered before he could even ask it. There was a pause before Momo spoke again. Can I come in? I want to speak with you, she said gently from the other side. For a moment, Izuku was tempted to tell her no, not wanting to see the disappointed and pitying look on her face, but those thoughts quickly went away after he realized just how ridiculous they were. If Momo was in any way disappointed in him, she would not have come to see him in the first place, let alone speak to him with such a caring gentleness that the painful tightness in chest receded just a little. He sighed in defeat. Yeah, come on in, he called, drying his tears promptly with the sleeves of his shirt. Barely 2 seconds later Momo opened the door gently and her heart broke a little when she saw Izuku, someone she knew to be very upbeat, sitting on the floor and supporting his upper body against his bed with his eyes a bit red from crying. The downtrodden look on his face, which she was a bit glad to notice perked up a bit when he saw her, did not suit him at all. Oh, Izuku-kun, she said to him before she went and sat next to him, wrapping her arms around him and bringing him for a hug. At first, Izuku blushed as she felt Momo's very mature body pressed against him thanks to the tight hug she was giving him, but then he became aware that she was trying to comfort him, and those traitorous thoughts went to the back burner for the moment as he let himself be hugged by whom he considered his very first friend his age and someone with whom he felt he had a real connection, what with their like for academics and their genuine desire to use their quirks to help others. Already feeling a bit better thanks to the contact, Izuku responded to the hug in kind and let his head rest on Momo's shoulder. Inko hesitantly peeked her head, and what she saw made her sigh in relief and gave an internal squeal of delight as she saw Momo and Izuku hugging each other, with Izuku sporting a small smile as he rested his head on her shoulder while she ran her hands through his hair in a comforting fashion. They looked so cute like that, and Inko was tempted to take a picture, but knowing that it was not the time, she just mentally thanked the gods above them for allowing Izuku to meet Momo, because she truly thought that the girl was the only one that could get Izuku out of his funk. Wishing her good luck, she silently left. Izuku had, naturally, felt what his mother did, and he sighed internally in relief when she didn't do anything to embarrass him in front of Momo. A few seconds later they ended the hug and Izuku, with a small blush on his face, looked away. Thank you, he murmured, but the heartfelt tone of his voice still came across clearly. Momo, with blush of her own across her pretty face, just smiled gently at him. You're welcome, she said softly before she scooted a bit closer and took his hand in hers. When he turned towards her with a curious, and endearingly flushed, look on his face, she gave his hand a squeeze of assurance. Tell me what happened, please, she requested softly. Izuku managed to get control of his flustered state after a few moments, and he looked away from her with a resigned smile on his face. We had to fight robotic villains in an urban setting for the practical exam. We were separated by training grounds, and there were 4 types of villains, each one of them worth a set of points that increased with the amount of difficulty they each had. One of them, however, was a trap villain, and if you faced it would reduce the amount of points you had back to 0. I thought that evading that villain while continuing to fight the other villains wasn't going to be too difficult, thanks to the mantra aspect of hockey, but I wasn't counting on that villain to be bigger than Mount Lady when she used her quirk. Momo's eyes widened as she heard that, but she stayed silent, allowing Izuku to continue. We were told that the trap villain was going to start to rampage if a crowd formed near where it was. T was the reason why I stayed alone, destroying the villains I found as I ran circles through the training ground. When the 4th villain surfaced, I had already accumulated 95 points. My first thought was that I needed to get away as fast I could to avoid it, but then I heard the screaming and saw many of the other examinees running away from it. That was when I saw a girl I have just met a few minutes before trapped beneath a piece of debris about to be crushed, and he trailed off, looking down in sadness. Momo lost her wide-eyed look and tilted her head as she smiled in understanding at him.
You went and stopped the trap villain. saving that girl and losing all the points you had accumulated thus far, am I right? When Izuku nodded in confirmation, Momo sighed in amusement and tapped the side of his head with 2 fingers, getting his attention. She giggled at the wide-eyed, and almost betrayed, look on his face when he caught the amusement displayed clearly on his face. I'm sorry Izuku-kun, but as intelligent as you are still an idiot.
What? Was Izuku's intelligent and eloquent response. Momo giggled cutely again. Tell me, Izuku-kun, what make a hero? What is it that makes you consider someone truly a hero? She asked him, expression still amused, but there was no denying the seriousness of the question. Izuku looked on confused for a second before a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He knew that someone like Katsuki would answer that a true hero was someone with a powerful quirk that always won, so that meant that an answer like that was the wrong one. Instead, he thought about the person he considered to be the best and truest hero of them all. All Might. The answer came immediately. A true hero is someone that can save anyone with a smile on their face no matter the situation. Momo's smile widened. Exactly. Now, I'm sure that all the examinees were closely monitored by examiners to determine to what class they were best suited, taking in consideration their quirk, aptitude and all that, correct? There was no way in hell that only the ability to destroy robots was what was taken into consideration to be accepted by UA. Besides, there were other courses other than the hero course at the prestigious academy. General education, support and management were such examples. Izuku nodded in agreement, wondering where she was going with this. That means the examiners saw what you did when you decided to sacrifice your hard-earned points to save a girl that was about to be badly harmed by a villain that had a penalty should you face it, she said, lips twitching as she saw that Izuku was still not getting it. Do you really think UA High School, the heroics academy with most renown in Japan, is not going to accept someone that would willingly do that despite having accumulated the most points in the practical exam, not only of his own examination division but quite possible out of everyone there taking the exam? She asked him rhetorically, amused expression still in place. Izuku stared at her blankly for a few seconds, blinking slowly. Oh, he said softly in realization before his eyes widened in shock. Oh, he exclaimed as a grin appeared on his face. Hey. You are absolutely right. The practical entrance exams is designed to test our aptitude and there's more to it than how we can apply our quirks to combat. He stated before an incredulous and annoyed look appeared on his face. That means, that present Mike tricked us all. Momo nodded, a pleased smile on her face. More than likely. That situation was surely a test within a test to determine who truly deserves to be accepted, she said, and her smile turned softer as she locked eyes with Izuku. And showed everyone there, and even me, that no one deserves it more than you. Izuku's blush turned to atomic levels at the sincerity of her words and the look of her face. He couldn't form words, so he just murmured thanks and looked away from her in embarrassment, but there was a pleased smile on his face. Giggling, Momo allowed her upper body to mirror Izuku's resting against the mattress. When your mom called me, I thought that you somehow failed because you were unable to meet the passing conditions, but I am glad that you thought you failed because they mislead you. I'm really looking forward to becoming a pro hero at your side, you know. Still blushing, Izuku worked up the guts to turn towards her and nodded his head resolutely. I was also looking forward to that, Momo-chan. Thinking that I was going to be unable to attend UA with you was one of the reasons why I was feeling so bad about failing. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, for making me realize that I was just being an idiot. Momo blushed at his heartfelt words but smiled prettily and cheekily at him. You are very much welcome. I'll make sure to kick your butt into gear every time you find yourself in a pointless funk, she declared with conviction, even adding a wink. Izuku, of course, found the action extremely cute and could only blush and stammer. Momo giggled before she shot to his feet, and that was when Izuku finally noticed what she was wearing. A long-sleeved cream-colored wool turtleneck sweater, jeans that looked almost painted on and mid-calf high boots. She looked very good on that get-up, and the moment that thought went through Izuku's head, steam poured out from his ears and nose and he looked away, lest she saw the way he was looking at her and thought that he was nothing but a worthless pervert. Unknown to Izuku, Momo too was subtly checking him out, and unlike him, she was not ashamed to saw that she very much liked what she saw. He was taller than her and he was very attractive, which was a mighty plus in her books. His muscles were very noticeable thanks to the fact that he was only wearing a white shirt and black shorts. But more than that, it was his selfless nature and intelligence that called out to her. Oh, did she mention that he looked good enough to eat too? Yeah? Okay, then. It's official, she thought to himself with resigned amusement and self-exasperation. I like him. I could do much worse, however, so this not too difficult to accept, she thought sardonically as she looked at him as he stood up, this time not averting her eyes when he was bent over at the waist while he rose. I don't know if his cluelessness is endearing or annoying, but I can't complain when things like this happen now, can I? As a woman, her thoughts were not reflected in her cheerful expression as she looked up at him, her hands locked behind her back. I'll let you get changed and wait for you in the living room. Izuku blinked curiously. Get changed? Momo's lips twitched upwards as she regarded him with fond exasperation. Of course, Izuku-kun. Or did you perhaps forgot that we were supposed to hang out today to celebrate you getting accepted at UA and me moving in, Izuku's eye widened and he waved his hands frantically. Of course not. Give me 15 minutes and I'll get ready. With a fond shake of her hand, Momo nodded at him and stepped out of the room, closing it behind her. The moment she was out of the room, Izuku sighed and let himself fall on the bed with a dreamy smile on his face as he looked at the ceiling. Who would have thought that a conversation with a girl he just met a week ago was what he needed to get out of his funk? Not only that, but she made him see that he not getting accepted into UA for doing exactly what was expected of the profession they prepared you for was foolish at the very least. It was like she knew exactly what to say and how to say it. Not even his mom had managed to do anything else other than console him and assure him that everything was going to be alright. It's official, he thought to himself with a blush as he shot up from his bed and began to discard his clothes to take a quick shower in order to kill any chances of him smelling bad. I like her. XXXXXXXXXX Toshinori Yagi stepped out of the examination viewing room with a grin on his sunken face. He was still high on watching Izuku's performance yesterday and hearing everyone singing praises to him also helped. Izuku had taken his first successful step on becoming a hero and he was already shaping up to be what All Might envisioned him as. The next symbol of peace, and he dare say, something even more than that. The one that came closer to his score was his friend, Bakugo-kun, with 77 points and young Midoriya-kun got more than twice that easily. Hell, he even surpassed my own score when I took the practical exam, but that's to be expected, he thought to himself as he walked through UA grounds. There was carefree air around him that those who knew the burden he carried on his shoulders would be shocked to see, but won't be too surprised to see after it was explained to them that he had finally found a successor that was more than worthy.
Character-wise, Yagi had no doubts that Izuku was more than perfect for One for All. He already embodied the true meaning of being a hero. Even better, it wasn't taught to him but rather it was instinctual. If that wasn't enough, Izuku possessed a quirk that complemented One for All almost perfectly. Honestly, if All Might was someone that believed in things like that, he would have thought that Izuku was born precisely to one day inherit it. Instead, All Might just chalked it up to coincidence.
He is even worthier than Tagada-kun. Even Principal Nedzu agreed if that impressed and pleased nod he gave me was anything to go by, he thought with a grin as he slipped his hands into the pockets of his pants. He sobered up a bit at the thought of the third year with the permeation quirk, which led him to think about his old sidekick and the strained relationship they still maintained even after more than half a decade of not even speaking to each other. I think it's a good time I did something about that, he pondered to himself. After a few moments, Yagi nodded to himself and a resolute look appeared on his sunken face as he decided that it was about time that he reconciled with his old sidekick.
It was his fault that they parted ways in such a callous manner, so it was his job to make the first approach on rekindling their relationship. He just hoped that the time they spent together gave him enough of a chance to be given a second opportunity by him, even though Yagi thought that he didn't even deserve that for making his old sidekick despair so much for not listening to him when he warned him what was going to happen if he continued as he was. All Might knew that it was nothing but pride on himself and what he had accomplished, becoming the symbol of peace and hope for the people and the deterrent for villains to act up. That prevented him from listening. And after all that time, and finally passing down One for All to someone that was surely to become even greater than himself, Yagi summarized that it was nigh time set things straight between them and hopefully go back to the way they were before. Yeah. I'll go later during the week, he promised to himself, knowing that with the culmination of the entrance exam happening just yesterday he was going to be very busy. Thinking of the examination exams made him think of his chosen successor and an unsure look appeared on his face. Knowing Izuku, he was probably beating himself up over not passing and disappointing him. He said probably, because he knew that Izuku was extremely intelligent, so there was also a chance that he deduced the test within the test. Still, knowing about his tendency to focus on one thing would prevent him from realizing it. In the end it won't really matter. He'll be getting his acceptance letter 5 days from now. A few days of moping around have never killed someone. Besides, I reckon that'll be a good prank we can both laugh about later, he thought to himself with an unrepentant grin as he began to whistle an upbeat tune. Let it be known that All Might, also known as Toshinori Yagi, had really cruel and messed up sense of humor. XXXXXXXXXX other than the first day after the entrance examination in which he spent most of it in a gloomy mood,
The rest of Izuku's week went by in fairly high spirits after Momo, and he explained to Inko the misunderstanding and that there was no way Izuku was not going to be accepted by Yue after what he did. To Izuku's dismay, and Momo's amusement, Inko had started to bawl her eyes out in happiness after attempting to suffocate Izuku with her strongest hug yet. After that ordeal, when she was told that they were going to hang out, Inko had promptly kicked them out of the house, all the while squealing like a schoolgirl over the fact that Izuku was so close to a girl as beautiful as Momo, who obviously had her son in high regards if the she had basically rushed to comfort him was anything to go by. Izuku also had gone back to training with the same intensity that he did during the final stages of the 10 months training spree that he enjoyed under the tutelage of All Might. It, of course, didn't include cleaning up tons of garbage while working on his control over One for All's output. It included sparring matches, hopeless attempts to not get smacked around by the number one hero, really, but he still managed to keep up his physique thanks to the specialized equipment All Might procured for him. He still had the membership at the local gym, but he doubted that he was going to use it. With the new equipment it was pointless, and the best part was that his mother could also use it, meaning that even though the money they spent on that was unnoticeable on their coffers, the two of them were not fans of unnecessary spending of any kind. Despite knowing that there was no way he was not accepted by Yue after his performance, Izuku steadily became more nervous at the fact that he had not been contacted by All Might during the past week. He had texted him, explaining the situation, and when All Might had not answered the texts, not even reading them, he had feared the worst and that his and Momo's reasoning had been just wishful thinking because going by All Might's actions, the number one hero was more than likely disappointed and angry at him. Unwilling to think like that, Izuku had focused on other things, like his training and other, more socially inclined endeavors. For example, Izuku not only spent the time he was free texting and hanging out with Momo, he also interacted through text messages with Ochako. Well, when she wasn't apologizing for being at fault for him almost not being accepted at UA and him reassuring her that it wasn't the case, they managed to strike what Izuku felt was a good friendship. It wasn't of course at the level he had with Momo, but Izuku helped that he grew to be as close as that with her. Not having even one true friend his age in the time period between his fallout with Katsuki and meeting Momo, left Izuku with a genuine desire to make friends, true friends, and he felt that with Momo and also Ochako, he was well on his way on achieving that. Currently, Izuku was shadow sparring in the room of the apartment they set for housing the equipment All Might had procured for his training. It was supposed to be a bedroom, as their apartment possessed 3 of them, but since there only lived 2 people there it had not been used until he started his tutelage under the number one hero. The room was spacious, allowing him to keep all the equipment along with giving him enough room to move around comfortably while shadow sparring. Over his workout clothes he was wearing one of the sets of weights and vest combo that All Might procured for him. They restricted his movement in such a way that they simulated being weighted down, allowing for an increase in difficulty and intensity without many of the risks of using conventional weights. Suddenly, the door of the room was opened and Inko barged in with an excited look on her face and a sealed letter grasped in her hand. "Izuku. It's here," she declared with a grin before she disappeared into the house. Izuku blinked and laughed as he took off the weights and vest off his person, sighing in relief as he felt the restriction it put on his movement leaving him as he did so. "She's even more exited than I am," he said in amusement as he took off his shirt, used a towel to dry himself and then put on a fresh shirt. He walked out of the room and went towards the living room where he saw his mother jumping around and the letter set on the table. "Izuku. Hurry up, open it, she prompted him with an almost maniacal expression on her face. Izuku, in his innocence about anything pertaining his loving and doting mother, thought that she was merely exited. It never occurred to him that she wanted to see if her plans for increasing the odds of Izuku giving her a lot of grandbabies was still doable, despite all of the assurances that she was given by both her son and Momo. With a laugh, Izuku sat on the floor, knowing that if he did on the couch with his damp shorts from working out his mother would kill him, and gently opened the letter and let a circular device with a projector on top fall on the table. It promptly activated, and he flinched. His mother shrieked in shock too, when All Might's grinning mug appeared out of nowhere. "Testing, 1, 2, he said as he looked at the camera. He then looked up as he was apparently signaled something. "Am I on screen already? Okay. All Might? The hell? Wasn't the envelope sent from UA headquarters? What was All Might doing there then? Wait, did that mean? Sorry for not contacting you during the week, young Midoriya-kun. I was very busy, after all. Besides, I saw your messages and figured that you didn't need to be reassured since you apparently worked out the real test beneath the test you took. I'm glad, but not surprised. Ha 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 ha," he declared with an epic flourish that ended in a bow. Izuku's eyes twitched in irritation. That bastard, he knew. Ahem. Now, I believe we will be seeing a lot of each other since I will be working at UA as a teacher. An artery popped up on Izuku's forehead as his lips and eyebrow twitched. Yep. I'm going to kill him. Izuku's current, annoyed state was such that for that moment he forgot the fact that he had yet to touch All Might in one of their sparring sessions. His self-declared mission was doomed to fail even before he made the attempt to carry it out. The angle suddenly changed and All Might was being recorded from his left profile. A hand appeared from the edge of the projection, prompting All Might to turn his head back to look at the correct camera. What's that, citizen? Turn to face camera 2. I was in the middle of telling the kid something important. You'll fix it in post-production? Alright then, that works. Izuku's sweat dropped at the silliness. A glance to his mother showed that she was still in shock at All Might's sudden appearance. As you should know, you aced the written test with almost a perfect score. That was impressive, but that alone does not secure entrance to this prestigious academy. You had scored 95 points, an amount unheard of ever since the current practical portion of the entrance exam was established, until you went on and willingly faced a trap villain that you were told would reduce your points back to 0 should you do precisely that. That would mean that you failed. As All Might trailed off to give suspense to his words, Izuku's eyes began to twitch once again in irritation. The fact that his mother was now biting her nails was not helping matters at all. Had you lot not been tricked to think that, in order to test your true mettle against that kind of odds, there was no such penalty in facing that faux villain. That villain was merely worth 0 points, nothing more and nothing less. That means that you have not lost any points, meaning that you indeed managed to get more than enough points to get a passing grade. When he heard that, Izuku sighed in relief at the confirmation that he had made it in, and he grinned when his mother cheered with a loud, yes, as she began to cutely jump in place while singing him praises and declaring how awesome he was. Despite there not being anyone else with them, other than the holographic projection of All Might who could not see them, Izuku blushed in embarrassment at his mother's actions. But that's not all. The two turned towards the projection again and they saw All Might now holding a controller of some kind as he pointed it at a screen that was behind him. Just so you know, I was likely an entertainer in another life. Behold. This screen. He said epically before he pressed the bottom and turned the screen behind him on. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the determined face of Ochako. Ochako-chan? Inko began to smile in delight as she saw that Izuku knew another girl that was just as cute as Momo. Oh, this is turning out to be better than expected. Double the grandbabies, perhaps? Yua, I can't wait. Excuse me, hello, she said, her nervous words not matching the sure look on her face. She was speaking to Present Mike, to whom Izuku glared at for lying so blatantly and convincingly those that took the exam, who was looking at her with a curious, but knowing, smile on his face. As soon as the test ended, this little lady went to us directly and requested something. What, you ask? Keep watching to find out. Sorry to bother you, but do you remember the tall and muscular guy with curly black hair and green highlights? He has freckles on his face. Oh, he was the one that rampaged through the street the moment the entrance started and the one that destroyed the giant robot just before the exam finished. Do you know of whom I'm talking about? Izuku blinked in shock. That's me, for sure. What is she doing? Inko, however, paid attention to other things. She smiled slyly as she went and nudged Izuku suggestively. Tall and muscular, first Momo-chan and now this Ochako-chan, who is just as cute. Is my dear and innocent Izuku-chan turning into a womanizer now, Izuku blushed and his head snapped to the side so fast that he almost broke his neck. He waved his hands around frantically as steam poured from all the orifices on his head. What are you talking about, Mom? It's not like that, I swear. Inko merely giggled, pinched his cheek affectionately and went back to focus on the projection, prompting the thoroughly embarrassed Izuku to do the same. Would it be possible to give my points to him? She asked, shocking both Izuku and Inko to speechlessness as they stared wide-eyed at the screen. A determined glare appeared on her face as Ochako went on. He was the coolest out there when the exam began and I'm sure that he was the one with the most points out of all of us. He had every reason to not face the trap villain and none to jump in and face off against it, and yet, he did so to save my life. He lost all his points because of me, so please, give him my points because. Slowly, tears gathered at the corner of Izuku's eyes as All Might began to speak. Let this be a lesson, young Midoriya-kun. Know that beyond a powerful quirk, which you have twice over, is your noble and selfless actions that touch people. There's no one else that deserves to be accepted by UA more than him. Never forget that. As he began to cry tears of pure joy, Izuku ignored All Might explaining that the judges were looking at more than just your combat abilities with your respective quirk and how he went to explain that UA would never reject a student for sacrificing himself to do the right thing. Instead, He focused on the expression of absolute joy and relief that appeared on Ochako's face when President Mike told her that there was no need to give him points as he explained to her the true meaning of the exam. Izuku Midoriya earned 164 points after taking into account the amount of rescue points he acquired through the test. And since you were also willing to sacrifice yourself to do the right thing, you have earned yourself 20 rescue points, which would sum up a total of 66 points. Congratulations, you both passed the exam with flying colors, but I request you don't tell him that, since only certified personnel of UA such as me can disclose the test results before they are sent to everyone. Do try to reassure him as subtly as you can manage, however. That kid looked mighty depressed when he walked away from here, ya dig? Said President Mike with a pleased grin as he patted Ochako's head almost as if she was a cute chipmunk or something. So that's why she always wrote almost whenever she apologized, he thought fondly as a soft smile appeared on his face as he continued to look at her. You know, started Inko as she too looked at the happy expression on Ochako's face as she cheered for both their success. I just learned this girl's name but I think I love her, she commented idly with a soft and grateful smile on her face. Yeah, replied Izuku absently as he nodded his head, a similar smile on his face as he watched Ochako energetically wave goodbye at President Mike before walking away with spring in her step. Me too. You have earned the most points in the history of UA's practical exams ever since the academy was founded, said All Might epically as he made a fist in front of his face and flexed his muscles, almost tearing his stripped suit apart as he did so, as his grin widened and Izuku caught how proudful that grin was as he seemed to look directly at Izuku's eyes. You certainly went plus ultra and showed everyone here what you are made of and what it means to be a true hero, so, needless to say, welcome to your hero academia, Izuku Midoriya. XXXXXXXXXX Izuku. Hey, Momo-chan. I just got my acceptance letter, did you get yours too? Momo. I did. I was put in the Heroes Course Class 1A, what about you? Izuku. Same. That means that we are going to be in the same class. That's awesome, D. Momo. Yeah, me too. That way we can more easily help each other out, D. Izuku. That's right, hey, don't tell anyone this but All Might is going to be a faculty member at UA and I think that there is a high possibility that we will be receiving regular lessons from him directly, isn't that cool? Momo. What? That's super cool, but, wait a second. Something like that would have certainly made the news if it was public knowledge. How are you so sure of that, Izuku-kun? Izuku. Well, he was the one that told me I was accepted at UA through the acceptance letter that was sent to me. Momo. Really? Oh, I'm so jealous. Principal Nedzu was the one to tell me that I have been accepted. He is cool and all, but he is not All Might. That's not fair. Why would you get him?
Izuku. Momo. Izuku-kun, you there, Izuku. I think it was because I got the most points out of everyone there and it was some sort of bonus prize for accomplishing that, hehe. Carrot. Momo. Ah, that makes sense. How many points did you get by the way? I think you told me, but I forgot the exact amount. 90 something, right. Izuku. 164, actually. Opening parenthesis / closing parenthesis. Momo. Oh, really? But, how? Izuku. Yeah. Remember that I jumped in to save a girl from being crushed by the trap villain. Well, turns out that not only my points weren't deducted, but I was given 69 rescue points for jumping in to save her despite what I at that time to be the worst possible consequences for me. Momo. Izuku-kun, that's almost more than twice the amount what All Might himself got when he took the entrance exam. I think it was 92 or something around that. Izuku. 91, actually. 70 villain points and 21 rescue points, I believe.
Momo. Of course, you would know those details, Izuku-kun.
Izuku. Hehe. Momo. P. Izuku. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Remember that girl I saved? Her name is Ochako Uraraka and after the exams she went and told President Mike that she wanted to give her points to me because she felt guilty over what happened. Can you believe that?
Momo. Really? Oh my god, that's so nice, I don't even know what she looks like but I already love her. Izuku. Yeah, me too. I want to thank her in person for what she did because doing so by text would be, I don't know, as if I didn't really appreciate the intention behind her actions. And that couldn't be further from the truth. Momo. I think that would be best but at least let her know somehow that you know what she did so you don't catch her by surprise when you thank her. While you do that, I'll hug her to death for being so nice. 3. Izuku. I'll do that and hey. I get to hug her first. You don't even know her.
Momo. Girl and girl dibs, Izuku-kun. Izuku. Is that even a thing? Opening parenthesis dot dash dot closing parenthesis. Momo. It is now. Carrot underscore carrot. Izuku. Ah, fine. HMPH. Opening parenthesis dash dot dash closing parenthesis. XXXXXXXXXX. Even though she already knew that she had passed, receiving the acceptance letter and having it confirmed that she was indeed going to be attending the hero course, Class 1A, sent a pulse of joy through Ochako's entire body. Even though her main reason for wanting to become a hero was so she could earn enough money to help her parents' life comfortably without them needing to work as much as they do, Ochako also had a genuine desire to use her quirk to help others. Zero gravity was a quirk too useful to let it be wasted on anything else. Her celebrating was brought to an abrupt halt when she felt her phone vibrating from the pocket of her shorts and she reached for it. She perked up when she saw that the message came from Deku-kun and she hurried on to unlock her phone, so she could read the message. When she did so, her face turned white as an expression of horror appeared before it turned into one of extreme embarrassment as her face went from shock white to tomato red in record time. He knows what I did. Steam poured out from her ears as she jumped to her bed and squealed in desperation, incredulity and mortification into her pillow as she pressed it against her face and rolled from one end of her mattress to the other in her embarrassment. Oh my God, he knows. He probably thinks that I'm some kind of weirdo. Someone kill me now, please. Kya, thud, a wee. Ochako rubbed her head where she had hit when she collided with the floor after falling from her bed after she miscalculated the distance it had when her mortification reached a boiling point. Next to her, her cell phone had fallen screen side up and there was a conversation displaying the last message she received. It read, Deku-kun. I almost didn't accept it. XXXXXXXXXX. Toshinori was looking at the beautiful sunset that could be appreciated from the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park when he perked up as he buffed up, turned around, spread his leg and raised his guard to cover his face. It was a good thing he did that because not a moment later, Izuku appeared in front of him, right arm covered up to halfway up his biceps cocked back, with an annoyed expression on his face. All might, you sadistic bastard. He shouted in anger as he let loose a devastating punch that generated a shockwave that kicked up sand the moment it connected with All Might's forearm. As he was pushed back, All Might winced slightly, which was thankfully hidden by his arms, as his feet carved a trench in the sand of the beach. I knew there was a reason my instincts told me to dodge his attacks instead of blocking them or even parrying them. For fuck's sake, they hurt like a bitch even if they are only covered with armament hockey. I do not envy that robot that got hit by his first gear. He thought with a healthy dose of incredulity. When he finally stopped being pushed back after a few hundred feet or so, he lowered his arms slightly and allowed Izuku a glimpse of his grinning face, seemingly showing him that his punch did nothing. Are you going to get into the habit of surprise attacks, young Midoriya-kun? Commendable against villains, of course, but against your mentor and future teacher at your school I find it to be a bit disrespectful. All Might suddenly spread his arms wide and sent Izuku flying away, and he went further thanks to the strong winds generated by All Might's actions. Still, Izuku took in stride and he merely righted himself with a backflip and he landed halfway before he reached where All Might been standing when he attacked him. He rose to his feet and glared at said mentor and future teacher, his smoking blackened fist shaking as his entire face twitched in anger. You knew that I was going to be accepted and said nothing. What if I didn't deduce the true meaning of the test by myself, huh? All Might rested his feet on his waist and threw his head back as he laughed loudly. Ah, but that was nothing but a masterful and harmless prank from my part. I knew that you were going to get it on your own eventually, so I wasn't worried. Ha 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 ha. A vein popped from Izuku's forehead as he grit his teeth. It took a friend of mine basically spelling it to me that I wasn't going to not be accepted for doing the right thing, you asshole. If it weren't for her I would have spent the entire week crying and moping around for being a failure. A week without working out. Do you what that means, huh? All Might shrugged uncaringly. I have gone more than week without exercising. 2 weeks with double the difficulty and intensity of the workout you were doing before the hiatus and you were back to the level you were at before. There was nothing to worry about. Besides, you turned man enough to admit that you were crying. I think my prank turned out to be a good thing, yes. Izuku roared in rage as his other arm and both legs were covered by armament. Green lightning began to arch from his body as he glared at All Might as a green reminiscent of Katsuki's when he got especially angry appeared on his face. I'm going to kill you. All Might tutted at Izuku as he waved his index finger from side to side in the universal, no, motion. Ah, young Midoriya-kun. You have to get rid of the villainous attitude. It's going to do you no good if you let yourself be ruled by. All Might was rudely and suddenly interrupted when he had to duck in order to avoid a roundhouse kick courtesy of Izuku that would have surely sent him sprawling had he decided to block it. Oops, not good. Catch me if you can, young Midoriya-kun. Get over here and take your punishment as a man. And thus, a random couple that was enjoying the romantic atmosphere was treated to the extremely bizarre sight of a laughing All Might mocking a teenager with green arcs of lightning arching from his body and his arms covered in some sort of black substance as he dodged the angry and lethal-looking attacks of said teenager seemingly with no effort as said teenager bellowed curse after curse to the number one hero, who just responded with more working words, even something a condescending advice on how he could make his attacks more effective. The woman turned towards her partner with an inscrutable look on her face after she watched All Might disappear into the distance followed by the teenager. I know this is just our third date but you are so getting laid tonight, she said simply. That day Izuku unknowingly got his most loyal fan and supporter after unknowingly and somehow helping have sex with the girl of his dreams after almost 2 months of chatting her up and a measly 2 dates after he managed to convince her to go out with him, for a true hero helped anyone one, no matter what they needed. It was 3 weeks after receiving their acceptance letters that spring arrived and with it the first day of class at UA High School. Izuku spent his time working out, steadily and slowly increasing the intensity of it as to augment his capabilities with his quirk in manner which wouldn't make it too hard for him to get used to the gradual increase of speed and strength, and studying all kinds of new subjects, which in combination with his physical training also slowly increased the amount of hockey energy he had at his disposal to prolong the time he could keep himself enhanced. Momo was a literal treasure trove when new subjects to study were involved and she gladly helped him with that. He and Momo also hung out a few times, more to help Momo familiarize herself with the area than anything else, but none of them could deny that they enjoyed each other's company and at this point they were just looking for excuses to be with one another, much to their private embarrassment and amusement. Also, Izuku texted Ochako regularly but sadly the opportunity to meet each other in person since she lived relatively far away so the opportunity to do it had not come up yet. It was a chore not to start thanking her profusely over text about what she tried to do to help him, so he settled for teasing her subtly about it and the fact that it took her 2 days to answer the first text he sent her in which he started doing that assured him that she knew that he knew what she did. It amused him that he could almost literally feel her embarrassment through her texts whenever he made a subtle comment about it. Let it be known that All Might's sadistic and messed up sense of humor was starting to take root within Izuku without him being aware of it. Another thing that he spent his time on during the waiting period between receiving the acceptance letter and the first day of class was costume ideas. Much to his frustration, he couldn't really come up with something that complemented, or augmented, the capabilities of his quirk. Neither King's Will nor passive mantra could be augmented because of how they worked and active mantra at this point grew according to the amount of hockey energy he had at his disposal. Armament could be enhanced upon itself by putting more hockey energy into it and the less said about one for all the better. Instead, he decided for a costume design that would increase the damage he could dish out without using his quirks, which would only increase when he did enhance himself with his quirks. Looking at himself in the full body-sized mirror that was on the living room, Izuku nodded as he adjusted the wireless green and red headphones that were around his neck. Those had been a congratulations gift from his mother for getting accepted by UA and Izuku wondered if she picked them up specifically because they went well with his uniform and the highlights of his hair. The uniform consisted of a light gray suit over a white dress shirt and dark green dress pants, along with a red necktie. On his feet he was wearing red and gray tennis shoes that reached above of his ankles, but this fact was hidden by his pants. Deciding that he looked decent enough, Izuku picked up his green backpack and strapped it to his shoulders so it rested comfortably against his back. I'm heading off now, Mom, he called as he walked towards the door. Izuku, his mother called to him as he grabbed the doorknob and used it to open the door. He looked back at her curiously as he held the door open, green eyes blinking as he waited for what she had to say. I'm super proud of you. Just keep doing what you always do and that's never going to change, you know that, right? Now, go on and give them hell, honey, she beamed at him, raising her right fist to air and cupping her bicep with her left hand as she grinned. Flushing with happiness, Izuku nodded eagerly at his mother. You're damn right I will, he declared before he waved at her and stepped out of the house, closing the door behind him. When that happened, Inko's proud grin turned into one of juvenile eagerness as she squealed, jumping rapidly in place. And make sure to secure a lot of future grandbabies for me to spoil rotten. Kya ha 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 ha. Outside, Izuku shuddered in terror as he finished adjusting his headphones and setting them up to get them connected via Bluetooth with his phone. He decided to ignore the sudden and unexpected feeling of dread that ran down his spine and selected the random setting of his playlist of preferred songs and pocketed his phone. Closing his eyes, he breathed out and began to make his way towards the station, which was almost half an hour away from where he lived if you walked at a sedate pace. Izuku wasn't one to rush things, so he had gotten up really early enough to perform his morning run, eat breakfast, shower and get ready 1 hour and a half before classes started at 8 a.m. With his eyes still closed, Izuku sat calm-paced towards the station, not opening his eyes as he walked, which drew curious and amused looks from those that caught on to that fact. They were probably wondering if the tall teen was wishing to smack into something. None of them knew, of course, about the mantra aspect of his quirk, which albeit reduced to 60% of its passive capabilities thanks to him having his eyes closed and his ears covered along with listening to music, he was still allowed a range of perception of 60 feet, more than enough to avoid running into something or someone and not get lost on his way to his destination. Izuku eventually reached the station, and as he went down the stairs he smiled as a familiar presence entered his field of passive perception. Punctual as always, he thought with some fondness as he walked towards the boarding platform of the train that was going to take to the station nearest to UA. When he finally arrived, his smile widened when he saw Momo reclining against a pillar with her surprisingly girly school suitcase which she held in front of her with her 2 hands. She looks good in her uniform. That's not surprising though, he thought immediately after taking in her appearance, blushing in embarrassment as he realized what he just thought. Damn it, mind out of the gutter, Midoriya. It's not even 7 in the morning for all might's sake. Control yourself. After a few seconds of trying, and somewhat succeeding, of controlling his blush, Izuku put a smile on his face as he raised his hand in wave. Momo-chan, good morning. An automatic smile appeared on Momo's face at the sound of his voice and she turned towards him, only to blush slightly as she took in his appearance. It embarrassed her to admit that while his uniform hid the tone of his muscles to her displeasure, it still was fit perfectly for him, and wore correctly too, meaning that his overall musculature was still visible, which pleased her. Momo likes very much, she thought to herself, but like all girls, she didn't show her thoughts on her face as she instead smiled prettily at him as she waved back. Good morning to you too, Izuku-kun. Did you wait here for long? He asked her once he approached her. Momo shook her head, not really, I've been for about 5 minutes or so. I am, however, surprised that you didn't beat me here. Did you even sleep at all? She teased him, knowing full well that the past few days Izuku had been a literal ball of excitement due to the upcoming start of their first year at UA. Izuku blushed a bit, knowing exactly what she was talking about, and found himself unwilling to look at her, also knowing that the amused expressing that she was sure to have was only going to embarrass him even more. I refuse to deign such a claim with a comeback, he said with mock indignation, his lips twitching upwards. Momo just shook her head and laughed. Izuku joined her after a few moments. When they finally calmed down, Izuku and Momo began to talk in earnest about UA and what they were expecting to learn and such. They of course did that a healthy amount of times while they waited for this day, but there had been an unspoken agreement to not get overboard so as not to get so excited that thinking about it was the only thing they could do effectively. Today those shackles were off and Izuku and Momo found themselves chattering away animatedly, not even noticing when their train arrived. They got in and took their seats almost as an afterthought. Thankfully, they did notice when it was time to get off from the train at their station, and they did so after a second of awkwardly looking away from each other and then laughing about it. Since they were in no hurry, they calmly walked in direction of the UA facilities as they continued their talk, this time around putting less focus into it so as not to get as distracted as a few minutes ago. They eventually reached the facilities and even thought they both had seen the impressive fence and gate and the 4 buildings that worked as the main facility for the school. They were still in awe at the sight. At least we aren't the only ones, commented Momo idly as she looked at other students that looked their age, who were also staring up at everything in shock and awe even as they continued to walk into the school grounds. Older students were looking at them knowingly, others outright laughing, as they also made their way in. That would have been a bit embarrassing, yes, agreed Izuku as they passed the doors, sighing a bit in relief as he did so. They had been warned on the fact that should they not carry their student IDs the doors would close on them and prevent them from entering. He had put his inside his backpack in one of those pockets that you thought were useless because of where they were and how small they were. He had done that in order to make sure he always had it on his person whenever he went to school. Even knowing that, he was still expecting for the doors to close on him. Nervousness and excitement mixed together tended to do that to people. Do you know where our classroom is? He asked her as they went into the building that was on the left and in the front. Since it was called Building 1 Foot, and that other students their age were also going into that building. They deduced that their classroom was there. Last floor, answered Momo after a second of thought. Each building has 15 floors and each department has a number of floors dedicated to it depending of their needs. For example, the Department of Support has 3 floors dedicated to it, due to the number of tools and equipment they need for their courses. We of the course of heroics only have the last and second to last floors dedicated to us since we only use them for theoretical classes and the rest of the time is spent on the school training grounds learning how to use our quirks effectively in preparation for the time we become heroes. As they got into the elevator, which for some reason was only occupied by them at the moment, Izuku nodded in understanding. That makes sense, he said with a smile, that quickly slipped of his face as he groaned. It was a given he was going to pass I guess, but why did he have to be in the same class as me, he muttered, but Momo still heard him. She cocked her head curiously. Who? Izuku frowned as the elevator came to a stop and its door opened. A guy from my middle school. We used to be friends, at least from my perspective. Then his quirk manifested and long story short he turned into a very unpleasant person, so much that for a moment I thought he was going to become a villain, which would have been very, very bad since his quirk is one of the most powerful I have seen. Say whatever you want about Katsuki Bakugo, but his quirk was scary strong. Thankfully, he's got his sight on becoming the best hero there is, so I doubt that's going to happen. He's very stubborn. Dealing with him can get very annoying, very quickly. Momo med in understanding. I get it. And she did. She herself had to deal with people that thought they were entitled to everything just because of how strong their quirks were, and unless you showed them what was what with your own quirk, which in their mind was obviously weaker than theirs, they were going to continue to harass you as long as you had to interact with them on a regular basis. Let's just try our best to ignore him if he gets out of hand, yes. Besides, I doubt the teachers will allow that kind of behavior in a school as prestigious as this one is. Izuku nodded. I hope so. They eventually reached the door to their classroom, which was more than 3 times Izuku's height and had 1A paint across its length vertically, with the hole in the letter A serving as a small window to look into the classroom. Even though he couldn't hear what was going on inside, probably because the room was for some reason sound isolated, he could still perceive that there was a commotion inside and that Katsuki was involved. Izuku opened the door and his expression turned so flat that he almost looked dead. Momo peered in curiously from over his shoulder. Don't put your legs on the desk. Don't think that's disrespectful towards your classmates. No, as a matter of fact, I don't think so. Which middle school are you from anyway, you good-for-nothing fodder? The one that spoke first, the guy that was almost robotic and raised the issue of there being 4 villains in the handout they were given on the day of entrance examination, promptly answered. A private SCH ahem. I'm from Sume Junior High School. My name is Tenya Iida. Sume, replied Katsuki as he leaned forward, a sadistic leer on his face as he grinned. Well, aren't you a fucking elite? Seems I've got a reason to fucking kill you until you die after all. A reason to kill me until I die? What the hell? Tenya flinched back and he had a horrified look on his face as he looked at Katsuki. What nerve? You want to be a hero? Momo, her expression now as flat as Izuku's, shook her head in disbelief after watching the short exchange. I can see what you meant earlier, she said, thinking back to those that believed themselves to be better than others because of their quirks. With that short exchange she saw what kind of person Katsuki was and she knew that he was going to be worse than those she used to have to deal with if he wasn't put in his place. Izuku just sighed tiredly. Tenya, who caught that the door was open from the corner of his eyes, saw him and immediately moved towards him in a robotic fashion. Hello, my name is Tenya Iida from Sume. Yeah, I overheard you from when you were dealing with Bakugo, said Izuku with a smile as he extended his hand towards him. He's still as uptight and stiff as he was during the entrance examination, he thought as he shook his hand. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I believe we met each other briefly before the practical test, yes. Now that he was paying a bit more of attention, Izuku noticed the blonde-haired pretty boy that had been wearing a belt with a jewel was also there, along with the kid with a thick, muscular tail. Tenya nodded. Yes, we did. You were pretty much unassuming and the only thing of note back then was the fact that you didn't arrive with your school uniform and your impressive physique, but rest assured that you made quite the impression afterwards, he said, a bit dryly after he recalled the first 20 seconds of the exams and then when he destroyed the trap villain with a single punch after moving as fast as he had seen his brother move when going all out. He then noticed as Momo stepped aside from behind Izuku and bowed to her a bit at the waist. Hello there. My name is Tenya Iida. I'm from Momo's lips twitched in amusement. I also overheard you, Iida-kun. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Nice to meet you, she said, extending her hand and unknowingly thinking the same as Izuku as she noticed that his movements were very stiff. She wondered if he also moved like this when he was using his quirk or otherwise fighting. She sincerely hoped no, otherwise, he was never going to win a fight. Likewise, he said to her before he turned towards Izuku, a serious expression on his face. I have to hand it to you, Midoriya. You figured out the truth behind the practical exam, didn't you? It was the reason why you went and destroyed the trap villain without hesitation to save that girl, right? He asked, having himself figured that UA was not going to let go someone with a powerful quirk as Izuku's. I was completely blind to it until after the fact. I hate to admit it, but you were the better out of the two of us. Izuku blinked before he shook his head. Not really. I didn't find out about it until the next day when Momo-chan had to almost walk me through the explanation why the trap villain wasn't what it seemed. I just saw that Ochako-chan about to get hurt and someone's safety is more important than being accepted to this school. Still, I'm glad it turned out to be a scam, he said with a laugh. The others in the classroom heard this and they turned towards Izuku with wide eyes, the only exceptions being those that already knew what happened, Momo, and those that saw him to it, the blonde pretty boy and the blonde kid with the tail. Still, the only one not wondering about the type of quirk he had and how strong it had to be to allow him to destroy something that big and powerful was Momo. All of them had seen the trap villain after all. And there was also the fact that he had seemingly jumped in to save someone from being killed by the monstrous fourth villain disregarding the amount of points he had earned up to that point, which were likely not an insignificant amount considering that his quirk was apparently powerful enough to destroy said trap villain. Everyone there, with a few notable exceptions, was looking forward to getting to know the curly-haired teen better. Katsuki's shocked expression turned into one of anger and loathing as he glared at Izuku, snarling as smoke began to slowly trail up from his palm. That fucking nerd, he thought to himself as he recalled the only interaction they had in the time period between the examination entrance and today. They had gone to Oradera in order to sort out their paperwork for their transfer to UA and he had confronted him after the teacher praised them for not only passing the test, but also getting first and second place too. He had been livid when he found out that Izuku had gotten first place and he didn't even wait to learn the margin between their scores before he confronted him. Only a few insults, curse words and threats had left his mouth before Izuku had shot him up with a glare that for some reason forced him to step back. Not only that, but he had shuddered in fright for the second time because of him. After that, Katsuki had finally accepted that Izuku had a quirk, a strong one, but there was a wide gap between that and admitting that Izuku's quirk was stronger than his. That was simply unacceptable. I'm going to make you fucking die the first chance I get, Deku. Back with Izuku, he was idly chatting with Momo and Tenya. The latter he was somewhat surprised to find that he was pleasant to talk to despite his stiffness, when he suddenly perked up and he turned towards Momo with a knowing smile on his face. Momo looked back at him with a confused frown before she got it and she also perked up, a similar expression appearing on her face. Tenya, who had been about to speak, looked on confused. A few moments later, the door to the classroom was opened and Ochako appeared, an excited smile on her face as she almost frolicked into the classroom. She froze mid-jump, however, when she saw Izuku. At first, she just blushed as she looked at him before, with a grin, she made a beeline towards the green-haired teen. Deku-kun, she shouted in delight before she promptly glomped him, wrapping her arms around his midsection. Izuku blushed, having caught how good she looked in her uniform and now feeling her body pressing against his as she hugged him, before he shook his head, got control of himself, laughed and shot Momo a smug look as he hugged Ochako back. It's good to see you again, Ochako-chan. Momo rolled her eyes as she stepped forward and tapped a happy Ochako on the shoulder, getting her attention. Hello, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu. I am good friend of Izuku. He spoke a lot about you and, she trailed off as she smiled tenderly at Ochako as she stepped back from Izuku's embrace, blushing as she realized her actions and turned even more red when she caught the expression on Momo's face. He told me what you tried to do after the exams were finished and thought you costed him his chance to get in. You don't know how much that meant to him. Ochako's entire face turned red as Momo moved in to give her a hug and she turned towards Izuku only avert her eyes with flushed cheeks at the soft expression on his face. After a moment, Ochako relaxed and she eagerly returned Momo's hug. It's nice to meet you too, Yaoyorozu-san. And what I did for the Deku-kun, I only did it because it was the right thing to do after he lost his points because of me, she said, her voice still a bit regretful. Nonsense. declared Momo as she ended the hug and held Ochako by her shoulders. It was not your fault, Ochako-chan, so stop blaming yourself for something that didn't happen. As a matter of fact, it was actually the contrary that happened. You helped Izuku-kun get more points, said Momo with confidence as she smiled at the brown-haired girl. Izuku opened his mouth, closed it, grasped his chin, thought about it and then nodded with a shrug. She does have a point. Iida nodded stiffly. Indeed. Ochako's eyes widened as she realized this. That's right. She then turned towards Izuku and pointed at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Then, that means you owe me, Deku-kun. Izuku raised an amused eyebrow at her. Is that so? Then what do you? Izuku trailed off as out of the sudden a presence appeared 75 feet within his passive range of mantra perception and his eyes widened. How in the hell did I miss someone entering my range? Not even All Might can accomplish that. Who the hell is this? Thought Izuku furiously as he stared at the door. Momo. Ochako and Iida looked at him in confusion. Thought it seemed like Momo had an inkling of what might had happened, as she knew about the capabilities of hockey. That was when the door to the classroom opened and a black-haired man with bloodshot half-lidded eyes and encased within a yellow sleeping bag was revealed. If you are going to be hunting for buddies, do it elsewhere, he said, his voice bored as he pulled out a juice pouch. This is the department. He put the pouch on his mouth and sucked it epically in one go. Of heroics. Izuku stared at him as he went to take a seat. The unwashed man gave him a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't quite place it. Who the hell is this guy? He thought, and he exchanged glances with Momo and Ochako, who shrugged helplessly as they shook their heads. They also didn't know who this was. The man shrugged off the sleeping bag and revealed his black long-sleeved shirt, utility belt and black pants tucked into his boots. He also had a strange scarf wrapped many times around his neck, which resulted in it covering part of his upper chest and lower face as well. He stood in front of every slouched a bit as he looked almost ready to fall asleep. The sense of familiarity increased for Izuku, but he still couldn't place him. It took you lot 8 seconds to settle down. Life is short, kids. You are all lacking in common sense. Izuku raised an eyebrow. That, and annoyed incredulity, was the general response from the classroom to his words. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Pleasure meeting you, he said, his tone and expression not matching his words at all, with only further to annoy and weird out the students. He then reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out blue and white track suite. The reason why he would have such a thing inside a sleeping bag would remain unanswered indefinitely. Wear these, immediately, and then shove off to the PE grounds. XXXXXXXXXXX. All Might was sitting on his new office going through the files of the members of Class 1A, which was the class to which Izuku was assigned and the class that he was going to be teaching Foundational Heroes Studies, and he perked as he remembered one tiny detail about the first day at UA. I totally forgot how unforgiving UA's system is. Depending on their homeroom teacher, they might be expelled before the day is even over. Who is their homeroom teacher anyways? He thought before he went and checked the first pages of his documents. After a few moments, Toshinori sighed as he put down the documents and pinched the bridge of his nose. They got Aizawa. They are on in for a very rude awakening. He paused for a moment and frowned. I hope he doesn't force young Midoriya-kun to use his current 100%. XXXXXXXXXX. A quirk assessment test, asked Izuku curiously as he leisurely stretched his body. He, Momo, Ochako, Tenya, the rest of the class and Aizawa were at the PE grounds. They were massive and possessed many terrains to practice different sports. But what about the initiation ceremony? Or the guidance counselor meeting? Lowly asked Ochako, her face flushing a bit as she took many discreet glances at Izuku, who kept on stretching without seemingly a care in the world. She wasn't the only one as Momo too was in that predicament. Much to her amusement, and slight annoyance, she noticed that all the girls were sending discreet glances his ways with a tint of pink on their cheeks. She knew that Izuku had easily the best physique out of all the boys there and she couldn't blame the hormonal teenage girls from being interested, but if they reacted this way when they saw him wearing the track suit, she wondered how they would react when they saw him in his hero costume. The thought made her giggle in amusement. If you want to be heroes, we don't have time for such frivolities, said Aizawa somewhat harshly before he turned to look at them all from over his shoulder, his bloodshot half-lidded eyes seemingly menacing as he stared at them. You all understand that UA has a reputation for the amount of freedom that is given on campus. Well, that freedom also go for us teachers, too, he said, and his tone was enough to send a shiver down everyone's spines. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash. Endurance running. Grip strength. Sustained sideways jump. Upper body exercise. Seated toe touch. These are all activities you know from middle school, naturally. Physical tests in which we're prohibited from using your quirks. The country hasn't gotten around standardizing those sorts of records or keeping track of average performance levels. That's one of the shortcomings of the MECSST, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology. Aizawa paused to make sure that everyone was paying attention. When he confirmed that, he pulled out a tablet that was linked up to the school system. Midoriya, how far you could throw a softball in middle school? Izuku shrugged. 96 meters. Aizawa nodded and pulled out a soft ball as he motioned Izuku to take a place inside the throwing circle. He lobbed the ball at him when Izuku did as told. Try using your quirk this time around. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine. Don't hold back, he said somewhat pointedly at the end. Izuku turned sharply towards him and he hoped that his question was correctly interpreted by Aizawa. He was asking, "Are you sure you don't want me to hold back?" It seemed like it did, for Aizawa merely nodded his head in reassurance. Izuku sighed and nodded his head in acceptance. It seemed like his homeroom teacher had seen him destroy the trap villain, meaning that he couldn't get away with only using armament hockey at its utmost output, for only a fool would believe that he could do what he did with that amount of power. He took solace on the fact that there was no way Aizawa knew that it was one for all. He could easily pass it up as increasing his level of physical enhancement with his own quirk, which wasn't exactly a lie, but not the entire truth either. Here I go then, muttered Izuku as the shiny blackness of armament covered his right arm completely, though it only could be seen up to halfway up his bicep, since the rest was covered by the sleeve of his track suit. That black thing on his arm looks pretty cool. What is that? Commented a spiky red-haired boy as he looked at Izuku intently. That's the armament aspect of Izuku-kun's quirk. By manipulating a special energy within his body, he can increase his strength, speed and durability many times over depending the amount of energy he uses, explained Momo with a small smile as she also looked at the young man. Wait, you said aspect. Does that mean that he can do more than one thing with his quirk? Questioned a short girl with green hair and facial features that vaguely resembled a frog, but, for some reason, she was still very cute as she held one of her slightly oversized fingers to her cheek. Momo nodded. Yes. With this energy, Izuku-kun can also sense pretty much everything around him as long as he is paying attention, and he can project it outwards to intimidate his foes. His quirk is called Haki Ambition and it is very powerful. Easily one of the strongest I have personally seen, she admitted, crossing her arms under her developed bust. Katsuki's eyebrow twitched and he looked ready to blow a fuse as he heard this. Then, when everyone thought that Izuku was going to throw the ball, they were further surprised when red veins of energy began to run through his arm as the black coloration of his arm took in a silvery hue. Not only that, but greenish-blue arcs of lighting began to trail down his arm as the subtle smell of burn ozone was perceived by Aizawa. And that was when finally, Izuku threw the softball. The air was displaced with a shockwave and a massive amount of dust was kicked up, making everyone there cover their eyes with their arms to protect them. When everything settled back after a few moments, they looked up and all of their eyes widened when they saw Izuku standing still within the circle, the earth a bit cracked around him as he held up his smoking arm. Ochako idly noticed that it wasn't shaking this time around. Aizawa-sensei, began to say Izuku as he tightened his fist. That was when his tablet beeped and Aizawa looked down to see the results. His eyes widened. 2043.8 MTs. He looked towards Midoriya and when he saw the fierce expression on Izuku's face, he couldn't help the excited and eager, grinning expression that appeared on his own. If you still want for UA to have usable PE grounds by the time we finish, I suggest you allow me to hold back a little, yes. This kid, muttered Aizawa. XXXXXXXXXX. Toshinori perked up as he heard the somewhat muffled sonic boom coming from outside. He sighed as he began to rub his eyebrows with his thumb, index finger and middle finger in exasperation. I'll make they take the damage out of your pay, Aizawa. XXXXXXXXXXX. Awesome. That looks so fun, declared a pink-skinned and pink-haired girl with small horn protruding from her head with an excited grin on her pretty face. Her black and yellow eyes were gleaming with awe as she looked at Izuku. 2044 meters. What in the actual fuck, muttered the same red-haired boy again with disbelief as he also stared at Izuku with wide eyes. And he doesn't even look tired. Did he really one-shoot the trap villain during the entrance examination? Ochako wasn't really surprised as she had already seen, from the front row one might add, how strong Izuku really was so, from her perspective, seeing him throw a ball more than 2 kilometers away and the UAPE grounds had more than enough space that it easily allowed for the softball throw ground to accommodate that and more was not something out of this world. Instead, with an embarrassed blush, Ochako focused more on how cool he looked right now. Yep, girl had it bad. Momo, on the other hand, was surprised. I didn't know he could enhance himself to be that strong. He never really went into details, though. She trailed off as she looked at him as he locked gazes with their teacher, unwilling to back down. Without her knowledge, a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Midoriya Izuku, thought a short-haired boy, one side of it being white and the other red. He had a burn scar on the upper left side of his face, his eye of that side possessing a turquoise color while the other was gray-colored. His left fist tightened as he stared hard at Izuku, his eyes narrowed. I'll be keeping an eye on him. Meanwhile, Katsuki could only stare in disbelief. What the? Ever since Izuku had saved him, Katsuki had known that his quirk was very strong, but he had certainly not been expecting this. Even though the vein-like thingies and electricity was new, because he didn't remember any of that when he saw Izuku use his quirk for the first and last time before today, he could tell that all of it was Izuku's strength. He scowled as he gritted his teeth and tightened his slowly smoking fists. That asshole, he held back at that time and wants to hold back now. Is he fucking mocking me? I'll fucking kill him. After a subtle nod, quickly deducing by Izuku's display that he could easily destroy the grounds if he were to go all out, Aizawa finally turned his attention away from Izuku after schooling his features into an intimidating expression. It looks fun, you say? He whispered menacingly as he turned to glare at all of them, his half-lidded bloodshot eyes only adding to the image. So, you were planning to spend 3 years here having a good old time. What happened to becoming heroes? More than one shivered in fright at the tone of Aizawa's voice as he pinned each and everyone in place with his gaze, only a few, such as Katsuki, Iida, Momo, the bi-haired boy, the red-haired one, the girl with frog-like features and even Ochako, managing to hold his gaze without flinching or trembling in place. All right then, since that's how it is, I've got a new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged as hopeless, and will be instantly expelled. Izuku, having come back to stand next to the group, raised an eyebrow at him, not forgetting what happened with him during the entrance examination. Can he even do that? He turned towards Momo, his expression obvious as to what he was asking. When she rolled her eyes and shook her head in the negative, he nodded at her with a smile, which she returned almost instantly. Izuku blushed a bit and shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts concerning Momo's prettiness. All right, let's just hope no one. He turned towards his classmates and sweat dropped when he saw the horrified, determined, uncertain, despairing expression on most of their faces. Never mind. Menacing expression turning into one of sadistic glee, Aizawa regarded them all. Our freedom means we dispense as students as we please. Welcome. He trailed off as he grinned and pushed a bit of his hair back so his students could see his almost mocking expression, to the Department of Heroics. The one who ranks last gets expelled. An extremely short boy with a big head and a hair that resembled grapes exclaimed, his skin pale, sweating and his entire body sweating as he bit at his nails at a rapid pace. This is our first day here, declared Ochako with some protest in her voice. But even if it weren't, that's just too unreasonable. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at her. Natural disasters, massive accidents, ego-mad villains, all kind of calamities can happen when we least expect them. Japan is now positively up to the neck in unreasonable. And it's our jobs as heroes to reserve it all and restore reason. His gaze hardened, and he turned to address everyone after he saw that she understood his point. If you were counting on a friendly chat at the local McDonald's after school, that's too bad. From now on, for the next 3 years, all you can expect from your life at UA is one hardship after the next. He stopped ominously only to smile almost gently as he pointed a finger to the sky. This is plus ultra. I expect you to overcome these trails and climb to the top. The unexpected encouraging words from Aizawa seemed to do the trick as everyone, except for the short boy with grapes for hair, got a determined look on their faces as they nodded their heads at their teacher with newfound resolution. Iida narrowed his eyes and clenched the bottle of water he was holding. The pressure is on, so this is UA's baptism, huh? The pinnacle of hero training, no choice but to give it my all. Katsuki grinned dangerously as he grabbed his shoulder and began to spin his arm in a warm-up exercise as he glared at Izuku. It doesn't matter how strong your quirk is, Deku. I'll show you that I am the best between us. That was the sound that came from Ochako's mouth as she clenched her fists and maintained her expression of determination. Aizawa smirked, seeing everyone pumped up for the upcoming trails. Now then, that was the demonstration. Time to kick it up a notch, yes. And thus, the tests began. The first test was the 50-meter dash. During this trail, Iida demonstrated that he was right on his element as he used his quirk, engine, which was exactly like it sounded as it gave him engines for legs that were located at calf level. He finished the dash in 3.04 seconds. Asui Tsuyu, with her frog form quirk, finished the dash in 5.58 seconds, showing that while she wasn't extremely fast, her quirk gave her certain advantages when applied correctly. Ochako, using her quirk, zero gravity, to make her shows and clothes weighed nothing, managed to reduce some time from her previous record, but she was still within what a normal human with physical training could achieve as her speed wasn't enhanced. Her time was 7.15 seconds. Yuga Aoyama, the pretty blonde boy, used his quirk, naval laser, to propel himself backwards in direction of the finishing line, managing a time of 5.51 seconds despite falling to the ground when he reached his limit of continuous firing the laser from high naval. Mina Ishido, the pink-haired and pink-skinned girls with black and yellow eyes and horns, finished in 5.26 seconds, showing that her physical attributes were on par with Tsuyu's despite her quirk being acid. Momo also showed that she had a very well-conditioned body, when she finished the race dash in 6.24, only using her quirk to create a pair of sneakers that had special spikes on the sole that allowed for a better grip of the soil when running. When it came time for Izuku and Katsuki to make the dash, coincidentally against each other, the explosion quirk user used the namesake of his quirk to propel himself forwards while Izuku enhanced all the muscles in his body that participated in the action of running with armament at its current outmost output without enhancing it with one for all. Izuku ended winning the race, as he finished in 2.91 seconds, even faster than Tenya, while Bakugo finished in 3.93 seconds, much to the latter's ire. Then it was the grip strength test, where only Mezzo Shoji, with his dupli arms quirk, Rikido Sato with his Sugar Rush quirk and Izuku, with armament enhancement, got extreme results. Sato got 312 kgs, after eating a bit of sugar, followed then by Shoji who got 540 kgs and then Izuku who got 631 kgs. Then, it was followed by the standing long jump, in which the ones that excelled were Tsuyu, Aoyama and Tsuyu. After that, it was the sustained sideways jump, in which Mineta, the grape for hair short kid, excelled thanks to the bouncy properties of his pop-off quirk. Then they were back to the softball pitch trail and Izuku was amused when Ochako's result turned out to be infinite, when she used her quirk to negate the effects of gravity on the ball before she threw it, and he was impressed, but not surprised, when Momo created a small cannon for the softball, which was within the rules as she could, in Aizawa's own words, do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't leave the circle. Her softball almost reached a kilometer. He didn't have to throw a softball again, since Aizawa decided to use his first throw as his result in that trail. After that, all the trails continued until they were finished. Time to present the results, said Aizawa as he stood in front of the students, all of them in different states of tiredness, with the exception of Izuku, who wasn't even sweating, much to the shock of those that were perceptive enough to notice the fact even when he had been accomplishing inhuman feats one after the other. It was honestly terrifying. The total is the simply aggregate sum of each of your scores. If I recited all of your scores it would take more time than we have, so I'll disclose them all at once. Everyone tensed as Aizawa lifted up his hand holding a remote control and pointed it at a screen. Who would be expelled would be revealed now. Then, with a bored expression, Aizawa spoke again. Oh, yeah, that whole expulsion thing. It was a lie, by the way. You could hear a pin drop thanks to the silence that followed as everyone, except for Momo and Izuku, stared at Aizawa in dumbfound confusion and shock. Huh, was what came of all of their mouths, Ochako's eyes even going comically wide as her fists hung limply in front of her. Aizawa grinned in amused glee as he stared at them with sadistic eyes. It was a logical ruse to pull out your best performances. It is known that humans perform their best when they perceive that there is something valuable at stake after all. Izuku snickered while Momo rolled her eyes at the following outraged outburst of the others, all of whom looked ready to murder the gleeful Aizawa. Come on guys, use your brains and think logically. Of course it was a lie, she told them with some exasperation as she shook her head. Aizawa then turned around and began to make his way back into the main building. And, right, yep, with that, it's over. Your curriculum sheets are back in the classroom, so give them a once over. And don't relax too much. If you think today was absurd and unreasonable, your eyeballs will doubtless pop out of their sockets at tomorrow's ordeal, he said before he nonchalantly pressed a button on the remote and the screen came to life, showing each one placement and their scores. 1 Izuku Midoriya, 2 Momo Yaoyorozu, 3 Shoto Todoroki, 4 Katsuki Bakugo, 5 Tenya Iida, 6 Fumikage Tokiyami, 7 Mezzo Shoji, 8 Mashirao Ojiro, 9 Eijiro Kirishima, 10 Mina Ashido, 11 Ochako Uraraka, 12 Koji Koda, 13 Sato Rikido, 14 Tsuyu Asui, 15 Yuga Aoyama, 16 Shiro Honta, 17 Denki Kaminari, 18 Kyoka Jiro, 19 Toru Hagakure, 20 Minoru Mineta. No one there was surprised by the fact that Izuku got first place, but what was surprising was the gap between his score and that of the second place, Momo's, because it was extremely big. While he was being congratulated by the others, except for Mineta who had passed out after finding that he was on last place and feeling extremely amount of relief when it turned out that he was not going to be expelled, and 2 others. Katsuki was glaring daggers at him and Momo. 4th fucking place. I can understand Deku getting first place because of that ridiculous quirk of his, but just how did that bitch get second place? Gah. He then turned towards the bi-haired boy who was standing next to him and was also looking at Izuku. And who the fuck is this guy? Shoto Todoroki. He looks familiar for some reason, but I can't place where I've seen him before. How the fuck did he get 3rd place anyway? Meanwhile, Shoto looked at Izuku with narrowed eyes. They widened a bit when he felt his left side started to heat up while his right side began to get cold. Scowling, he crossed his arms and focused on reining on his quirks, successfully doing so after a few moments. He turned his eyes back to Izuku, who was embarrassedly laughing while he watched as Ochako was reenacting his feats while narrating with an over-the-top voice, the others laughing in amusement. Slowly, an excited smirk appeared on Shoto's face as he narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Midoriya. How interesting. XXXXXXXXXX. Aizawa, you liar. That was the epic greeting he got when he turned around a corner and he found himself face to face with the current number 1 hero. Aizawa just looked on board. Oh, it's you, All Might. Were you watching? That means you must be free, right? All Might ignored him. A logical ruse. I didn't think you were capable of practical jokes. You did expel an entire class of 1st graders last year. You kick kids out without a moment's hesitation if you judge them as having 0 chances. This a total 180 from what you used to always say. Could it be because All Might's grin turned even more epic as he leaned a beat towards Aizawa and pointed at him with his hand as if it was a gun? That you felt it, too. Young Midoriya's raw potential. You felt it, too. Huh? Aizawa questioned rhetorically, making All Might realize his folly as he began to mentally sweat. Aizawa turned towards him with an uncaring expression on his face. So, you know him, then. I knew that he reminded me of you for some reason. Your penchant for over-the-top performances must have rubbed in on him. All Might grinned. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment, he deadpanned before sighing and shrugging. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that you had a hand in training him. He is too similar to you for that not to be the case. As such, it should be obvious that by this point he already has the physical capabilities to become a pro hero, but his age, along with his lack of experience and maturity, get in the way of that. Besides that, everyone in that class have chances above 0. I can kick out anyone whose chances drop below that mark at any time. It's not a cruel thing to end the half-assed chase of a dream, is it? As analytical and logical as ever, and your brand of kindness, he thought, mentally nervous at how close Aizawa had gotten to the actual truth. He was going to have to talk with Izuku about this. They needed to be more careful, just in case. Instead, he put a fist on his waist and wiggled a finger in Aizawa's direction. Just as I thought, you and I will never get along. Aizawa just shrugged before he continued to walk away, hands in his pockets and posture slouched. XXXXXXXXXX. At the end of the day, Izuku along with Momo, Ochako and Tenya were heading out of the UA grounds. They 4 of them were headed towards the same train station, so it was only logical that they took their trip together. I have to say, Aizawa-sensei really got me. I'd actually thought, so this is how the highest academia for hero is like. Now I see how a teacher can encourage deception, said Tenya, grasping his chin with his index finger and thumb as he nodded his head repeatedly. Izuku chuckled. I thought he was stiff, but he's just diligent and honest. Shaking his head, Izuku addressed him. I learned my lesson from the entrance examination. Unless proven otherwise, anything that comes from the mouth of heroes directly related to UA is bullshit until proven otherwise. Ochako nodded her head in agreement. I agree. They have tricked us twice already and the first day of class just barely ended. Momo, nodding thoughtfully, added. So, do we believe Aizawa-sensei when he warned us about tomorrow's trails being even more difficult than today's and do what we can to prepare for any possibility we can think of, or we just wait for tomorrow and see? Izuku shook his head. Why that logic? Tomorrow should be a completely normal day, but, we have Foundational Heroes Studies class tomorrow, and All Might is the teacher. I happen to have interacted with him a few times in the past directly and if there is one thing I'm sure of is that nothing is normal with that guy. Tenya stopped and looked at Izuku with wide eyes. You have interacted with All Might more than once. How did that happen? Momo and Ochako weren't surprised, as they already knew that All Might had trained Izuku. What they didn't know was the actual context and extent of that training. He and All Might had deduced that if people thought that All Might had given Izuku some training and weren't afraid to admit it, that they wouldn't look too much into it as it wouldn't seem like they were hiding something. It was a lie within a truth. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. You remember that incident between him and the sludge villain about 10 months ago? Well, he ended up witnessing how I saved Bakugo from it using the armament aspect of my quirk and he said that it was similar to his own quirk, which he refused to elaborate on might I add. Said he wanted to keep the people speculating, the secretive bastard. Anyways, so he wanted to make sure that I knew what I was doing and gave me a few pointers on how to control it and train it. Tenya looked very impressed, so much, that he outright saluted him. Your luck is out of this world, Midoriya. Izuku's sweat dropped. You were impressed by my luck, what the heck, dude? Ochako gave Izuku a curious look. What do you think All Might is going to have us do, Deku-kun? As the others regarded him with curious looks, Izuku sighed and rubbed the back of his neck before pinching the bridge of his nose. Well, if there is one thing I know is that All Might loves teaching through doing, so, whatever the subject he is going to impart us tomorrow is going to be practical. And if today was anything to go by, anything practical here has to do with us using our quirks in some fashion. So, I would expect something along the lines of today, but with an All Might flavor to it. So, destructive and more than likely dangerous? Inquired Momo, a teasing smirk appearing on her face as she did so. Yep, Ochako nodded, an excited smile on her face as she threw a few punches to the air. In that case, I can't wait. A dangerous grin appeared on her face as an aura of competitiveness surrounded her body. Izuku and Momo looked at her in shock. Tenya was more vocal, as he gaped at her with sweat trailing down his temple. Uraraka, what is wrong with you? Is that your true personality? The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.